Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. The sky became dark and low with ominous black clouds, and the wind picked up, howling, crying, warning, baying like a wolf into the night. The first crack of lightning rent the air, and within seconds the rolling boom of the thunder reverberated overhead. Soon the rain fell, slow to start, splattering the forest path haphazardly. Then it fell as if from buckets, cascading like a waterfall from the heavens. It pounded from outside to cave as if it were demanding entrance. The young Uzumaki had come to the small grotto in the mountains for solitude, to escape everything and everyone. He had anticipated it with such relish. But now he was here. Even the fire seemed cold, and he longed for some company. Being alone became an anguish rather than a salve. Naruto had been orphaned so young he had no recollections of what it had been like to have parents. Perhaps that was a mercy. If he could have remembered the hugs, cocooned in his parents' arms, being scooped off his feet the minute his lower lip trembled, he would not have lasted a week on the streets. He did not look for love, he did not expect it, he barely knew what it was. Anytime anyone mentioned the L word, it was in the context of an adversary and how they would exploit it to their advantage. There was no room for sentimentality in his life, only tough guys survived. Get out of here, you demon. You're nothing but a nuisance to us. We don't want you here. Just disappear. Being shunned was nothing new to him. It was the ridicule that came along with not following the social conduct. There was only hate and brutality from the ones looked up upon. It's sked to be oneself, especially if that self always stood outside watching, was never offered an umbrella for when it rained, or even frozen during a bonfire. That self could not join in with the crowd, and he never would. Shut up! The tiny blonde child lifted his head high, glaring at the villagers in anger. You will all regret being mean to me one day, all of you will, the blue-eyed child shouted at everyone staring at him, then turned on his heel, sprinting out into the forest, just wanting to be alone. The young Uzumaki ran until he could not run anymore. He didn't know how far he ran, he just wanted to leave everything behind. The young blonde went out to scrap up some firewood to warm up the fire from inside the cave before it started to pour down. Naruto left his little shelter to look for some fallen branches. A couple of bumblebees and fletchlings rummaging for shelter from the storm. Naruto waved to a few his Pokemon friends he knew running for cover from the upcoming rainstorm. Living amongst the wild Pokemon was a dream come true for the young child. None of the Pokemon shunned him or avoided him at all, but welcomed him with open arms when he first arrived in their domain. The sky became dark and low with ominous black clouds, and the wind picked up. The first crack of lightning rent the air, and within seconds the rolling boom of the thunder reverberated overhead. Naruto leaned his back against a huge oak tree, sliding down on the ground, hoping the storm would quickly pass over. The blonde spotted streaks of lighting flashing over the leaf village from afar. He glared in disdain before turning away from the sight of the small community. I hated that place, the blonde thinking back from just being run out of the village for no reason. No one cares about me, maybe it would be better if I really disappeared, he said while tucking his head between his knees in sadness. Suddenly streaks of pure white crackled against a stormy blanket of gray. The young blonde looked up in surprise, spotting a shadowy figure falling out of the sky not too far away from where he was hiding. The blonde rushed toward the mysterious figure in worry and curiosity. When the blonde jumped over a few shrubs to get a closer look in what landed nearby. The blonde spotted the mysterious creature, he gasped in surprise in what he found. The creature was primarily gray with a long, purple tail. On top of its head are two short, blunt horns. A tube extends from the back of its skull to the top of its spine, bypassing its neck. It has a defined chest and shoulders, which resemble a breastplate. The 3 digits on each hand and foot have spherical tips. Its tail was thick at the base. Wow, is this a Pokemon? I have never seen a Pokemon like this before, the curious blonde said, rushing over to the downed unknown Pokemon. Naruto could clearly see the burn marks all over its body and the purple bruises all over its body, that it must have suffered from a hard battle or attacked by someone. The little child looked around frantically hoping to find anything to help. The blonde looked over to an overly aged maple tree. Seeing the huge pieces of bark chipping off, the blonde had an idea. Naruto pulled the huge pieces of bark of the base of the tree and found some thick vines wrapped around a dead log not too far away. The child made a handmade sled for the mysterious Pokemon. Naruto rolled the huge Pokemon onto the bark and wrapped the thick green vines around his tiny wrist and pulling the sled away to safety away from the storm. Thunder cried out from the blackened sky, the clouds invisible above. Naruto shuddered, his teeth grinding in anticipation. A boom like that meant the heavens were about to let down a deluge and he had nowhere to hide. Naruto soon found himself back inside his man-shaped cave to hide from the storm. The young blonde quickly put the dry sticks from the other day in the cave into the small fire to keep him and the mysterious Pokemon warm, then went out into the unforgiving rain to savage for food and herbs for the unknown Pokemon injuries. "Don't worry, I'll take good care of you," he said, looking back at the unconscious Pokemon before going back out into the storm without a second thought. Without warning, eyes flung so wide each iris is a perfect orb of deep purple. After a second or two its head turns, then looked around the cave confused on how it got here in the first place. Mewtwo looked down seeing the thick blue blanket covering him and the medical gaze wrapped around his arms and hind legs and a few band-aids covering on his face. What is going on here? Mewtwo thought to himself looking toward the already smoldered burnt fire pit. Hey, morning, well good afternoon to be honest. The powerful psychic type looked toward the mouth of the cave seeing a tiny figure running closer into the cave. The child smiles brightly seeing the mysterious Pokemon awake. Mewtwo looked up seeing the blonde child still unsure if this human is friend or foe. Long tangled hair blows about his face, obscuring the layers of grime. Mewtwo knew the blonde child was defenseless, no threat toward the power legendary. I brought you some breakfast, I hope you like pecha and oran berries. The blonde excited ran over putting the arm full of berries next to the injured Pokemon. Mewtwo huffed while looked away uninterested in the sweet fruits. I had a feeling you may not be hungry when you woke up, that's why it went out and got you a wide selection because I didn't know which one you preferred, the child stated with a grin still plastered on his face. Mewtwo looked over seeing the vast amounts of berries pilled on a huge leaf in the back of the cave. He must have spent hours looking for this much food, Mewtwo thought in amazement, and then looked over again to the distracted blonde child putting away the rest of the medical supplies in his small backpack. Where am I, human? The genetic Pokemon asked to the mouth of the cave. Naruto looked up in amazement hearing the Pokemon speak to him with its mind. That's so cool. You can talk, how can you talk without moving your mouth like that? He grinned in eagerness. You did not answer my question first, human, Mewtwo sternly stated, unfazed from the child's energetic behavior. Oh sorry, we outside the borders of a small village named Konoha. A small town over is named Vanillville town is a couple hours travel by foot, but to be precise we are in the outer forests in the Kalos region. Mewtwo pondered his current predicament for a second. The name's Naruto Uzumaki by the way, he explained rubbing the back of his head with a big smile. Mewtwo looked at the child with blonde long tangled hair blows about his face, obscuring the layer of grime that is only broken by small scars on his tanned cheeks. His clothes are of the summertime that passed several weeks ago and his cheekbones are more pronounced than they should ever be on one so young. At his age he should be cherubic, but instead he reminds of a lost child. What's your name, mister? The blonde sat on his knees while presenting the rest of his berry haul in front of the mysterious Pokemon. Mewtwo, he said looking down at the blue blanket he was currently draped over him. Mewtwo, that's a cool name. Why did you save me? What are you playing at, human? Subsequently Mewtwo past encounters with humans never been pleasant, except a couple run-in from psychotic organizations and the occasional poachers from time to time, but nothing he couldn't hold on his own. I wanted to save you because you're you. I didn't want you to leave, because you're you. I can't find another reason. I don't need another reason to save you, do I? The blonde said confused. Mewtwo looked up in surprise, nevertheless looked down at his paws in his lap. You should go back home, human, someone would be worried where you been. Naruto then looked down to the ground quiet. I don't have anyone waiting for me, I'm alone, I have always been alone all my life. No one cares that I'm missing. I see Mewtwo looking over to the abandoned child in pity, thinking he is just like him, alone. Are you alone too? The blonde asked, sitting down, wrapping his arms around his knees, waiting for a response. The one person who I thought understood me was just using me all along. No one ever treated me as an equal. Humans are all trash. They did not listen when I said that it hurt. They did not listen when I told them to stop. They didn't listen to anything I said. Mewtwo angrily shouted, clenching his paws, thinking back to Giovanni using him as a tool. How can you move forward if you keep regretting the past? Mewtwo swiftly snapped his eyes up, meeting the child's blue orbs. Mewtwo snapped back at the small child. You don't know anything. What the hell is up with you, child? Trying to be the hero? Feel like some all-powerful main character? So annoying. Why? When? Where? What? How will you do, and just who will you become? You're just pretending by spouting your ideals. You have nothing. You won't become someone. The blonde just smiled despite the psychic-type harsh words toward him. The two of us aren't so different, Mewtwo. My whole life I've sought after attention from others. I felt bitter to the people around me, and I closed off my heart, and a heart that lets nothing in will become empty before you realize it. But in this world, you'll sometimes meet meddlesome people who will, even without asking, give you the love you need. And for someone like you or me, meeting such a person is very blissful. He grinned back at the genetic Pokemon. Naruto looked back into the ember of the fire in front of them. After being driven out of the orphanage, I had nothing to eat, nowhere to sleep, and, as one might expect, not a cent to my name. That is how I've arrived at my current predicament, the blonde said, picking at the burning flames from the small fire with a small branch. Mewtwo thought back to the experiments from being created and almost destroying the world with his army of cloned Pokemon. Naruto looked over to Mewtwo, noticing the stain of guilt in the Pokemon's eyes. It's fine. Everyone makes mistakes. You just need to make an effort not to make the same mistake again. The blonde's eyes lightened while smiling back at Mewtwo. Liars always say the same things. I'll believe in you. I'll protect you. I care about you. I'll never believe that again. No one will ever protect me. I won't even think about it. I'll fight alone, live alone, and die alone. I know. I've felt it on my skin and in my body. That it's better not to believe in anyone than believe and be betrayed. Mewtwo glared away from the blonde, gazing at the shadows that danced along the walls of the cave. The only one who can decide your worth is you. If you want to earn something, you need to reach out for it. That's how it always works. To make your ambitions come true, you have to take risks. The larger the ambition, the greater the risk. That might involve time or enough work to affect your lifespan. So make your choice. Live in peace as a wannabe, or risk losing it all to reach the very top. You're the one who needs to decide. Mewtwo looked back to consider the blonde's words before spotting the child getting back up on his feet to pat the rest of the dirt from his tattered shorts. Are you leaving already? Just for a little while. I need get some more water for both of us before it gets dark, the child said, picking up a tiny canteen by the pack full of medical supplies. I won't be long, Mewtwo, I'll be back in a bit, okay, he beamed before wrapping the side sling of the canteen around his shoulders before heading back out of the cave's main entrance. Why do you smile so much even though you are in so much pain? Naruto stopped for a moment, still facing the mouth of the cavern. Mewtwo observed the small child still form for a moment, waiting for a response. I smile. Not for anyone else, but for myself. Show yourself your own smile. You'll feel better then. Naruto turned back with a smile, already spotting Mewtwo's mouth twitched, and he was pretty sure he was fighting a smile too. Naruto Uzumaki, how do I know you won't try to capture me once I let my guard down? Mewtwo questioned before the blonde disappeared back outside the mouth of the cave. You just have to trust me, the child said, beaming back at the powerful legendary before racing out to the cave to search for water. Trust? I hate that word, but, coming from him it sounds different. Mewtwo's mouth twitched in a small smile. The pair talked for hours. Well, mostly Naruto talked while Mewtwo listened on while eating some of the berries Naruto gathered for him. And there they passed through the long courses, at first talking lightly, but excitedly, the comfort of someone just there to listen to you and be there beside them. It was something the Pokemon never experienced before. It was a nice feeling. Mewtwo knew he had to take some time to heal up and rest for a few weeks before taking off again. Naruto was sad that Mewtwo said he would leave once he was fully healed, but the blonde understood and was happy to help him be more relaxed and comfortable before leaving. The young blonde smiled, picking up small twigs and sticks for tonight's fire, making sure they were nice and dry. The young Uzumaki smiled, thinking of the last couple weeks he spent with Mewtwo. He learned that Mewtwo was a legendary Pokemon that was created from an evil organization named Team Rocket, using him for their evil purposes. Mewtwo also said he was on a journey alone to just belong somewhere and to atone for his sins from the past. The psychic type explained a group of poachers spotted him and tried to capture him while helping some Pokemon that were in trouble along the way. However, he got away just in time but got injured in the process in trying to escape. The night Naruto found him was when storm covered his tracks before the poachers captured him. Mewtwo thinks they are still out there and would not give up until they caught him. Poor Mewtwo is constantly on the run. The whole world is trying to catch him to just use him. Naruto's eyes flashed in anger just thinking of the psychic type just trying to live in peace, nevertheless being hunter because of its power. Naruto also shared with Mewtwo about Old Man Hokage and the friendly folks of the ramen shack called Ichiraku. The school he attended was not pleasant either, the educators teaching him the wrong things and not helping him if he got something wrong. The Leaf Village hating him and shunning him away, as well as kicked out of the orphanage for no reason. Mewtwo asked if he wanted him to terminate the whole village for him. The blonde child eyes almost popped out of his head from the legendary Pokemon's bold statement of destroying his former home. Naruto, thinking the psychic type was just joking around to make him feel better, but Mewtwo's stone-cold face told the blonde he was serious in his statement. Naruto rejected the Pokemon's invitation in demolition to the Leaf Village but thanked him all the same for his consideration. Naruto enjoyed Mewtwo's quiet personally, even though he can be harsh and cold, but he was fair during their brief conversations when the psychic type actually spoke to him. And Mewtwo enjoyed the blonde child's company, even though the blonde can be extremely annoying at times. Naruto was collecting fresh water from the nearby stream for Mewtwo since it should be resting and recuperating from its injuries. The young blonde volunteered to fetch some cool water for the still wounded psychic type. Mewtwo nodded, saying he would await his return. The small canteen nearly filled up to the top before Naruto spotted groups of strange people dressed in all black with bulky body armor and guns making their way deeper into the forest. Naruto could feel the wickedness from them even across the river. Why are they here? Mewtwo said he gave those creeps the slip when the storm was happening. They shouldn't be looking for him at all, the blonde thought, sprinting back the way he came to the cave. I have to protect Mewtwo no matter what, the blonde thought to himself in determination. Mewtwo are okay, the said psychic type was confused by the child's hurried state, seeing the child panting hunched over on his knees trying to catch his breath. What is going on? Thank goodness you didn't leave the cave. There's a group of those poachers you mentioned before coming in this direction, but you are not fully recovered yet. Just stay here for a bit, I'll lead them away from this location. I know I am weak, but I can at least keep them from coming this way, so please stay here. His blonde hair shielded his eyes from view. Mewtwo looked back down, spotting the water he requested early by his bedroll he was resting on. Mewtwo growled and turned to the mouth of the cave. He felt the presence of several unknown individuals getting closer. Naruto, do not be foolish. Don't worry about me, just stay safe. Mewtwo admired the blonde's will to protect him, but Mewtwo was clearly not comfortable with leaving the boy to fend off the incoming threat. I know that I have no strength to offer. It irritates me how weak I am. But let me protect you. Naruto pleaded before leaving back out. Mewtwo got up into its feet the first time in the last couple weeks it was bedridden. Naruto took care of his every need, so there was no reason to leave the cavern in the first place. Mewtwo padded toward the entrance in irritation of these insignificant insects disrupting his rest. I will make sure they will pay. Mewtwo, please just dash. Mewtwo had enough of the blonde child's self-sacrificing words. Stop trying to solve everything by yourself. Do not forget that you are not alone. Naruto looked at Mewtwo in surprise. Do not be so quick to throw away your life. No matter how disgraceful or embarrassing it may be, you need to keep struggling to find your way out until the very end. The blonde looked down in frustration in feeling weak and not having any way to help his only friend. You taught me what it means to care for someone else than myself, and for that I will be eternally grateful, Mewtwo said, patting the blonde's head in gratification. No, I'm the one who is grateful. That's because you're all willing to be my friend. For that, I'm grateful, he blonde beamed back at Mewtwo. The bond between both human and Pokemon shared a small smile before heading out to face the battle ahead. The duo made quick work of the power-hungry poachers that were after Mewtwo. Naruto distracted the thieves while Mewtwo, using teleport to make the blonde, disappeared and reappeared in the dense forest without the thieves even noticing. Mewtwo picked off the rest of them one by one while the group was distracted by the blonde child taunting them. The grunts were so transfixed on the child they did not notice their buddies vanishing. Naruto tied up all the poachers together. Mewtwo erased all of their memories of ever meeting them while teleporting them in the village in front of Officer Jenny and Officer Anko's police station. Mewtwo also destroyed the machines they brought with them and shattered the Pokeballs they had on their person, setting all the Pokemon free from the poachers that was forcefully captured against their will. The blonde was grateful things had calmed down since the previous disaster that almost happened in the forest. There was a search party looking for the equipment the poachers used but did not find anything since Mewtwo destroyed all the machines and set all the Pokemon free. The blue-eyed child looked up, seeing the blue sky was streaked with the most beautiful sunset he had ever seen. The sky was filled with the most brilliant orange, complemented perfectly with hues of red and crimson, hints of green lingering behind with the bluish gray of the forthcoming night sky. Mewtwo is leaving today. I know I shouldn't be sad, but... The tears flowed unchecked down his scared cheeks and dripped from his chin. He was too sad to cry out or wail. Naruto Uzumaki, the blonde, wiped his head around, spotting his only friend standing there dressed in a tan tethered cloak around its frame. The small blonde walked forward with his head down, his long blonde locks covering his cerulean orbs. It seems like we spent a long time together, but it wasn't. It was actually pretty short. Too short. So I kind of know, but I kind of don't know what I want to say, Naruto said in a whisper, his body quivering from trying to hold his tears back. The more fun I have, the more it will hurt when we part ways. I know that all too well, the child said, hoping to be able to meet his only friend again someday. The blonde child ran forward to sob into Mewtwo's clothed chest unceasingly, hands clutching at his cloak. The child held the powerful psychic type in silence. Mewtwo held the child while rocking him slowly as Naruto tears soaked his robe. A tiny lapse let him pull away, blinking eyes heavy with tears, before he collapsed again, his howls of misery worsening. The pain must have come in waves, minutes of sobbing broken apart by short pauses for recovering breaths, before hurling himself back into the outstretched arms of the psychic type. I have no idea what you really want, what you're really thinking, or what the right thing to do really is. But I'm your friend. Please let me stay with you. I know I'm a weak human, but please take me with you. You are my only friend, Mewtwo. I do not want to be alone anymore. The child trembled with tears streaming down his cheeks, still clenching onto the tethered robes. Naruto knew Mewtwo would not even consider take him along. You've always seen yourself as just a normal human, and you're right, that's exactly what you are. You're normally caring, normally cheerful, and you're normally noisy. You've a strong moral compass, concern for your friends, and honor. I know you don't see this, but what's normal to you, well, it's far from it. Everyone else would call it courageous and noble. It's because of the person you are that you don't think twice about your own safety when it comes to helping your friends. Because that is just normal to you. The blonde child looked up in disbelief, tear streaks still coming down his scared cheeks and hearing the legendary Pokemon words. If you were not here, I do not know what would have happened to me. You cannot live in this world alone, no matter how I look at it, the blonde taking him in and nursing him back to health without asking anything in return. The blonde peeked up at the taller Pokemon. I want to change things. I want to believe that anything can be changed. The moment I met you, a new world opened up for me. You see, after wandering in the darkness for so long, a light brought me happiness. It is all thanks to you. The blonde rubbed the back of his head from bashfulness from the praise. Mewtwo stretched out his paw. The blonde looked into the eyes of Mewtwo, seeing a real smile for the first time. Mewtwo nodded toward the blonde's backpack. The child opened the bag, gulped a bit before pulling out a purple, with a white letter, M, on the front, with a pink circle on either side. Pokeball from the pack. Hold it up. A Master Ball, wondering how Mewtwo gotten a hold of this ultra-rare Pokeball. You trusted me, so I will trust you too. That is what being friends means, right? Mewtwo said while bowing down to the blonde child. Naruto beamed in eagerness, tapping the Master Ball against the Psychic-type forehead before it beamed inside the ball. The ball shook around 3 times before a tiny tick noise sounded, indicating the Pokemon has been successfully caught. Naruto jumped up in excitement in attaining his first Pokemon ever, even though the Pokemon himself wanted to be caught. Naruto released Mewtwo from his ball. Are you sure about this, Mewtwo? Yes, I am sure. In a way you are protecting me, he nodded back with a smile. Mewtwo, I may not strong and I do not have anything to offer you, but I will not give up, while staring off to the sunset in silence and resolve. The circumstances of one's birth are irrelevant. It is what you do with the gift of life that determines who you are. Mewtwo said while holding out an outstretched paw to the blonde child. Naruto beamed, putting on his backpack in eagerness before grabbing onto the psychic-type paw while being lifted off the ground, surrounding the blonde Uzumaki in a blue aura protectively. My dream was to become the Hokage, the strongest Pokemon trainer in the village, but I do not know any more, Naruto said, looking toward the setting sun in the distance while the two still hovering in the air. Is that not what you wish? The legendary asked. I still do want to be the strongest, but not just of this village but the whole world. I don't need the villagers' approval to be strong. I can do it with my own 2 hands, the child looking back to the sunset while staying quiet, allowing himself to stay lost in the moment a while longer. You know, there is another reason why I helped you, Mewtwo. The psychic type looked over to the small child in curiosity. Old man Hokage always says, strangers are just friends you haven't met yet. The blonde Uzumaki beamed up at his only friend and first Pokemon. I see, Mewtwo smirked, turning back to stare into the sunset once more. More than anyone else, humanity is a species which looks forward to tomorrow. Because of their dreams, they can bear with the unjustness of the present. If this is the path you choose to walk, I will help you get stronger. No matter what painful things happens, even if you fail miserably and get in a tight spot, I will be there. Mewtwo nodded toward his trainer in respect. Thank you, Mewtwo. So, come Naruto Uzumaki, let us depart this place and start anew. The blonde nodded. I don't know what exactly I will be able to do for you, but I'll always be by your side. Believe it. Both trainer and Pokemon body glows white and they also become surrounded in lines of white light. They both then disappeared, not leaving a trace behind. The name Naruto Uzumaki will go down in history. Professor Sycamore stretched out his arms into the early summer morning. The weather is gorgeous today. He always knew it would be a fine day when he couldn't feel the temperature of the air. Outside had the sweet fragrance of freshly cut grass and the fletchlings chattered in the trees. The sky was blue with just a few stratus clouds making their unhurried way toward the ocean. The sun was already a friendly ball of yellow above, promising more heat as the day progressed. All in all, he couldn't have asked for better weather. It's finally here. The moment of truth, the stepping stone to the real world. This is what they've been preparing us for. After 13 memorable years. Through the good, bad, idiotic, fun and change. It was finally time. Time to step out into that bright light, shake the hand of an administrator and grab the ticket to freedom. The fresh new rookie trainers were heading over today pick up their first Pokemon. A group of teenagers were gathered in the capital city of Luminous. In the Pokemon laboratory of Professor Sycamore. The group of teens in front of him and some of his lab assistants. There were 9 of them, 3 girls and 6 guys. The lavender-eyed girl stood shyly between 2 boys who were part of the Inuzuka and Aburame clan from Konoha. The 2 girls' voices rose above the sacred silence. A glance, touch, and one small comment stirred a hurricane of harsh and hoarse insults between them. They were both thin girls, but one had long blonde hair up in a long ponytail with blue eyes and the other baby pink locks sweeping jade green eyes. One of the 6 guys that looked bored out of his mind was laid back scanning the room almost half asleep while the plumper one was consuming a bag of barbecue chips with a smile in silence. The pale-skinned one seemed to be drawing the enterer of the lab itself with a fake smile. The last one was the second son of the leader of the infamous Uchiha clan. They were the type of people that always were pretty difficult to deal with but were respected in owning the TM factories around the world. The reports showed he was at the top of his class, a real prodigy. The professor never saw grades this perfect since last year's rookie, Nage Hyuga. Professor Sycamore made a heartfelt speech about starting a new adventure and making new friends. Right before the professor could finish his inspirational speech he was cut off by a mighty roar coming from outside. It was nothing like human speech or bird song, but more of a raw sound that started deep within his body and was projected into the air with so much force that it would be heard for miles around. The professor told all the staff member and assistants to stay in the lab until he returned and told the group of teens to follow a few of the staff into a different room just to be safe and rushed outside to see what the commotion was about. The professor gasped spotting the Pokemon what just made that thunderous roar. The Pokemon itself was a large quadruped, draconic Pokemon with a long, tapering tail. It was lime green in color and had red wings and 3 spikes on either side of its face resembling external gills. It also had ridges above its eyes and had red markings on its throat. It was a very intimidating Pokemon and sent everyone back as they were surprised at its sudden appearance and slightly panicked, wondering why such a Pokemon was here. He also noticed that there was someone with a tattered hood riding on its back. After they pulled the hood down they hopped off the Pokemon before landing on the ground swiftly. The teen was pretty tall, and slim with long messy, blonde hair and purple eyes. He was typically sporting a tattered cloak and a pair of baggy, black pants, a black, leather jacket, but you could still see his muscles, black laced-up high-top sneakers, an orange shirt with a necklace hung around his neck with a master ball connected to the string under his shirt and a pair of black fingerless gloves. He also wears a mega ring on his left wrist. The torn cloak was courtesy from Mewtwo. Professor Sycamore was utterly speechless. "Are you Professor Sycamore, by any chance?" the blonde teen asked politely. The professor noticed some of his long blonde tresses cover his left eye. His hair looks like Madara just blonde. The professor nodded dumbly, still wary from the oversized shiny dragon, that was at least twice the size of a normal salamence. The green dragon nuzzling lovingly up to the mysterious blonde, its huge tail wagging joyfully, acting like overly pleased lil pup. Then something clicked in the professor's head when he saw the blonde scratching the huge dragon under its chin in an affectionate way, making the dragon purr. "By any chance is your name Naruto Uzumaki?" The blonde looked back to the professor, not expecting anything out of the ordinary. Professor Sycamore leaped toward the blonde teen in a comical fashion, rushing over to shake his hand at a speedy pace, with tears almost in his eyes. "I have heard all about you from both Stephen and Professor Oak and read all of your latest reports and data findings on Mega Evolution and your research on legendary Pokemon. I truly respect your work, Mr. Uzumaki." No problem, Professor Sycamore. I am happy to help out any way I can. To anyone wanting to learn more on Pokemon theories, the blonde said, trying to pull back his hand from the overly enthusiastic Mega Evolution specialist. "I got a call from Steven just this morning saying one of his younger colleagues wanted to start their journey and participate in the Kalos League. I did not even think he was speaking about you. Even though I have the connections to probably battle the Elite Four off the back, I want to contribute in earning all 8 badges like any other individual my age. It is the only reasonable way to do it. The professor respected the blonde teen decision in working for the title instead of something given to him on a silver platter. Oh yeah, just call me Naruto, Mr. Uzumaki is too formal. You are still my senior professor, he smiled up at the professor's sheepish expression. Is it alright if I leave my Pokemon out here? I know she would not be able to fit past the door. Oh of course, why don't you have her fly to the back of the lab? I think your small entrance caught some curious stares. The blonde looked back noticing a mass of people crowding around the gates of the lab hoping to get a picture or a video of the colossal green dragon. Naruto nodded in embarrassment telling her to fly around the back of the laboratory. The green dragon gave the blonde a lick on his whiskered cheek before giving a powerful flap of her wings and taking off into the air around to the backyard. To tell you the truth, she looks really frightening. The professor led the blonde teen inside to get his Pokédex updated and registered for the Kalos League. Who Toru? The professor looks at him confusedly at the blonde from the unexpected name. That is the name I gave her. She looks unapproachable, but under all those green scales she is a total sweetheart. The blonde smiled, nodding to himself. The professor had a fearful expression, thinking if the blonde thought the enormous dragon was a sweetheart, what was a monster to him. When the duo came though the foyer, the other lab assistants came over in a rush, worriedly asking if everything was okay. The professor informed them everything was fine, and the issue was taken care of. I am sorry about the unexpected drop in, Professor. No worries, Naruto. It's not every day you see a shiny Pokemon up close, so I think it's a treat for everyone, he grinned. One of the lab aides were wheeling out a group of starters from both the Kalos and Kanto region. Oh, I didn't know you had new trainers picking up their Pokemon today. The blonde noticed the starters but was slightly curious because a Froakie was missing from the lineup, but then again didn't comment on it. Yes, there are rookies for Konoha's prep school. While the professor was walking down the hall ahead of the young blonde, he missed the sudden change of his deep purple eyes turning crimson for a split second. Aren't you from Konoha, Naruto? Professor looked back to the blonde, just missing the flash of red from his irises. Yes, a very long time ago, but I have traveled to so many places I do not think that is my real home. Just my birthplace. The professor nodded, understanding the blonde's interpretation in having a real home somewhere else instead of your birthplace. The pair walked into the large meeting room where he left the students and some of his staff members to watch over them. The staff rushed over making sure everything was okay before spotting the mysterious blonde standing beside the professor. Hinata was the first to gasp, immediately recognized her longtime crush from just a glance. Naruto-kun. She softly blushed, looking at his attractive face and long blonde locks. Naruto, all the teens shrieked out at the same time. What is that dope doing here? The Uchiha grumbled. He deserted the village long ago, the Pinkette screeched. What's the deal? Ino yelled. Hey Professor, why is this dropout here? The Inuzuka pointed. Enough, I do not want to hear another word out of any of you. You will show our guest with respect, do you understand? The professor yelled, scolding the teens. Now to answer you all question, Naruto is here, just get his Pokédex updated and sign up for the upcoming Kalos League like most of you. Professor, may I use the video phone please? Naruto said with closed eyes the entire time the professor scolded the fresh rookies. Of course, Naruto, just dial 1 before typing your contact number. The blonde nodded, walking over to the huge video screen overlooking the whole room. The other teens glared over at the blonde, except a few, but he didn't even care that they were in the same room as him. What makes that dope so special? Sasuke growled at the back of the blonde's head. You don't know. Mr. Uzumaki won the Juniors Kalos Pokemon League tournament last year. One of the lab aides said, bring over a stack of papers. I also heard he won every single one of the Clubsplosion tournaments in the Unova region, another one added in. Do not forget the Elemental Regions type Pokemon tournament too. One of the female aides walked over, joining in the conversation. What is that? I never heard of that tournament before. Sakura asked the lab attendants, conversating. It is a type expert tournament for professional trainer which only Pokemon of a specific type can participate. This is the list of the Pokemon World Tournament participants in the Type Expert Tournament that specialize in the type chosen for the competition. She explained. Do you remember which type he had entered? She asked the group of teens now curious from the discussion. I don't remember what Pokemon he had entered with, but I do know that it was Dragon types only tournament. I've heard, the rookies gasped from the information given. Professor Sycamore came over was congratulating the young teens handing them their multicolored Pokédexes. The young Uchiha gripped onto his dark blue Pokédex glared at the blonde in jealousy entering numbers on the huge monitor screen. Everyone knows Dragon types were the most stubborn types and only someone that was skilled enough could tame one. Wondering which Pokemon, the dope entered and even won the whole competition with thought the Uchiha with a scowl. Sakura wanted to shout out to the lab attendants that Sasuke could win the whole tournament with his eyes closed but was nervous from all the success and difficult tournaments that Naruto competed in. While still coming out the victor and he was not even a full trainer yet. It was a bit intimidating. She was worried about Sasuke-kun, and actually had the thought of him losing to the blonde. Ino was on the same boat as Sakura, but her mindset was that she had every fiber in her body confident that Sasuke would take Naruto down, regardless of the tension he was causing. Shikamaru could only stare with just a lazy look, but there was a sparkle of curiosity in those eyes, wanting to question more about the blonde. Choji stopped eating his chips with wide eyes as he watched the scene unfold, but also curious like his lazy friend wanting to know more. Shino was silent and calm during the tension, but that didn't make Shino flinch or anything outwardly. Hinata was shivering a little from hearing a bit on the blonde's past triumphs, but that would not stop her from trying to approach the blonde hoping she would the chance to at least speak to her crush. Kiba held back a snarl as he looked at the blonde boy's back as he types on the computer screen. Thinking on the same lines as Sasuke. Wondering how strong Naruto really was. Clinching tightly onto his dark brown Pokédex in frustration. Sai was just smiling unresponsively not reading the edgy atmosphere. Naruto entered in his number the large screen as the group of teens still observing him from a good distance still flabbergasted at the blonde's success. The whiskered-faced teen did not care of the group's amazed stares and harsh comments, their words means nothing he does not have to prove anything to them or anyone from that god-forsaken village. The computer monitor flashed to life displaying a tall, thin young man with ice blue hair and eyes wearing an expensive charcoal suit. Naruto-kun, I see you made it to Professor Sycamore's lab just fine. I'm glad you decided to call me. I just finished looking at your last report about those Z crystals from the islands. I was very impressed from the detail you written. The young man with icy-colored hair nodded to the blonde with a smile. The group was lost from words seeing someone of the same age talking to the champion of the Hoenn region like he is his equal. A few of the women in the room had hearts in their eyes including Ino and Sakura. None of them knew the blonde did scientific research for any of the professors or worked side by side with a few of the champions from different regions. How is Chrome doing? Naruto cracked a big grin while the others looking confused from the unknown name. The whiskered teen pulled a pokeball with a dark blue top with lighter blue circles on either side from the central button, and the lowermost of which are tiny and almost the same shade of blue as the majority of the top. A heavy ball. Come out Chrome, the flash from the ball died down displaying a robotic Pokemon with teal, metallic skin. It has a disc-shaped body with a pair of flat, gray spikes on either side toward the rear. There is a gray spike in the middle of its face, similar to a nose. A pair of red eyes reside in two holes in its metallic skin. While it appears to lack legs, it has a pair of thick arms with 3 claws on the ends. A steady Metong floating behind the blonde like a loyal bodyguard. You see Chrome is doing just fine, it evolved a few days ago, the blonde nodded proudly back to the Iron Claw Pokemon. His old classmates held out their Pokédex to the floating steel type. Metong, Iron Claw Pokemon, when 2 Beldum fuse together, Metong is formed. The brains of the Beldum are joined by a magnetic nervous system. By linking its brains magnetically, this Pokemon generates strong psychokinetic power. Level 37, Abilities, Clear Body like Metal. This Metong is registered to Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke's jealousy skyrocketed seeing the dobe with a powerful Pokemon that should belong to him to defeat his brother. Steven nodded congratulating the blonde in evolving his Beldum so quickly. Everyone seemed to be engrossed in the champion's conversation with the teen that they were just watching in anticipation what was going to happen next. Naruto looked back calling over the professor, so the adults share some words of the latest research Naruto revealed about if Mega Stones and Z Crystals were connected in any way. Naruto just stood to listen to just give his feedback when asked a question on the data he reported. What the whole group didn't notice was there was a small presence of a pair of yellow eyes peering at the blonde in pure curiosity and wonder from the second floor. The blonde sensed something examining them. He looked up to the second floor of the lab spotting nothing out of the ordinary, but felt a small aura, but the blonde just left the curious gaze alone. Okay, I have to get back to the research team, make sure you call Cynthia as well, you know she worries about you too. The blonde returns the Iron Claw Pokemon before sighing, informing Steven he would call her tomorrow when he gets to Santalin City. The call ending with the icy herd male waved by telling the blonde to take care of himself and call back anytime. I don't believe it, the young Yamanaka said out loud, stupefied. Troublesome, the lazy Nara thought leaning back against the wall. I wouldn't believe it if I didn't see it with my own eyes, Choji thought around the same lines as his best friend. Naruto Baka knows not just one but two champions. You heard him mention the champion, Cynthia, didn't you? The pink-haired teen hissed, trying to whisper but failed. How does he know them in the first place? I smell some juicy gossip here, the other blonde female really wanting the details how Naruto was so buddy-buddy with the champs. I don't think you're going to get any information out of Naruto. Why? Because he did not even acknowledges us being in the same room. Shino explains. Here is my Pokédex, Professor. The importing system is on the side, the blonde handing over his sleek black and orange device over to the professor so he could update it. Professor plugged up the blonde's Pokédex, uploading the new information. When the blonde was waiting for his updated Pokédex, the other staff wheeled out the cart of Pokeballs for the rookies to choose their first Pokémon partners. The other staff asked if the blonde wanted some tea while he waits for his updated Pokédex. Naruto nodded. Professor Sycamore came back with Naruto's Pokédex with a smile, then went over handing out the new rookies' Pokémon and extra Pokeballs. When one of the female assistants came back with the tea for the young Uzumaki, she noticed some movement coming from inside. The blonde's torn cape. Mr. Uzumaki, your cloak is moving, she shrieked, pointed at his cloak nervously. The blonde looked down, petting the small form inside his cloak gently. Hey, did you have a good nap? He calmly asked the smaller figure, making everyone think he was crazy until the group just noticed that there was something small riding inside the blonde's cape. What popped out was a small cream-colored rabbit-like Pokemon with round bright blue eyes, long pointed flame-orange V-shaped ears, and small orange paws and feet. All the lab aide and the professor was lost for words. No way is that one of the aides pointed out. It can't be, it's a Victini, they cried out in admiration. The teens didn't know what the unknown Pokemon was, so they all held up their Pokédexes to get more info. Victini, Victory Pokemon, when it shares the infinite energy it creates, that being's entire body will be overflowing with power. This Pokemon brings victory. It is said that trainers with Victini always win, regardless of the type of encounter. Level 45, Abilities, Victory Star. This Victini is female and registered to Naruto Uzumaki. The Uchiha glared daggers at the blonde for having a legendary Pokemon. He doesn't even know the half of it. The group eyes couldn't get any bigger seeing a mythical Pokemon up close. Sakura and Ino cooed in looking into the pearly eyes of the rabbit-like Pokemon as it yawned cutely. They squealed from the fire type's adorability. Amazing, I never seen one before, one of the lab aides getting too close to the legendary. Victini was soon terrified by all these new faces. It hurriedly turned invisible, vanishing from everyone's sight. What they didn't know that Hikari was still stationed on the blonde's shoulder for safety. Hey, where did it go? One of the aides asked, looking around for Victini. I am sorry about that, but Hikari is very wary around strangers. She will turn invisible if she feels too many eyes on her. He rubbed his blonde locks bashfully. It is quite alright, it's all of our faults for crowding you, Professor Sycamore explained. The other lab assistants also bowed in apology from being so assertive toward Naruto and the mythical fire type. There was quite a selection of different types for the rookies, so the professor did pairs of 3, so everyone gets a turn to choose a partner. Sasuke, Sakura, and Sai got to choose first because of their high grades. Sakura taunted Ino saying she got to pick first because she was smarter than her. Ino retaliated back just as spiteful. Sasuke picked a proud-looking Charmander, Sakura picked a fiery Fennekin wanting to match the same types as her sweet Sasuke. Sai said he wanted to pick from the forest from inside the laboratory. Even though that was an odd request, the professor he allowed it. Sai walked out of the forests, befriended a jolly Smeargle behind him. Ino a sassy Bulbasaur saying her Pokemon was way cuter than Sakura's furball she picked, making another quarrel over nothing. Shikamaru said it was a total drag, but he went to search the forest as well, coming out with an Abra sleeping on his shoulder. Whereas Choji eagerly picked up modest Squirtle as his choice. Kiba, Shino, and Hinata similarly walked in the forest to search for a partner. Kiba ran out with a Growlithe nipping at his heels playfully, Shino had a Sewaddle hanging from his hood, Hinata held a cautious Ralts poking its head out of her bulky jacket trying to hide itself. Professor Sycamore nodded to all of their choices with a proud grin, giving them one more lecture before setting off on their journey in entering the Kalos League or wanting to be Kalos Queen. Ino's and Sakura's eyes sparkled from the information. Hinata wanted to enter a contest to be queen too, but not as enthusiastically as the two girls. The blonde informed Professor Sycamore that he was leaving, but the tall man followed behind the blonde out into the courtyard, telling the young blonde to keep him updated on any rare sights of Pokemon. Naruto waved bye to the professor's staff before walking outside to standing in the middle of the mock battlefield out back. Looking around the lush garden, not spotting Toru nearby, the blonde whistled a high-pitched sound. A roar followed from the greenery. Toru cried out as she lumbered past the shaded tree line, making her way towards the blonde teen, nearly knocking Naruto over as she slammed her head into his stomach in an attempt to cuddle. While Victini reappeared out of thin air, gliding over to the large dragon to get settling down on her back trying to get comfortable. The blonde scratched Toru's chin as she purred. "Hey girl, you ready to hit the road?" Her reply was a big lick from the dragon's rough tongue. Professor shook the blonde's hand once more before the blonde was about to board his shiny dragon. He heard a yell calling out to him. "Naruto, I challenge you to a battle." "And I'm not taking no for an answer," the young Uchiha demanded, marched over to the blonde. The group has followed them as well, interested. The group was surprised and scared out of their minds noticing the massive dragon behind the blonde teen. The group pull out their Pokédexes to learn more. No, this Pokemon was on the pseudo-legendary list, not to mention one of the most dangerous Pokemon out there. Salamence, dragon Pokemon. By evolving into Salamence, this Pokemon finally realizes its long-held dream of growing wings. To express its joy, it flies and wheels all over the sky while spouting flames from its mouth. It's uncontrollable if enraged. It flies around spouting flames and scorching fields and mountains. Level 72, Abilities, Intimidate Moxie. This Salamence is female and registered to Naruto Uzumaki. Toru completely towered over the group, snarling at the dark-haired prick that dared challenge her master. The group backed away, seeing the malicious glint in the massive dragon eyes that promised pain if they even looked at the orange-wearing teen funny. "Why do you think I would battle you, team?" The blonde landed back on the ground looking at the stuck-up Uchiha with a blank expression on his face. Ino and Sakura looked like they wanted to butt in but caught themselves before they said something stupid. "I want to battle you to Naruto." The blonde cut his visible eye over to the Kiba with a determined look on his face. Naruto gave a harsh look to the two teens before replacing it with a grin. "If that's what you want, then fine, let's battle, but only one of you or none at all. I don't have time to waste around battling rookies fresh from the academy," he exclaimed, turning away from the pair, walking over to the opposite side of the battlefield. Toru following behind the blonde, going to lay down on the sidelines to watch with Hikari still on her huge back observing the battle as well. Naruto closed his eyes, folding his arms, not caring who faced him. Sasuke got picked to battle Naruto, making the Inuzuka sulk on the side. the teens were eager to see how the match would go or be brooding like a certain Inuzuka boy. Sasuke marched forward with a confident smirk on his face, taking out his Pokeball. One of the lab assistants offered to be the battle official. All right. This is a one-on-one battle, between Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki. Trainers, send out your Pokemon, the lab assistant called out to the two teens. I bet you just cheated your way up to the top, you're nothing but a dope, always were and always will be, declared Sasuke, tossing up his capsule and releasing his starter Pokemon, a Charmander. Naruto ignored the Uchiha taunts, reaching back to try pick one of his weaker Pokemon to battle the spoiled prick. Sasuke anger spiked, noticing he was being ignored once again. Okay, let's see here, Naruto spoke with his upgraded Pokédex in hand. Charmander, lizard Pokemon, the flame that burns at the tip of its tail is an indication of its emotions. The flame wavers when Charmander is enjoying itself. If the Pokemon becomes enraged, the flame burns fiercely. Level 5, Abilities, Blaze Solar Power. This Charmander is male and registered to Sasuke Uchiha. Charmander was a small, bipedal, dinosaur-like Pokemon. Most of its body is colored orange, while its underbelly is a pale light yellow color. It has a flame that constantly burns on the end of its tail. Naruto nodded, noticed the Kaki in the Uchiha's eyes. The blonde shook his head in pity, reaching around his clock, unclasping a Pokeball from his side belt. Thor, come out. The blonde held up a blue Pokeball with yellow stripes. That's a quick ball, everyone thought before Naruto thrown out his Pokemon onto the field in a flash of light. The Pokemon was mainly yellow with black stripes across its body and one lightning bolt shape on its stomach. Its forearms are large with 3 small claws at the ends, and its legs are short and stubby. The most notable feature is the horns on its head, which appear as the 2 prongs on a spark plug. All of the rookies took out their Pokédexes to get info. Elekid, electric Pokemon. Elekid stores electricity in its body. If it touches metal and accidentally discharges all its built-up electricity, this Pokemon begins swinging its arms in circles to recharge itself. Level 25, Abilities, Static Vital Spirit. This Elekid is male and registered to Naruto Uzumaki. Wow, an Elekid. I wonder how he got one of those. Elekids are pretty difficult to find out in the wild, Professor Sycamore stated to the others observing the battle with crossed arms, anticipating the battle. He wanting to see if the rumors were true about the blonde's original battling style. You can go first, Sasuke, since you are an unexperienced rookie and all. Naruto nodded over to his challenger. Elekid grinning, doing the "come get it" taunt with its claws, making both trainer and Pokemon irritated. Don't mock me. Charmander, use Ember now. The flame lizard flexed its claws before sending out a large plume of fire. Thor used Dynamic Punch on the ground. Elekid punched the ground with enough force to make whole field quake. The flames were blocked by a slab of earth from the field Thor pierced, like a barrier. Now run straight through the smoke and use Thunder Punch close up. Naruto telepathically communicated from his mind to the small electric type. Thor nodded in understanding before sprinting through the cloud of ash with his fist crackling with electricity. Everyone was shocked spotting Elekid bursting out of the smoke, his attack ramming straight into the unsuspected fire lizard. Thor's painful punch launched right towards the Pokemon's abdomen and broke through the dust. Charmander was sent flying and landed a good distance away from Elekid. Again, Sasuke was stunned, but he regained his stupor while gritting his teeth when the electric type just stood there calmly awaiting an order. How did he do that without giving a command? The Pinkette shrieked. I don't know, I didn't hear Naruto speak. Kiba sounded confused, trying to think in what just happened. Professor Sycamore smirked to himself, knowing the blonde had such a deep connection with all his Pokemon that he could talk to them without even speaking to them directly. I don't know what kind of trick you pulled before, but that won't save you. Use Metal Claw. Sasuke commanded, although with a little desperation. Charmander barely lifted its shining claws up in the air before attacking head-on toward the electric type still standing perfectly still. Move 3 meters to the left. Thor dodge over to the left without really moving from his spot. Metal Claw until you hit it. The flame lizard kept up the pitiful claw strikes, trying to at least land one hit on its foe, but failed constantly. The fire type was barely able to keep stand since it was so tired from Elekid's endless dodging. "Let it connect, then charge in," Naruto called out, making everyone surprised hearing the blonde's command. Sasuke was smirking as if he knew who would win, but Naruto had his eyes narrowed. Look at the dope making a rookie mistake, charging toward an attacking Pokemon head-on. He egged on the blonde more when Charmander's claws were getting closer to Elekid. "Shut up, prick." Naruto simply rebuked, as if Sasuke was a whining child who didn't get their way. Said boy gained a tick mark on his forehead for being blatantly ignored again and growled, but that moment of anger alone costed him the match. "Finish it with Thunder Punch." Naruto let out his only command needed for the battle. Finally taking pity on the poor fire type, but remained impassive. Thor smirked as it easily dodged the slow-moving attack from the already exhausted fire type. Electricity burst from Thor's fist, flaring wildly as he punched the lizard Pokemon once more, sending it sliding back, landing into Sasuke, shocking him also from the after effects of the electric attack. Charmander was down for the count. "I knew that would be a waste of time," the blonde sighed in boredom. "Charmander is unable to battle. Elekid is the winner." "Victory goes to Naruto," the lab aide announced, mostly getting gasps and paled faces from the other trainers. Sasuke, especially, was pale and dropped his Pokeball due to his hand not registering to his nerves. Such power. Many of them thought. Naruto calmed, nodded to electric type, still ready for another round, but it turned toward the blonde teen, flashing him a quick salute before Naruto smiled, returning it to its quick ball before whispering a soft congratulation to the small electric type. Right when the blonde was about to walk over to the still wide-eyed group, he spotted a tiny blue frog Pokemon leaping down from the roof of the laboratory. It hopped over to the blonde eagerly. The blonde did notice the Froakie was still missing during the introduction. Naruto brushed it off, thinking the bubble frog was already picked up by a random trainer already, but it seems to be from the lab. "Hey, Froakie, what's up? Do you need something?" The blonde bent down to one knee, wondering what the small water type wanted. Froakie hopped over to the blonde, tapping its webbed feet onto his Pokeballs. Naruto getting the suggestion on what the bubble frog wanted. "You want to come me, Froakie, is that it?" The blue frog jumped up happily into the blonde's arms. The blonde held the bubble frog with a smile, rubbing the soft frubbles around its neck as it nuzzled the blonde thankfully from the soft scratches. "Oh, you found Froakie, I was wondering where he ran off to." Professor Sycamore smiled, seeing the frog Pokemon so relaxed in the blonde teen arms. "Came up with a great idea. Naruto, why don't you take Froakie with you? I know you would be the perfect trainer for this little guy," the professor suggested. "I was just coming over to ask if it was okay to take him along with me," still wondering if it was okay and why no one picked Froakie in the first place. "To tell you the truth, Froakie has been picked several times from new trainers, but they keep sending him back because of his disobedience and not wanting to get along with any of the trainers that picks him. I think Froakie chose his real trainer for the first time instead of the other way around," he laughed, handing the blonde Froakie's Pokeball to add onto his party. The professor didn't know that the blonde can store past the regular 6 carrying limited thanks to Mewtwo tampering with the blonde's carry limit system, so none of the Pokemon he caught will be transferred. We will work hard and get stronger together." Looked down at his new friend Froakie, beamed, looking up at the blonde. Naruto scratched his head for a second, still holding onto the frog with one arm. Thinking to himself, nodding. "I think I will name you Aim. Do you like that name?" The small Pokemon thought about it for a minute before nodding with a smile, liking the new name. The blonde brought out his Pokédex to check Froakie's stats for a minute. Froakie, bubble frog Pokemon, it protects its skin by covering its body in delicate bubbles. Beneath its happy-go-lucky air, it keeps a watchful eye on its surroundings. Level 9, Abilities, Torrent Protean. Attacks, Pound, Lick, Mud Sport, Quick Attack, Toxic Spikes, Water Pulse, Icy Wind. This Froakie is male and registered to Naruto Uzumaki. The blonde was surprised to see a couple of egg moves that the frog would have just yet at such a low level, but remembered Froakie did have trainers before from time to time, but he kept coming back to the lab because it didn't want to work with any of its trainers from before. "I'm glad to have you join me, welcome to the Team AIM," Naruto smiled, returning the bubble frog to his pokeball as it nodded happily in return. "I can't wait to introduce AIM to the rest of the group," he thought with a small pocketing his new companion to his belt. The blonde walked over Toru and Hikari with a smile on his lips. "You." The Uchiha addressed towards the blonde-haired boy about to leave. Naruto and Toru turned, showing their irritated look on both of them. "How do you have this much power? You should give it to me," he demanded, with a twitch in his eye. "No," Naruto simply said, walking over to Toru as she bent down low, to let the blonde on her back. "See you later, Professor Sycamore. I will update you more on any Mega Evolution sightings I may run into." He calmly bowed respectfully, with Hikari climbing on top of Toru's head to wave goodbye. The blonde was about to get on the green dragon's back but stopped for a second, sliding back off while digging into his backpack, pulling out a clean lavender-colored handkerchief from his pack. The blonde walked over to the shy Hyuga, rooted to her spot when her crush walked over to hand her the small hand cloth. "Thanks for watching my back from when we were kids, I really appreciate it," he said, handing over the handkerchief she gave him long ago before he left the village. She blushed brightly when their fingers grazed against one another, but of course the blonde was oblivious to the girl's shy gaze watching him. The blonde teen smirked, remembering Hinata was the only one from their grade to be genuinely nice to him. Naruto swiftly boarded his shiny dragon, in one motion like he has been doing it for years. "Hey, wait!" Sasuke called, but many people did not expect Naruto to really acknowledge the spoiled teen. "What do you want now, team?" growing extremely annoyed. "How did you get so strong?" Toru snarled in annoyance at the black-haired human's insolence. Sasuke nearly set his pants from the powerful presences from the she-dragon, but he wouldn't swallow his pride. The blonde patted Toru, calming her down a bit. Sasuke grew resentful each second, seeing every single the blonde's powerful Pokemon. "That is none of your business," he said in a cold voice, making the teen flinched back from his sharp tone. "DMN him. That power should be mine. How does he have this strength?" Sasuke seethed, gripping his knuckles too tightly. "Sasuke, you should learn from this defeat and make better bonds with your Pokemon," Naruto stated, looking down from his dragon at the spoiled child. "Having too many bonds causes one to lose focus, weakening their strongest wish, their greatest desire. It doesn't matter what needs to be sacrificed. In this world, winning is everything. As long as I win in the end, that's all that matters." The emo fired back in rage. "Anyway, here's my point. Trivial setbacks like yours and mine are nothing but common occurrences in everyday life. Getting hung up over pointless crap like that shows that you're a joke. A complete and utter joke," the blonde sneered at the so-called prodigy. "No matter what you're doing, the most essential thing is to not give up. Fail as many times as it takes. Keep trying persistently until you can call yourself average. If you can collect a nice group of average-level skills, that's already above average. You've created your own sort of talent. Everyone was taking the blonde's speech to heart, a feeling of guilt making fun of him in the past resurfaced. Even if they tried apologizing to him now, they knew the blonde would not forgive them. "It was nice seeing you guys again, well, some of you anyway. I hope we can catch up someday," Naruto suddenly said with a little smirk. He almost felt like a weight on his chest suddenly lifted a little seeing them again. Hinata fainted face first into the grass, the blood rushing directly to her face. "Well, I overstayed my welcome already, I better be heading off now." He was still confused why the shy girl faints around him all the time, but brushed off the odd behavior, thinking she was hot from the heat of the sun. "It is pretty warm today," he thought to himself, nodding at his clarification. Both female Pokemon sighed, thinking their master father is going to leave a lot of girls broken-hearted in his wake. "Good luck on your travels, see ya." Then immediately, both trainer and Pokemon took off into the sky. Naruto was happy to gain a new friend in AIM, knowing the bubble frog will make a great addition to his already powerful team. I do not know why you didn't destroy that emo with one blow from some of the other Pokemon you already have on your person, a voice conversated with the blonde telepathically. I was trying to at least give him a chance. I did not want to totally crush his spirit Nova. You can be so ruthless sometimes, the blonde chuckled hearing his best friend's response from inside his mind. Mewtwo's nickname is Nova. You know you are not the only one that hated him. I know Toru wanted to squish Sasuke like a cater pie under her claws, he chuckled rubbing Toru's back as she blushed pink pouting, getting caught yet again from being overly protective of her master. Naruto never forgot the first time he met Toru all those years ago. The blonde was still a child traveling with his friend Mewtwo. They had their respective jobs in setting up camp before nightfall. Naruto picked up another dry branch. He heard screeching tires not too far away from where he was. The blonde climbed onto a tree branch to get a better look in what all the commotion was about. Several black jeeps and what looked like a small airship was loading up cargo inside. The blonde looked more closely, seeing different kinds of Pokemon that looked like statues in the cages. Those look like Pokemon, but they're not moving at all, or they just Pokemon statues, the child thought to himself confusedly. Hey, get back here, one of the bulky thugs said, shouting toward a small bear cub running away in tears across the small grove ahead. The bear cub was covered in short, orange-brown fur. Its muzzle is light tan with a small black nose and black eyes. There is a slightly paler tan crescent marking on its face, and it has round ears. It has 3 claws on its forepaws as well as 2 claws and yellow paw pads on its hind paws. Its tail is short, round, and puffy. Naruto recognized that the Pokemon was a Teddiursa. The blonde knew their species alone was not native to Kalos, so it was surprising to see one so close. Don't let it get away. Right. One of the thugs brought out a semi-wrist gun aiming at the tiny cub and shot an orange beam, hitting the cub in the back, automatically turning the Teddiursa into a stone statue. The blonde gasped, seeing the results of the ray gun. Good work, this whole operation would have been a bust if the cargo ran off. Yeah, we're going to make a killing of these, this job is too easy. I know, but we can't slack off. Yet we got to load the rest of these runts onto the ship, he said, walking back to one of the jeeps getting in to drive back into the woods. The other grunt picked up the still statue of the Ursine Pokemon, taking it back into the ship. The young blonde ducked back into the branches, trying to think of a plan to save the forest Pokemon. He looked back to the large airship, spotting one of the grunts opening up a small compartment on the side of the ship, storing more cargo inside the hangar. That could work. The tiny blonde snuck past all the grunts by traveling in the air-s of the ship, hoping to find the room where they're keeping the stolen Pokemon. The blonde got lucky, overhearing one of the guards mentioning the room down the hall from the boiler room. The young Uzumaki followed the grunt into the back room, spotting the rows of Pokemon frozen solid. How dare these guys treat Pokemon like trophies, they are nothing but scum, the blonde thought in rage as the grunt put the Teddiursa on a circular pedestal and container of glass, putting it back onto the shelf with the rest of the other Pokemon before leaving back out the automatic doors. That was the blonde's K. He unhinged the air vent from the side wall, crawling out until he stood upright again. Look at all the shelves of Pokemon that were frozen solid. Well, better get to work. The young child started unfreezing the Pokemon inside the glass containers. The Pokemon were nervous of the blonde in the beginning, but then seeing that the blonde child was helping them escape, they decided to trust him and help. Naruto directed all the Pokemon that they need to escape out of the air vents to the outside, but to be quick and quiet about it. The Pokemon nodded while Geodude was directing the group to safety inside the air vents in a single file line, so nobody pushed. When Naruto unfroze the last Pokemon, it was the Teddiursa that tried to escape before. Teddiursa was freighted, but the blood patted its furry head in reassurance, saying he was here to help them get out of here. Don't worry Teddiursa, I here to get all of you out of here. Teddiursa nodded but pointed to the back of the shelved room, directing the blonde to a different door. I didn't even notice that, the blonde said, rushing over to the door trying to turn the knob but found it being sealed shut. It's locked, what am I going to do now? Suddenly the whole room started to shake and rumble. The airship was about to take off. He was out of time. DMN, I'm out of time, the frustrated blonde trying to force open the door. The blonde looked back, seeing most of the Pokemon already off the ship except Geodude and Teddiursa. Geodude, I need you help please. Geodude, use tackle on this door. The rock Pokemon rushed forward, rammed the wooden door down while breaking the hedges of the sides. The blonde rushed forward, spotting a single pedestal on a table. A tiny dragon inside the sheet of glass. Is that a Bagon? The shocked blonde ran forward, a little shaken, seeing a rare Pokemon that are mostly never spotted by people and really hard to find. I have never seen one before, he thought, putting his hand on the glass, but shook of his shock to remember what he was supposed to be doing from the get-go. Naruto unfroze the tiny dragon, seeing it finally open its eyes. The reptilian Pokemon possesses a large, round snout, triangular eyes, yellow, circular ears similar to reptiles, and a yellow lower jaw with 2 teeth protruding upwards. 3 thick, gray ridges cover the top of its head, and continue downwards to cover its neck as well. There is a triangular patch of yellow on its underside. It has stubby, digitless arms and short legs with 2 toes on each foot. But what shocked the blonde even more that the tiny Bagon was a green color, not the usual blue scales. Whoa, a shiny Bagon, these are super rare. He thought in his head in excitement before trying to grab the dragon to sit it safely onto the ground, but the dragon glared at the child. It bit down hard into the hand trying to grab it. Ouch! Naruto pulled his hand away in a hurry, rubbing the bleed surface of his palm. Geodude and Teddiursa yelled at the green dragon that the blonde was saving them, not trying to hurt them. The little dragon was surprised that the blonde human got all his friends out safely, but still didn't trust the human. Naruto noticed the Bagon had a higher pitch growl, noting that the shiny dragon was a female. It turned away from him in a huff. Hey, what are you doing here? The grunt from before yelled out. The small group looked back in surprise, seeing that their cover has been blown. Naruto had to think fast. Geodude used tackle, Teddiursa used scratch. Both Pokemon rushed forward, slamming the grunt across the wall in pain, but enough time of them to rush toward the air vent. Geodude, Teddiursa, you have to get out of here fast, the child shouted. The pair nodded, running down the air vent in a hurry to the outside. Bagon looked on, making sure they got out safely. Okay Bagon, you to go with them too, and be careful, I know they will not stop at nothing to get a hold of you again. Bagon looked at the blonde child for a second before nodded in acknowledgement about slide into the vent. Naruto was about to follow Bagon too, but was pulled back by the neck of his t-shirt roughly. You little brat, this is all your fault, the grunt said, lifting the blonde up high in the air, shaking him. The grunt was so distracted by the blonde he did not notice the green dragon charging toward him in anger. Bagon head-butted the grunt so hard his body crashed into the blank wooden shelves in the room, breaking them in the process. Wow, thanks Bagon, the blonde grinned back at the nodding dragon type. What's going on here? One of the goons yelled, coming in with 2 others with pokeballs. Go Zangoose! Maityana, get this brat, Golbat go! The 3 Pokemon the poachers called had outnumbered them 3-1. There was no escape. Bagon rushed forward, about to take on all 3 Pokemon at once. Naruto tried to stop the tiny dragon, hoping he could just escape to safety and leave just him behind. What a stupid weakling, he sneered. Zangoose use Crush Claw, Golbat use Wing Attack, Maityana use Shadow Ball. Now, all 3 attacks collided in a mini explosion, causing the Rockhead Pokemon to be knocked back into the wall. The tiny dragon flinched in pain. Bagon glared up at the grown men as they smirked and jeered at him, seeing nothing but cruelty and greed. This is exactly why it couldn't stand humans. The way they look at him and his friends and use them as weapons. The 3 humans were about to finish him off before the blonde child rushed in, tackling the biggest man of the 3 in a fury of rage, hitting them with a hollow steel pipe before one of the 3 men grabbed the hollow pipe right out of the child's hands before punching the kid in the stomach with so much force it sent his tiny body into the floor. The impact made a nasty thud noise behind them. Bagon gasped, looking back in worry for the tiny human trying to help it. Now that annoyance is quiet, let's get back to getting that Bagon. Bagon frowned back to the 3 poachers, while it wobbled back up onto its feet, but held on to its tiny front paw in pain from the damage before. One of the thugs held out his laser weapon about to freeze it again. Bagon closed its eyes ready to be frozen once again, into its stone prison. While everyone was distracted, they didn't notice the blonde getting back into his feet. Naruto hopped onto the thug holding the gun-like weapon, while it shot out, freezing his partner beside him in the process. "What the hell, I thought I knocked this little sheet out," he said, trying to shake off the persistent blonde holding on tight. The other grunt was trying to help but didn't want to get blasted by weapon itself. "I might be just a human, but I'll make sure that I'll protect you with all my might," the blonde shouted, getting the group's attention off Bagon. "Go now, Bagon, get out of here." Bagon was amazed seeing the child trying so hard to protect him, so he could escape. The green dragon shook its head, no, not wanting to leave the child alone. "You don't have to worry about me, just go," he shouted, but got slammed into the ground once again by the grunt holding the wrist gun. "I'm so sick of you. You stupid brat, I'm going to freeze you then throw you overboard down into a riven, so I don't have to see your stupid face again." Bagon cried out its name, getting the group's full attention, while his whole body starts to glow blue and moves its hands in a counterclockwise motion. A blue ball of water turns into a circle. Naruto's eyes widened seeing the powerful attack forming and ducked down to get out of Bagon's range. Bagon unleashed a powerful jet of water from its mouth at all three stupefied Pokemon, making them fly back, crushing them into all three of the grunt's trainers. Bagon wobbled from side to side, he barely could stand up. "We're not letting you get away now, my Tayana Hyper Beam now." My Tayana opens its mouth and a red-orange ball appears in front of it. It then fires a red-orange beam at the tiny dragon. Naruto dived forward, scooping the tiny dragon into his arms, just barely dodging the strong attack. The explosion caused the airship to wobble and shake more. The attack itself caved a huge hole in the wall of the aircraft into the outside. The blonde cradled the green dragon type in his arms before looking down from so high in the air. Before then the smoke soon cleared. "I could try making landing in the tree line, so the branches will break my fall, but we're so high up I not make it," the Naruto nervously thought, but then looked down at the exhausted-looking Bagon in his arms, barely staying conscious. "I have to at least try." For Bagon, the blonde shut his eyes and jumped down from the airship below, holding on tight to Bagon, shielding it as best that he could, so he would take the full impact of the fall. "Don't worry, I will protect you," he said, hugging onto the dragon tight while the pair was free falling from the sky. Bagon shut her eyes from the intense air pressure from the fall and from the tears that flew down its cheeks, already knowing the blonde child would not survive the fall, but still selflessly held on tight, trying to save him. Bagon buried her face into the child's roughed-up t-shirt and also held on tight to the blonde, not letting go, no matter what the outcome may be. The blonde was getting closer to the ground, still holding on tight, but soon his body becomes surrounded by a light blue aura, stopping the blonde midair from making any contact with the harsh ground. Blue eyes snapped open seeing he was floating midair, looking around confused until he spotted his companion floating underneath him with its eyes glowing blue also. "Hey, Mewtwo, how's it going?" he grinned childishly at the annoyed look on the powerful Pokemon face. "Why am I not surprised?" he said, rolling its eyes before teleporting them in a safer location. Then mid-flight, Mewtwo teleported the pair onto an open field where the captured Pokemon were waiting for them. When they arrive onto the scene, all the Pokemon cheered in excitement and happiness seeing the two finally safe. The blonde smiled seeing Bagon safe with its friends celebrating. Then looked up at the powerful psychic type with its arms crossed, looking at the cheering Pokemon. "Hey, Mewtwo, how did you know we were in trouble?" the blonde asked. "I didn't know, I just knew you did not return to the campsite, so I started searching for your presence, until I stumbled onto this group and they filled me in on what was happening. I had a feeling you were the cause of it." The blonde rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. "What you did was utterly irresponsible and incredibly dangerous," Mewtwo said, scolding the child. "I know, I just couldn't," the blonde was about to shout back but stopped when Mewtwo paw shushed him from his angry rant. "I know you just wouldn't sit back and watch those humans take these Pokemon. I was just point okay, it was stupid but selfless and brave on your part, especially jumping out of an airship. No, you would have died if I wasn't here. The blonde nodded agreement but thanked the psychic legendary for saving them even though his words were harsh but true. I don't expect anything less from you, by the way. You still are a very intriguing human, Naruto Uzumaki, Mewtwo said with a smile. Naruto just gave him a big grin. The other Pokemon came over to thank Naruto while Bagon nudged the blonde's hurt hand she bit from before. The blonde spotted the guilty look in Bagon's beady eyes and just smiled, rubbing the top of her head in a comforting manner. It's okay, I understand, don't worry about me, I'm fine, I am just glad all of you are okay, the other Pokemon smiled, nodding. Bagon nuzzled up against the blonde child while liking his wounded hand in apology and from biting him in the first place. It's really okay. I should have known you were scared and wouldn't really trust just anyone from just being kidnapped from your home. I wouldn't really be trustworthy toward anyone either, he said softly with other rubbed the top of the little dragon's head with a smile. The captured Pokemon were getting ready to leave for home thanks to a couple of Kadabras and Abra in the group. The combining the power of the psychic types will be enough to be able to travel back home with no issues. You all keep each other safe, you hear? The blonde smiled at the Pokemon getting ready to leave. The blonde bent down, rubbing Bagon's head once more. Take care of yourself, Bagon, you are really amazing. Bagon had tears in her eyes but shook them off before hopping into the startled Uzumaki's arms. Bagon turned around talking to the others before they all looked at each other in surprise before smiling, agreeing wholeheartedly with Bagon's choice in staying with the blonde child. Do you want to come with me, Bagon? The blonde said softly while the shiny Bagon blushed pink while nodding back then the child in acknowledgement. The rock-head Pokemon waved her arms, nodding back to the others. Teddiursa and Geodude smiled, just happy seeing their friend happy. The pairs of psychic types' body glowed white and the other Pokemon waved by became surrounded in a white light before disappearing back home. Bagon, you and I are going to get stronger and become the ultimate team. The blonde cheered with the tiny dragon nodded in agreement. The blonde teen grinned, petting her smooth scales when she purred happily. They have been together even since he started his travels with Mewtwo. His first Pokemon he had caught. Where are we head now? Nova quested their next destination. To Santalin City for my first gym badge. The teen replied back, petting Hikari as she held tightly to her father figure trainer. Do you have an idea on who you're going to use? Nova questioned. Nope, not yet, but I will decide when I make it to the Pokemon Center. No worries, the blonde said with a carefree voice. The blonde could feel Nova was rolling his eyes at the blonde's nonchalant attitude, so just kept silent, going back to sleep. Naruto was excited to finally start earning gym badges and compete in the Kalos League. It was just a small stepping stone toward his goal in being the most powerful trainer in the world. He knew with his team by his side he could do just about anything. Froakie Aim, Level 9, Male, Abilities, Torrent Protean Pokeball. Attacks, Pound, Lick, Mud Sport, Quick Attack, Water Pulse, Icy Wind. Elekid Thor, Level 25, Male, Abilities, Static Vital Spirit, Quick Ball. Attacks, Thunder Punch, Ice Punch, Fire Punch, Dynamic Punch, Thunderbolt, Quick Attack, Signal Beam, Low Kick, Thunder Wave, Shock Wave, Swift, Light Screen, Cross Chop, Brick Break. Meton Chrome, Level 37, Genderless, Abilities, Clear Body, Light Metal, Heavy Ball. Attacks, Metal Claw, Confusion, Ice Punch, Iron Head, Zen Headbutt, Thunder Punch, Psychic, Bullet Punch, Pursuit, Magnet Rise, Light Screen, Earthquake, Sludge Bomb, Rock Polish, Power-Up Punch, Rock Slide, Body Slam. Victini Hikari, Level 45, Female, Abilities, Victory Star, Dream Ball. Attacks, Quick Attack, Headbutt, Incinerate, Searing Shot, Zen Headbutt, Flame Charge, Sunny Day, Thunder, Psychic, Shadow Ball, Fire Blast, Energy Ball, Focus Blast, Dazzling Gleam, Will-O-Wisp, Psyshock, Grass Knot, V-Create, Bolt Strike, Blue Flare, Glaciate. Salamence Toru, Level 72, Female, Abilities, Intimidate Moxie, Friend Ball. Attacks, Ember, Fire Fong, Thunder Fong, Zen Headbutt, Fly, Crunch, Dragon Claw, Hyper Beam, Earthquake, Return, Fire Blast, Steel Wing, Shadow Claw, Dragon Dance, Hydro Pump, Dragon Pulse, Aqua Tail, Iron Tail, Hyper Voice, Draco Meteor, Body Slam, Heat Wave, Toxic, Stone Edge, Protect. Mewtwo Nova, Level 100, Genderless. In the story Mewtwo is a male. Abilities, Pressure Unnerve, Master Ball. Attacks, Psychic, Aura Sphere, Psystrike, Psycho Cut, Recover, Future Sight, Disable, Blizzard, Earthquake Shadow Ball, Fire Blast, Thunder, Focus Punch, Foul Play, Gravity, Stone Edge, Rest, Solar Beam, Rain Dance, Sunny Day, Sandstorm, Hail, Psyshock, Focus Blast, Water Pulse, Telekinesis, Giga Impact, Poison Jab, Thunder Wave, Toxic, Double Team, Safeguard, Protect, Light Screen, Calm Mind, Hidden Power, Magic Coat. As the young Uzumaki and his team were almost to Santalin City, but the blonde decided to stop for a break to let his teammates relax outside their Pokeballs. Naruto told Toru to land by a lush waterfall. From a distance, the waterfall had been like a silent white stream cascading over the rocky outcrops. As they had drawn closer, the noise had increased steadily until they were only a few hundred meters away. They could no longer even shout to one another over the deafening roar of the water. Closer still they drew until they were in the plume of water vapor that hung over the plunge pool. Naruto hopped off Toru before landing on the ground swiftly. He stood in awe. This is the perfect place to set up for lunch, he smiled, patting Toru's muzzle for her fast flying as she purred from the blonde's attention. The blonde patted Hikari as well as she still held on tightly to her father figure as he reached inside his tattered cloak, fishing out all his very assorted Pokeballs, releasing all his companions from their capsules at the same time. In a flash, all his Pokemon stood in different places looking from one place to another in curiosity. Hey, guys, we are stopping for a quick bite to eat before we make it to Santalin City for my first gym badge. I just wanted you guys to take a break and relax for a bit, the blonde grinned, looking at every single one of his Pokemon large and small. I also want to introduce you to our new friend and teammate Aim. He will be joining us during practice battles and swimming drills. I know you guys will help him out with training and getting him adapted to the way we do things, Naruto said to all as his Pokemon as they all nodded their heads in supporting the young water type. Naruto let his team relax until he finished preparing lunch. Nova and Toru flew off saying they will return when lunch is ready, and the blonde nodded watching them fly off before cooking the meals. While finishing unfolding the table, the blonde made a spread of fresh bread sandwiches, mounds of fragrant wild rice, sweet-smelling herbal soup, and for the dessert course a blackberry pie. When the young Uzumaki brought all the saucers full of sandwiches over to the entirely clad table with one my hand and a pitcher of fresh lemonade in the other. The blonde smiled, spotting Thor and Hikari playing a friendly game of tag with Aim in the lush fields. While the blonde waited for the soup broth to finish boiling, he grinned, holding up his now updated Pokédex to each one of his Pokémon to get updated data from them. The blonde received Thor from an ex-member of Team Snagem. The blonde traveled all the way out past the Honan region, the blonde stumbling upon the outside desert of the Ore region. The Ore region was listed as a distant land separated off from Honan. The desert of Ore was covered in rolling hills. The wind stirs up the wispy sand, and the sun's never-ending rays beat down on the blonde mercilessly. Salty sweat rolls off his nose, stung his eyes. The blonde's clothing was overwhelmingly hot and sticky. The stiff, desert breeze blows sand into his purple eyes and making his blonde hair stiff with salt. The teen's tongue feels as if it's coated in fur and his lips are chapped and dry. The young Uzumaki longed for crystal, cold water. The young teen stumbled upon a single gasoline stand diner located in the southeastern desert in the Ore region. Called the Outskirt Stand. Naruto entered the establishment hurriedly, pulling up his tattered hood to shelter his head from the blistering sun. The blonde hopped onto the stall by the countertop, ordering a tall glass of ice water and a couple of scoops of Moo Moo ice cream on the side. The bartender quickly started on the young teen request. The blonde now had a chance to look around the shop. The stand itself is made out of an old locomotive engine. The machinery of the stand still works, with the steam engine providing electricity to the appliances inside. Inside the engine is a small bar and restaurant that doubles as a convenience store. Weary travelers can rest in a booth and sip refreshing drinks while listening to the radio or jukebox. There is also a television, often showing the news. Or has no wild Pokemon and has only a few starting to pop up in specific locations, known as poke spots. In these circumstances, trainers use Pokemon imported from regions of the Pokemon Nation, primarily Johto and Hoenn. Pokemon battles are, for the most part, double battles. There is no form of a Pokemon League but instead, a variety of facilities which offer constant battles. The blonde was enjoying his frozen treat before noticing a customer that looked like a lab assistant leaving the shop rather quickly with a couple of shady folks following the frightened researcher closely. The blonde hurriedly paid the bill before leaving a generous tip for the shop owner on the countertop, already tailing the group leaving. When finally making it out to the front of the shop, Naruto overheard them arguing about some stolen Pokemon and that their leader dislikes being deceived by traders. The scientist held up his hands in a pleading manner, hoping to resolve the issue peacefully, but it seems like the other punks did not want to resolve things calmly as they each drew out their Pokeballs, releasing a Golbat and an Ariados. Naruto unclipped a special Pokeball from his waist. It had a green top decorated with 4 red dots slanting toward the center button on both sides of the vertical midline on the top half and a gold dot near the top part of the ball's top. A friend ball. Go Toru, use Fire Blast now. The shiny Salamence opened her jaws, releasing a powerful star-shaped stream of fire from its mouth at the two opponents, making them both faint from the overly powerful attack. The grunts quickly returned their fainted Pokemon before retreating from the scene, immensely terrified of the huge Dragoness as she roared after the cowards running away. The researcher was named Hortle, and he was so appreciative toward the blonde he gives the young teen an Elekid in exchange for helping him from being ambushed by those followers of Team Snagem. He explained to the blonde he used to be a member of Snagem and worked for them but decided to save the Shadow Pokemon instead. Shadow Pokemon are created through an undisclosed process that removes the Pokemon's emotions, turning it into a soulless fighting machine. Hortle asked the blonde to take good care of Elekid, knowing the blonde would be a better trainer for the small electric type than he ever could. Naruto decided to name the electric type Thor. The blonde wanted to check if the electric type would like the nickname when he got a chance to ask it. Naruto thanked Hortle before hopping onto Toru's back before leaving for Unova once again after receiving an unexpected phone call directly from Professor Juniper Lab about gathering some Pokédex data. Naruto heard rustling in the treetops. When he looked up, he spotted one of his Pokemon with its arms resting behind its head, sunbathing. This Pokemon was a large, bipedal, reptilian, gecko-like Pokemon that also possessed the traits of dinosaurs. It has powerfully built limbs and muscular legs that allow it to run at high speeds to chase after its prey in the jungles where it lives. Its body is mostly vivid green in color, and it has a gracefully rounded belly with a horizontal, pale red stripe extending across it. It has a light red chin and narrowed eyes with small, slit pupils and yellow scaras, with a red rim around the outsides. It has bladed leaves on its wrists, which it uses to slash. It has a long, large dark green, fern-like plant that resembles a tree for a tail and a cluster of small round yellow nutrient-rich seeds growing on its back. It has 3 sharp green claws on both its hands and toes. Comfortable up there, Saber, his grass type muttered out a half-answered replay before dozing off in the treetops. The blonde shook his head, lifting up his Pokédex to record the data he found. Sceptile, forest Pokemon, it agilely leaps about the jungle and uses the sharp leaves on its arms to strike its prey. The leaves growing on Sceptile's body are very sharp-edged. This Pokemon is very agile, it leaps all over the branches of trees and jumps on its foe from above or behind. Level 60, Abilities, Overgrow, Unburden. This Sceptile is male and registered to Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto smiled. Saber was a happy little Trico when he came with him when he first started his voyage in the Sinnoh region, but Saber wasn't his Pokemon, to begin with. The south exit of Pastoria City in the Sinnoh region where the Great Marsh was first opening up to the public. Naruto was one of the first ones in exploring the great swampland area, making sure everything was safe, and no one was breaking the guidelines, and the Pokemon were living happily since the blonde could communicate with them. Professor Rowan wanted the young Uzumaki to make sure everything was working efficiently. The blonde was about to turn back toward the entrance before noticing something crying out in pain. The blonde raced toward the sound. The young child found a severely injured Trico leaned up against a dead log, conscious but weak. The blonde quickly laid the small grass type down onto the lush grass, putting his palms flat facing the frail gecko. The blonde's hands were glowing a light greenish color, healing the Pokemon's wounds at a rapid rate. Trico's eyes snapped up, suddenly feeling better all of a sudden. Trico was surprised seeing the human child healing it with nothing but his hands. "It's okay Trico, I am almost done," the young boy informed the small grass type. When Naruto was done, he reached into his backpack, pulling out a single lum berry and 2 citrus berries to crush together into a lime-colored paste. Mixing it with some water, he feeds the wood gecko Pokemon gentle with a spoon until it finished the medicine. Naruto finally asked what happened to it. The wood gecko scowled while clenching its paws in irritation, explaining to the blonde how its trainer abandoned it because it was too weak and wanted to catch a better grass type while he in the marsh. Naruto's eyes sudden change of his deep cerulean eyes turning crimson from just hearing about Trico's previous trainer. Naruto held his head for a second, holding back the overwhelming power surge overcoming his tiny body. "Naruto, you must stay in control," Nova voice called out to the blonde from inside his master ball around his neck. "I know, sorry, I lost my composure for a second, I apologize." The blonde closed his eyes while inhaling and soon exhaled, making his eyes turn back to its previous blue color. Trico was a little curious by the blonde kid's powers, also how he could understand him. The blonde apologized to the grass type as well. "I can tell you have a lot of spirit, and I couldn't think that a Pokemon like you could have that much. I would be honored if you would join my team as we strive to beat the gym leaders and become the best Pokemon trainer in the whole world," Naruto said as he knelt down and held his hand out. Trico was shocked at first but soon had the small smile, nodding at the blonde's invitation. Trico jumped up on top of the blonde's shoulder to nibble on his blonde as Naruto laughed at the ticklish feeling. "Welcome to the team, pal." He smiled while reaching for a special Pokeball for his new friend. "And I know just the Pokeball for you," Naruto said as he took out a Pokeball with a camouflage design on the outside of the ball. "A safari ball." He touched the ball to Trico's head, and Trico was sucked in, and after a single shake, it dinged, indicating Trico was caught. Naruto immediately released the wood gecko from its Pokeball as it crawled up on his shoulder to nibble once again on the blonde's scalp playfully. The blonde laughed, thinking for a minute, then nodded, looking up at the playful Trico. "How would you like the nickname Saber, Trico? I just thought it would be an awesome name for you since you will slash all your opponents away," he cheered childishly. Trico thought for a second before nodding in agreement to the name. "I can tell you Powerful Saber. And I know that will go far, and you'll become a powerful Sceptile," Naruto said with a smile. Saber nodded, still on top of the blonde child's head, while the pair walked back to the front entrance. Saber changed over time when he fully evolved to a Sceptile, not in a bad way, he just became lazier when he's on a break. Don't misunderstand, Saber was not disobedient or anything, he would instantly come running if his blonde trainer needed him for a battle or training drills, but if the forest Pokemon did anything with his free time, it would be napping in a large tree nearby, that would be on the very top of its list. Speaking of lazy Pokemon, a loud snore interrupted the blonde's blue gaze, caught the form of a giant, green, serpentine creature. It has red-tipped, rudder-like wings on its shoulders and down its body, and similarly patterned fins on the tip of its tail. Yellow ring-like symbols run across the length of Rayquaza's body, and it has an additional yellow ring on top of its head. Rayquaza has 2 limbs with 3 clawed hands, and 2 extended, flat, horn-like structures on its head, with 2 shorter horns along its jawline. It has small, yellow eyes with black pupils now closed from sleep, and 2 discernible fangs in its upper jaw. Serenity was plastered across the wingless dragon's face as he slept. At peace, his features were much softer in sleep, oblivious to the younger Pokemon sliding down his back using the wingless dragon as a human-made slide. The blonde teen chuckled to himself. Rayquaza, sky-high Pokemon, it flies in the ozone layer, way up high in the sky. Until recently, no one had ever seen it. Rayquaza is said to have lived for hundreds of millions of years. Legends remain of how it put to rest the clash between Kyogre and Groudon. Level 72, Abilities, Air Lock. This Rayquaza is male and registered to Naruto Uzumaki. Rayquaza appeared when he first come across Steven and his research team screaming in fright, when the dragon unexpectedly mega-evolved after it ate the meteorite the scientists were studying. The green dragon believed the humans were invading the sky-high Pokemon's territory. Naruto had the research team quickly escape before unfastening the Master Ball around his neck and unclipping the Cherish Ball from his belt, releasing both Nova and Mars. Steven couldn't believe his eyes were seeing a child no less commanding two legendaries and facing off against the wingless dragon. Rayquaza tried to battle back but was swiftly overwhelmed by both the genetic Pokemon and the Paleozoic Pokemon. The battle was problematic, when Rayquaza continually used Dragon Dance and extreme speed, making it nearly impossible to detect where it was going to attack next. Then again, it's to be expected from a legendary Pokemon. The dragon was highly impressed with the blonde child's team. Of course it never before battled against two legendary Pokemon at the same time. Naruto didn't think the wingless dragon would last much longer against Mars and Nova's powerful attacks, but the dragon was doing just that. The Nova and Mars combined their attacks to counter the dragon's superior strength. The duo was finally able to bring it down hard. Nova Mega evolved into its Mega Y form, moving at Mach speed, firing off ice beams, stone edge and thunderbolts which dealt an enormous amount of damage to its opponent. Mars tucked its body in, moving the same incredible swiftness as Nova, using Electro-Web, Tri-Attack and Gunk Shot while dodging most of the dragon's attacks. Rayquaza suffered significant damage before it was defeated by a combination attack from the pair. Mars, Nova finish him off with Techno Blast and Psystrike. Naruto commanded. Nova creates a white force field that expands rapidly from its body and firing it at its opponent, which fused with Mars' attack as it fires an ice-like beam of energy from its cannon at the sky-high Pokemon as well. Genesect Chill Drive. The airstrike detonated upon impact, sending Rayquaza straight to the ground, producing an enormous crater as it landed. Defeated with comical swirls in its eyes, Naruto whipped out a black ball, with the yellow forming an H on the top of the ball. Ultra Ball, go! A pale red beam shot forth and SCKED in the dragon. The ball shook once. Twice. Thrice. Ding! Naruto stood quietly as his Pokemon landed behind the blonde, not at all tired from their match. He walked over to the Ultra Ball and picked it up. A grin graced his lips. Yes. I've caught Rayquaza. He held the Ultra Ball high in the air, already looking back to the two legendaries to congratulate them on their incredible teamwork, but seeing them butting heads, trying to shove each other backward by only using their brute strength. Your aim was off 5 meters, you stupid hairless cat. The Paleozoic point his stinger in Nova's direction. I do not make simple mistakes like you, dung bug. Nova fired back in a cold tone. How many times do I have to tell you, I am not a dung bug? Mars yelled with an angry tick mark beside its head. Oh, really? You sure behave like one with your shitty comebacks, Nova taunted, shrugging his shoulders. Let's go, you and me, right now. Mars called out while powering up its back cannon. Very well, I am in the mood for another warm-up. Nova leered, his eyes shining blue, still in his Mega Y form. Naruto speedily ran over to break up the about-to-be death battle between his two strongest Pokemon. A day of rest and his team was back at 100%, he made sure that they stayed within their Pokeballs until he spoke privately with the Hanan champion about what he witnessed. Steven ensured the blonde that his secret was safe with him in the custody of legendaries. The champion was so impressed by the blonde's quick intellect and battling style, he offered the blonde a small job confidential within the Associates of the Devon Corporation. The blonde agreed in doing a few side jobs, mostly helping out with specific research and revisions of the main Pokédex data from time to time. The blonde help did not go unnoticed. The company of course deposited the teen a fine paycheck for his services and received complete updates and the latest state-of-the-art Pokemon technology straight from the main factory. Best thing about it is that the items he received are not even released out to the public yet, so he gets first to pick before the new products flew off the shelves, free of charge. Naruto also received Chrome as a special gift from the Honen champion himself. Naruto chuckled at the memory in fighting Rayquaza. That was almost the only time his two powerhouses worked together in taking down an opponent. They made a fantastic team even though they didn't think so. Sora carefully rolled onto his side and looked at the blonde with one eyelid open, shooting the teen a blank look while letting out a lazy yawn. Not caring that the young Pokemon were hopping all over his still body. Naruto rubbed the sky-high Pokemon's snout softly before walking over to the edge of the lake. Sora closed his eyes once more, satisfied, giving of peaceful aura. Naruto suddenly felt a firm shove followed by a deep growl coming from behind him. The blonde looked over beside himself, spotting a massive quadruped, yellow feline Pokemon with black stripes on its body. Its iris is red in color with a black pupil. It has a purple mane on its back, with white fur around its face. It has a thin, light blue colored tail with a spark-shaped figure at its tip. It has a black forehead plate, with a light blue muzzle in the shape of an X. It has 3 claws on each of its feet. The blonde chuckled, stroking the purring saber-toothed feline as it nuzzled against the teen's side, wanting affection. Raikou, Thunder Pokemon, the rain clouds it carries let it fire thunderbolts at will. They say that it descended with lightning. Raikou embodies the speed of lightning. The roars of this Pokemon send shock waves shuddering through the air and shake the ground as if lightning bolts had come crashing down. Level 62, Abilities, Pressure Volt Absorb. This Raikou is male and registered to Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto first comes across Zeus when the child was training with Nova nearby. Raikou was lured away by Team Rocket agents, using a device invented by Professor Sebastian. Raikou freed the electric-type Pokemon trapped from inside the machine the agents were using. With Raikou there, they turn on the device to protect themselves from Raikou's electric attacks. As Raikou was beaten, Naruto stepped in to prevent Team Rocket from harming Raikou even further. Naruto released Toru and Tessa to battle against the grunts, making them retreat. After defeating the agents, Raikou was still injured, and when Naruto offered to help him, Raikou fired some electricity at him, but the blonde easy blocked the electricity with his powerful aura, blocking any attacks. Nova released himself from his Pokeball, protecting Naruto from any more electrical blasts. Raikou was surprised by the sudden encounter in meeting another legendary. Raikou felt the blonde's inner power and allowed Naruto to help him recover. Raikou was treated in a more secluded part of the forest away from civilization where he would recover faster. Naruto continued to heal the Thunder Pokemon with his healing aura. After Raikou was fully healthy, he slipped away from the group and went after Team Rocket again. The device once again proved to be a challenge for Raikou. With Raikou once again weakened by the machine, the Team Rocket agents used a capture bubble to absorb his electricity, but Toru, Saber, and Kage's attacks destroy it. However, this didn't stop Attila from taking Raikou, as he successfully placed him in the cargo hold of the mecha. Unbeknownst to the grunts, Naruto was caught too. The blonde was able to open the door of the cargo hold and Raikou managed to jump out before the door closed. Far from the crystal's activation, Raikou attacked it, which caused destruction from the machine's energy waves. Despite the machine being rendered useless, Team Rocket had a trick up their sleeve. With the control panel destroyed, the crystal became twice as powerful since it is running on autodestruct. The crystal grabbed Raikou and trapped him inside a bubble. The group does their best with destroying the bubble, as it proved to be a challenge for them unlike last time. Toru and Saber volunteered to drain the energy from the force field. Despite the grunts stopping them from freeing Raikou, Raikou broke out in the nick of time to protect the group from the grunts' Pokemon's attacks. Raikou then destroyed the contraption for good and ran off into the forest. Naruto had Mewtwo hold down the Team Rocket agents while he called Officer Jenny and Officer Anko, informing Pokemon poachers were stealing Pokemon. The police found the criminals tied up against a tree wrapped with a sturdy rope. The officers found all the evidence the police needed to put the grunts in jail but couldn't detect who made the call though. After the police department interrogated the grunts but then again none of them could remember who tied them up or the person that stopped their plans from capturing the Thunder Pokemon in the first place. Naruto soon found the Thunder Pokemon after the police were far enough gone. The blonde one was again healing him without a second thought. Naruto conversated with the massive electric saber-toothed cat like he was having a cup of coffee with an old friend. Reiku observed blonde child calmly working on his previous injuries. Although the cat still shot glances at Nova leaning against a tree, from time to time while the Naruto offered a few struis berries and lum berries of any status issues. Reiku took the berries gently out of the blonde's small hands chewing on the sweet fruits. When the berries were taking effect, the blonde packed up the rest of his supplies and gear getting up ready to wave goodbye to the Thunder Pokemon but stopped when the electric cat as well stood up the same time as the blonde. The Thunder Cat was a few inches taller than the human child when standing face to face. Reiku brushed up against the blonde child as he allowed Naruto to slide him as he purred. "How are you feeling?" Red eyes slid over to the blonde child as he finished petting him. "I don't think Team Rocket will come back anytime soon. Nova erased all their memories and everything dealing with their schemes, so you're safe now." Saber-toothed Cat dipped his head down momentarily, letting out a soft growling in gratitude. Naruto's grin widened. "I'm glad to see that you are well again, so what will you do now, Reiku? Are you going to go back home?" Reiku looked at him, and then got up and trotted over to Naruto's side, sniffing at the pokeballs. Naruto, not understanding why, looked down as well. "What? These are my pokeball. They're all full C." Reiku's eyes narrowed at the information, and he nudged Naruto's side with his nose. The Thunder Pokemon sounded insistent and Naruto couldn't figure it out. "What?" he asked, hearing Nova scoff. Reiku sniffed at his pokeballs again, and then nudged him. Naruto processed this and ran it over in his mind a few times before his eyes snapped wide open. Slowly, he moved his pack off his back and to his side, the Reiku watching his every move. Naruto dug deep into his backpack and pulled out a pokeball with yellow half-circles on the sides of both the top and bottom halves, with the top half being primarily red and carrying a lightning bolt yellow mark on the very top. "A fast ball." Reiku's eyes widened and he perked up. Naruto held the pokeball up. "Reiku, do you want?" Reiku didn't even let him finish, because he raised up onto his clawed paw forward, touching the button in the middle and letting the white light swallow him up. It locked immediately without a struggle. Naruto just gave his hand a stupefied look. "I guess I caught Reiku. I am assuming you earned Reiku's respect in a way." The blonde looked over to his first Pokemon with a confused face. Reiku could sense your true emotions and felt content in being in your company. Especially the way you selflessly protected him from being captured as well as healed him without asking for anything in return. A sense of justice, as you humans call it, the blonde nodded, looking back down to the fast ball in his hand, nodding to himself. "I was going to call him Zeus, what do you think? Reiku never really got a chance for me actually to tell him, you know. The God of Thunder. I think that is a fitting name for someone with his aptitudes." Mewtwo nodded as the blonde once again grinned in catching a new friend. After the blonde finished petting the large feline, Zeus padded over to the shade trees, licked his paws before settling down for a quick catnap while waiting for Naruto finished preparing lunch. The young shook his head at Zeus' cat-like antics. The teen turned back to finish lunch but unexpectedly felt a sudden chill, crawling up his spine he felt on a regular basis. Naruto heaves a sigh, then grinned, looking toward his own shadow connected to the shade part beneath the trees he stood under. "Come out, Kage, you can't hide from me this time. I felt your presence entering my body." The teen smirked, feeling the once chilling presence leaving his body. Turning around with his Pokédex still in hand. A shadow-like, round-bodied Pokemon with two large, pointed ears and short spikes lining its back. Its two red eyes and a toothy, sinister smile. It has claws on its hands. Kage floated above the blonde teen, snickering in being found out. Naruto first met Kage when he voyaged to the Kanto region in Lavender Town. Gengar, Shadow Pokemon. Should you feel attacked by a sudden chill, it is evidence of an approaching Gengar. It apparently wishes for a traveling companion. Since it was once human itself, it tries to create one by taking the lives of other humans. Level 56, Abilities, Cursed Body Levitate. This Gengar is male and registered to Naruto Uzumaki. When visiting Lavender Town's volunteer Pokemon house to talk to Mr. Fuji about a small task Professor Oak wanted to check out, but instead met one of its volunteers, Reina. Reina told Naruto that Team Rocket was near town poaching the ghost-type Pokemon still living inside the tower, and how a newborn cub one had lost its mother to them, and Team Rocket had then taken over the Pokemon Tower as their headquarters and kidnapped the owner of the Pokemon house, Mr. Fuji. Naruto decided to take Team Rocket on, so he went to the overtaken Pokemon Tower, where he encountered a sinister Gengar. Gengar was hostile at first, thinking the blonde child was a part of Team Rocket trying to tear down the tower. Naruto tried explaining the situation to the Shadow Pokemon, but the ghost type did not listen as it hurled never-ending Shadow Ball at the child. Naruto called out Saber the young Uzumaki's Grovyle to fighting off the threat, but then Team Rocket suddenly appeared from the upper floor trying to capture both Gengar and the blonde's Pokemon, but was stopped by an eerie howl from an unidentified presence. A ghostly figure formed, which was then revealed to be Cubone's deceased mother, Marowak. Reina appeared with Cub One, who had a tender reunion with its mother. Team Rocket tried once again to attack the group but was overpowered in battle by both Gengar and Saber, so they retreated. Naruto advanced to the tower's highest floor, where he found a tied-up Mr. Fuji. Naruto returned to the Pokemon house, where Mr. Fuji gave the young blonde a poke flute and 2 unfamiliar stones. Naruto soon returned to the Pokemon Tower to Gengar and the ghost-type Pokemon carrying a big batch of citrus berries and oran berries as an apology in getting the ghost poison type caught up in all the drama. Naruto bowed to ghost type, showing that his apology was genuine. Nonetheless, the ghostly Gengar just laughed as it jumped through the air and grabbed onto the startled blonde. Naruto froze when Gengar licked him across the face with a slimy tongue. Naruto laughed while whipping off the rest of the ghost's drool. The ghost Pokemon insisted the blonde should spend the night within the Pokemon Tower. The small child agreed as well, making sure all the Team Rocket grunts were gone. Gengar seemed to grow fond for the blonde child as they sat around a glowing lantern while they all chatted with the child snuggled up in his sleeping bag. All the Pokemon were fascinated that the blonde could communicate with them. They were delighted to talk to him. Gengar grew curious when Naruto stated he loved playing pranks too and shared a few of his successful pranks with the ghost types before the child left his old village, making the shadow Pokemon laugh out in glee from the young child funny stories. The shadow Pokemon called a few of the Barnets and Duskulls living in the tower over to attempt to put on a comedy act for the blonde by acting as a pair of performers. Naruto did enjoy the small comedy act while clapping in the end as the ghost types bowed from the praise. Gengar trailed the blonde the next day, telling him he wanted to tag along with Naruto throughout his journey, also eager to do a few pranks along the way. Giving him the nickname Kage, the blonde caught him within a dusk ball. The blonde chuckled as the ghost poison type flew off into the treetops to probably mess with Saber until lunch was ready. The teen smiled, returning to work and finishing up the large meal for his team. The blonde teen whipped the sweat from his brow after organizing all the dishes he was serving and was about to set the table. The teen held up a large stack of tableware in his hands before looking over to the shaded tree line, spotting a bulky fox-like Pokemon covered mainly in dark grayish fur, walking toward the blonde from the dimness of the shaded trees on its hind legs. It has a pointed muzzle, red lining around its eyes and mouth, teal eyes, a fluffy black ruff of fur around its neck, and a long, voluminous crimson-red spiky mane with gray tips. A teal-colored band encircles the bottom part was mane like a ponytail. It has 3 sharp red claws on both its hands and feet. "Hey, Menma, is the illusion barrier up okay?" The black-furred fox-like nodded, approaching closer to cuddle the blonde a bit, making him chuckle. The illusion fox took the hefty tableware from the blonde teen arms, helping him pass out the plates and utensils on top of the clothed table. Zoroark, illusion fox Pokemon, bonds between these Pokemon are very strong. It protects the safety of its pack by tricking its opponents. It doesn't just transform itself, it also has the power to make hundreds of people see its illusions. Level 47, Abilities, Illusion. This Zoroark is female and registered to Naruto Uzumaki. Menma made sure to put up a powerful illusion every time the whole group came out to relax in hiding them from unfriendly individuals close by. Naruto always saw Menma as the overprotective big sister of the group, making sure everyone was safe and taken care of. Naruto was passing through the Lostlorn forest but got lost on the way. Before I even arrived in this place, that backpacker dude at the entrance said there were signs located all over the place leading individuals out of the forest, and they were easy to spot from a respectable distance, but since I've been in here I have not even noticed any signs whatsoever, and I feel like I have been walking for miles, the blonde shouted in a rant before sighing in defeat, still trying to find an exit out of this maze. The blonde trended deeper into the forestry, completely lost, before stumbling upon an uninhibited trailer in the middle of the forest and grew curious. The blonde approached the trailer, noticing a woman emerging from the trailer while displaying a stern expression. The blonde held up his map, trying to ask for directions to the silent woman, hoping she could assist him in directing him to the exit. The woman suddenly started emanating a bright crimson aura around her. "Naruto, get away from her now!" Nova demanded before the woman let out a screeching growl before attacking the blonde head-on. Naruto hopped back speedily, executing a couple of backflips out of the way from the mysterious lady's frontal assault. The mysterious woman started to change in front of the blonde's very eyes. Naruto was unexpectedly facing a snarling shiny Entei aggressively clawing the ground. "Zeus, I choose you." Naruto tossed out his fast ball, freeing the thunder Pokemon. Zeus released an earth-shattering roar, standing in front of the blonde child protectively ready to fight. The shiny Entei stood a respectable distance away from the duo, waiting for them to make the first move. Naruto quickly ran through strategies in his head. He knew that the wild Entei was slower compared to Zeus by looking at the way it was waiting for them to make the first move. Zeus would be best to try countering its speed. "Okay Zeus, I don't know what it will throw at us, so don't let your guard down," Naruto ordered, and the saber-toothed cat nodded in understanding. "Right, let's do this." Sprint ahead by zigzagging towards him. Zeus didn't hesitate and followed orders, then just as expected the shiny Entei momentarily vanished from view before reappearing directly above the thunder Pokemon. Use Sandstorm to blind him. It worked. Just before Entei's claws came down on Zeus' head, the electric cat stomped down onto the ground, causing a giant twister of sand to spread out all over the field, causing Entei to be hit by the strong winds. Entei's attack was knocking him off course. The fire type got its bearing together before fired a scorching hot flamethrower. Its mouth flicked with flames before it unleashed the flamethrower directly into Zeus. The flames were so intense it completely blew away the sandstorm, the high temperature utterly cancelling off the dust tornado. "Dodge it Zeus," he jumps back as of the command. Entei also bounced back to avoid any further damage from his opponent, but Naruto was already planning ahead. "Use Bulldoze now," the blonde commanded, and instantly Zeus stomps down on the ground, creating a shock wave onto the ground. The shock wave then crashes directly into Entei, causing it to cry out in pain. After the wild Entei received a fair amount of damage, a shimmer of black flames enclosed over the legendary fire type, before the illusion dispersed, revealing a snarling Zoroark in its place. The dark type tried jumping back to avoid further damage, but then again Naruto was already cooking up a strategy. Rock Smash, Zeus, the set attack shined white before its claws smashed directly into the dark type Pokemon, doing double the damage. The lone attack had enough force to send the illusion fox skidding back, flinching from the pain. "Now use Calm Mind before it attacks another time," Naruto shouted, getting on the defensive now that Zoroark was out of range. Zeus stood ready, surrounding himself in a colorful barrier, increasing its power, waiting for an incoming attack, which finally came in the form of a speedy shadow claw swinging horizontally, trying to hit the saber-toothed feline. Counter it with Iron Tail. Both attacks collided, making small sparks fly off in different directions. Equally, both Pokemon held their ground, with Zeus' bright white tail smashing against Zoroark's black aura claws. Now jump over his claws and then use Wild Charge. The thunder feline did as the child instructed. Zeus cancelled his attack before soared straight over the dark type's limbs, completely getting some air before its body becomes surrounded by yellow electricity, before tackling the fox, leaving a massive explosion in its wake. Zoroark tumbled out of the haze of smoke onto its back from the blow, obviously dazed. When the fox tried getting on its feet, the blonde noted small sparks of electricity coming off Zoroark's thick pelt, its form more sluggish. Noticing the dark type was now paralyzed from Zeus' previous attack, now's my chance. Finish this, by using Aura Sphere. Naruto ordered the thunder Pokemon follow through. Zeus opens his jaws, forming a bright, light blue orb of energy in front of it. It then fires the orb at the sneering fox. As soon as Zoroark got back onto one knee, the attack hit instantly, finally knock it out of the battle, Zoroark blacking out. The blonde hurriedly pulled out a special Pokeball that was entirely black with a gold band around the middle as well as a gold button, and carries rings of red on both halves, which themselves are flanked by rings of gold. A luxury ball. Naruto tossed the luxury ball in the direction of the downed dark type. It was momentarily surrounded by a light until it was sucked into the ball. Naruto waited anxiously as the black ball shook once, twice, a third time, then dinged. The blonde beamed rubbed the saber-toothed feline's head as it purred in pleasure from the blonde's gentle strokes before returning him to his Pokeball, before thanking him from a job well done. When the blonde picked up the luxury ball, the true expanse of the Lostlorn Forest was suddenly revealed, and the same backpacker from the entrance reappeared and became surprised when Naruto explained his lengthy story and his battle, of course not informing the backpacker about him having a legendary himself, that the suspicious woman was really a Zoroark in disguise, who was only protecting her home by deceiving both people and Pokemon using illusions. He then states that Zoroark probably reacted strongly to the blonde somehow. Naruto asked if it was okay to call her Menma. She did nothing to voice her objection to the nickname, so the blonde kept it. Menma didn't trust Naruto in the beginning but quickly grown fond of the young child later on when he showed her kindness and genuine care if she felt anxious. If you want to go, Menma, you're more than welcome to. It's your choice, and if you want to leave, I will more than understand. Naruto said as Zoroark looked at the blonde in astonishment from his kind words. Menma's eyes then glowed blue as it read Naruto's emotions, and Naruto was truthful. Menma then shook her head no, deciding to stay. From that point on she chose to trust the blonde child and stay by his side. Naruto left Menma to prep the table until he liked his lips, trying to wet his mouth. The blonde eyed up to his water bottle, picking it up, seeing nothing but the very bottom. The teen sighed as if it would have magically filled itself while he wasn't paying attention. A slight breeze blew past, making him shield his gaze. The object landed softly by the lakeside, looking at its reflection. The Pokemon was a bipedal, insectoid Pokemon with a metal body and a saucer-shaped head. It is primarily red with several gray markings. It has two large purple eyes and a small white part that could be either its mouth or a vent. It has thin arms with overlapping segments. Each arm ends with a single, pointed claw. There is a gray circle on each shoulder, and a gray band around its abdomen. Its segmented legs each end with a large, upward curving claw. The powerful cannon on its back and other enhancements were added as part of the bizarre modifications made to it by Team Plasma. Gene Sect, Paleozoic Pokemon. This Pokemon existed 300 million years ago. It was feared as the strongest of hunters. Team Plasma altered it and attached a cannon to its back. Level 89, Abilities, Download. This gene sect is male and registered to Naruto Uzumaki. The blonde gripped his knuckles in rage, remembering the information he sent to Professor Juniper about the Paleozoic Pokemon because it was forcefully experimented on by the crazed organization of Team Plasma. Remember when he first met the ancient Pokemon? Naruto was called in for a brief meeting with the Unova region's main professor, Orea Juniper, wanting help with a specific project she was researching on and wanted the young blonde's participation in her latest development. Needing specific research data, she had Naruto fly out to New Torque City to the main library to investigate the ancient text relating to the legendary Pokemon Reshiram and Zekrom. While Naruto checked out the books needed for the female professor, he was soon pushed to the side from a mob of terrified civilians running away in the opposite direction. The blonde soon found out there was a group of Gene sect that went on a rampage throughout the city while attempting to search for their ancient habitat, thus bringing them into conflict with Nova. Naruto called out Nova to battle with the leader of the Paka Red Gene sect. The two powerhouses battled in the upper atmosphere, leaving the planet for a brief moment before making a huge crater in the middle of the city's square. Whatever Nova discussed with the Red Gene sect made the Paleozoic Pokemon see things through a different light. The Bug Steel type wished to travel alongside the blonde and his team, determined to get stronger to battle Nova on an even playing field. The blonde nodded wholeheartedly, catching the shiny Gene sect in a cherish ball. He decides to nickname him Mars, like the Crimson Planet. Mars had a few hiccups in holding back its full strength during practice battles. Soon later he got into the swing of things when Naruto gave him a stern talking to when helping their teammates get strong together as a family, not doing things alone. Mars and Nova butted heads every chance they got. Their relationship reminded the blonde of Ino and Sakura trivial quarrels. "I need to fill up my water bottle later when I get the chance," he thought, putting down his empty container by his things before walking over to the vast body of water, bending down, scooping a good handful of clear liquid, glopping down a good amount, quenching his thirst. An enormous sleuth surrounded the young teen's form from overlooking the lake. Gaining the teen's attention, he noticed a dragon-like Pokemon that is serpentine in shape and covered in blue and yellow scales. It has white fins on top of its body and it has a tan underbelly. It has fins on the side of its face and a large, blue crest on its forehead. Like Magikarp, it has whiskers. The large Pokemon roared heatedly while facing the heavens. Naruto reared back, shielding his eyes while standing right next to the massive water snake with no trouble at all from its monstrous roar. "Hey, Tessa, how's the water feel, girl?" Naruto asked as the massive serpentine bent down, giving the teen a messy lick that lifted him off the ground, with an eye smile. Naruto wiped most of the drool off him and chuckled at his oversized Gyarados splashed the blonde a bit. Once Tessa had evolved, her size as a Magikarp had made her even bigger as a Gyarados. Naruto laughed, knowing that Gyarados were meant to be fearsome Pokemon, yet Tessa seemed as playful as Victini at times. He stroked Tessa's scales, causing her to turn her head to him. She was still seemingly happy. The blonde pulled out a few blue berries from his side pouch, tossing a few to Tessa, who caught them eagerly while he munched on the remaining few while hold up his Pokédex. Gyarados, atrocious Pokemon, a tale is told of a town that angered Gyarados. Before the sun rose the next day, flames utterly consumed the town, leaving not a trace behind. Some people swear that any place Gyarados appears is fated for destruction. Level 52, Abilities, Intimidate Moxie. This Gyarados is female and registered to Naruto Uzumaki. Tessa first appeared as an overly large Magikarp that Naruto fished exclusively from the Lake of Rage of the Johto region, where the champion Lance caught the red-colored Gyarados that was on a rampage not that long ago. Tessa was so massive she snapped the blonde's rod when he tried pulling her up out of the water. She swam away, taking the blonde's bait with her. The blonde still repeatedly fished until he found her again, but wished he caught her on better circumstances. The Magikarp the child was trying to catch before unexpectedly evolved into a Gyarados. When defeating some Team Rocket grunts that were still snooping around route, she blasted the grunts away with a powerful hydro pump. The giant water serpent quickly befriended the blonde after, seeing the blonde human was trying to protect her former home from the unwanted guests. Afterward, she challenged Naruto to a battle, wanting to test to see if the young child would be a suitable alpha. Naruto called out Kage, his Gengar, in battling with the mighty flying water type. While the blonde came out the victor, he decided to name her Tessa. Tessa wholeheartedly agreed to the name and to travel alongside the blonde wherever he went. She allowed Naruto to catch her inside a lure ball without as much as a fuss. When Naruto was about to call over his team to the team, noticed Hikari glided over, snatching an extra Bluck berry from one of the spare leftover bowls. "Papa, is lunch ready yet? I'm really hungry." Hikari questioned, still munching on the berry. "We just finished Ikari," the petite fire type squealed in delight from the blonde's words. The blonde chuckled, advising her to let everyone know lunch was ready to be served. She cheered happily once again before swallowing the rest of the sweet fruit whole, already hovering off happily to inform everyone lunch was ready. Victini was the cause of countless wars long ago because thousands of people wanted victory. The young teen traveled to the westernmost pier of the Castelia City harbor, to Liberty Pier. The cheerful captain of the boat docked here recognized the blonde's Liberty Pass, and volunteered to take the teen to Liberty Garden himself. The ocean breeze whispered in his ear, placing salty kisses on his whiskered cheeks and tousling his long blonde locks. On days like this it's peaceful, the draft blowing through the sails of the boat, flutters its flags and pushes along the blue waves. I beamed, feeling the small waves pushing against the vessel, sending white spray high in the air. The ocean breeze on his chest took him right back to his youthful years on the road with Nova. The salty taste of the air on his tongue and the scent of the sea in his nostrils while closing his eyes to the lullaby of the ocean, breathing in its poignant salty breath. Just listening to the squawking of wind gulls flapping their wings rapidly along the shoreline had him feel content, whole, happy. Naruto looked across the ocean as he took in the landmass of the famous Liberty Garden, since it was not exactly opened up to the community yet. It was an island located in the southeast area of the Unova region, which requires a Liberty Pass. Naruto received the item as a thank you gift from the female professor from helping her out with her latest project, as well as the Genesect incident too. According to Professor Juniper, the island was bought by an extremely rich man. She believes he was trying to protect the mythical Pokemon Victini. The blonde hoped to at least get a photograph of this mysterious Pokemon. When the blonde undocked the boat, he made his way toward the largest tower on the island. When the teen treaded closer to the tower, he noticed there are 2 teen plasma grunts outside of the tower. The grunt quested why the blonde was there before calling out their Pokemon to attack the teen. The grunt sent out a Patrat and a Sandile. "Menma, let's go." As the black bipedal fox came out with a deep howl, making the smaller Pokemon and the grunts clutch each one another in fright, when the Menma shot them a feral smirk. "Use hyper voice now." The wail from Menma was enough to take down both Pokemon in one hit, causing them to faint. Both Team Plasma grunts retreated after returning their downed Pokemon. Before heading into the tower, Naruto phoned Professor Juniper about Team Plasma infiltrating the island. Professor Juniper said she would be there shortly with the police. There were Team Plasma grunts all over the tower trying to capture the blonde, but their battle experience wasn't anything special. Soon after, the blonde finished them off quickly in no time. While the teen traveled to the top, he interrogated one of the grunts in why the organization was trespassing on this island. The minor grunt informed the teen that Team Plasma was hoping to capture Victini to use in their future schemes. Naruto knocked all the grunts out with a swift chop to the back of their necks before tying them up outside for the police to get to them quicker. Naruto finally reaches the lighthouse's hidden room at the top, where it said that Victini has been living for a long time. There was one more Team Plasma grunt there with a watchhog, nothing the blonde couldn't handle. Naruto blasted the normal type and the grunt away with a direct hit with Menma's Focus Blast. Finally, when you have defeated the last grunt, in tying him up with the rest of the group, the blonde approached Victini to see the poor thing hiding under its blankets shaking in fear. Naruto returns Menma before following the sound of the soft sobs. Waiting patiently until the tiny fire type calmed down. Her room was like a wonderland for comic-driven recluses. The walls were a deep red that pulsed in the light. Sprinkled with various posters, mostly of strange Japanese cartoon shows. I doubted she could read whatever was written on the poster. Her comforter was pulled over her bed, even though she hadn't cleaned it. The result was lumps of varying sizes and shapes, and the comforter was weighed down by different Pokemon plushies. A desk sat in one corner, littered with wadded-up pieces of paper and colored pens. A few shelves were pushed against the walls and filled with picture books. Some books sat on the floor in front of the shelves. Naruto sat on the hardwood floor right next to her and followed her gaze to the setting sun, saying nothing. She wiped her wet nose with her paws and glanced his way. "Who are you? are you here to capture me too? The blonde shook his head, no, telling her he was just there to talk. Then Victini's stomach growled as Naruto noticed the tiny fire rabbit looked hungry. Naruto smiled and reached into one of his bags and took out a pouch full of nanab berry-flavored poffins. Here. You look hungry. Naruto said as he held them out, but the victory Pokemon it backed up a bit, wary of Naruto. Naruto understood and put them on the comfier of the bed and moved to the side. Victini then slowly moved forward and looked at the pink-colored poffins and then at Naruto. It then took one of the poffins with its paw and bit down. This is yummy. Victini said happily as she munched the poffin with gusto. It then moved on to the next poffin and then the others. Naruto smiled as he took out 2 more poffins and a bottle of Momo milk he got from a stand back in Castelia City. He took the cap off the bottle and left it there as Victini quickly ate the other poffins and drank the Momo milk rapidly. Victini finished the milk and put the bottle down. Thank you, she said as it let out a sigh of satisfaction, causing Naruto to smile. Glad you're feeling better. You looked like you hadn't eaten in a while. Naruto said as he broke off a part of his apple and held it out to the mythical Pokemon. Go ahead. Victini got from out under the blankets and sat down on the side of the bedspread and ate the apple. Besides, it's nice to eat with some company. You're right, it is, Victini agreed as it ate a chunk of the apple. So, you want to tell me the complete story and why you're up here sealed away from everything in this tower like an imprisoned princess? Naruto questioned, pleased in seeing Victini's blushing face. Victini enlightened to the blonde about how a rich person bought Liberty Garden Island a long time ago and kept Victini in the tallest tower to protect it from greedy trainers who wanted its power. What an idiot. What kind of person traps Pokemon away without even return to see if they are okay? Besides, living here alone with anyone to guide them. None of this is your fault. If anything, it was that wealthy person's fault for not letting you travel the world the way you want to. It seems like whoever that person did not give you much of choice in the matter, did they? Naruto said as Victini shook its head, no, enjoyed the kind words the blonde spoke. Thank you, blonde-haired human, you are kind. Victini shyly smiles up at the teen. Don't mention it. I hate people who won't consider the Pokemon's feelings. It just gives humans a bad name. After that, Naruto released Nova, Mars, Menma, Saber, Thor and Kage having a small party of sorts. The small gathering seemed to get Victini more relaxing and more social around other Pokemon and starting up a decent conversation. Kage cracked a couple of jokes, getting the fire bunny to giggle a bit by making her calmer. Until it was time to head back to the mainland and get some sleep. Naruto stretched before returned his all Pokemon. When the blonde stood up and looked at Victini shooting her big grin. Victini. Today was a fun day. It was nice to meet you. Naruto said with a smile. I had lots of fun too. Victini said with a small smile, but was unhappy to think the gentle blonde teen her new friends would be gone, leaving her alone once again. Naruto noticed the victory Pokemon floppy ears droop down unhappy. Victini, do you like to come along with me? Really, you want me to come with you? I am not strong, and what if I mess something up? Naruto held her gaze. I don't care about much power you possess, I will love you just the way you are. I love all my other Pokemon equally and that will never change. You are just like the rest of us, you make mistakes. You will continue to make them too, as do I. But what's so special about you is that you own them, feel the hurt and force the pain to make you better. May I call you Papa? I always wanted a daddy for myself, she asked, tearing up fearful of being rejected. You may call me whatever you like, but of course I'll be your Papa. And you will be my little princess. I am going to take good care of you. Hikari, my little light, he stroked the victory Pokemon softly, brushed her warm fur gently. Whereas the victory Pokemon cried tears of joy in finally having a family of her own. The teardrops landed on top of the bedspread and together with her tears shaped together into a single Pokeball, but what made this capsule different was the pink and dark pink patterns on top of the capsule and a dark purple and white design on the bottom half of the capsule. A dream ball. Naruto heard of these special Pokeballs but never seen one up close before. Naruto picked up the rosy-colored capsule smiling while lightly tapping Victini's over the head, consuming her in a bright light, capturing her on the first shake of the pink ball. Victini, Victory Pokemon, when it shares the infinite energy it creates, that being's entire body will be overflowing with power. This Pokemon brings victory. It is said that trainers with Victini always win, regardless of the type of encounter. Level 15, Abilities, Victory Star. This Victini is female and registered to Naruto Uzumaki. The blonde instantly freed Hikari from her ball as she sobbed, trying to whip away her trickle of tears as she placed her paw into Naruto's hand. The mythical Pokemon gave it a gentle squeeze before gliding over by the blonde to nestle deeply into the teen's shoulder, and together they walked out of the tower. Naruto is certainly pleased by how far Hikari changed since parting from the secluded island of Unova. Since then Hikari works hard during training sessions, help out her teammates, also to make her father figure proud of her. She only speaks when around his Pokemon, and alone with no one around to see, she only re-emerges from being invisible when she feels safe, or if she's close to the blonde Uzumaki, she's still distrustful of some people. Food's ready. Naruto called as he and Menma started pouring equal portions into everyone's bowls, as well splitting up pieces of the berry dessert. Dig in, we have plenty. Just before he could enjoy the meal, he heard the familiar chime of his transceiver from his backpack. I wonder who that is. Naruto spoke aloud, preparing to get up and fetch the pack. When it glowed blue and floated up to him, he grabbed it and smiled at Mewtwo still eating. Thanks Nova. He just nodded silently before scooping up another spoonful of warm soup. SCK up, Mars muttered, before continuing his meal. Nova used his telekinesis in splashing the red bug steel in its face. Mars whipped the warm broth of his face before cleanly slicing through Nova's glass of lemonade like butter when the genetic Pokemon tried tasting the cold drink. Both of them glared hatefully at each other, about to get up out their seats to attack one another. The blonde swiftly grabbed both Pokemon by the shoulders, forcing them to sit down. Cut it out right now, you two. Naruto said before bopped the two upside their heads, silencing their petty quarrel. Do not make me separate you guys, the blonde added as he noticed the two legendaries shooting each other dirty looks before quickly turning back to their bowls, innocently eating. Naruto then grabbed his X-transceiver out of his bag and put on his end of the call. Immediately a tall, slender young lady with long, wavy, creamy blonde hair and gray eyes, black wearing all black, popping up. Yo, Cynthia. Naruto greeted with a smile. How are you? I am doing well Naruto, Cynthia smiled. Where are you now, Cynthia? The teen questioned curiously. I'm visiting an old friend in Undella Town. It's a large resort town in eastern Unova. She answered. Undella Town. I think I heard of it, but I only heard that it's an incredible place for vacation spots. Naruto asked, having never been there. Cynthia chuckled. To the east of the town is Undella Bay, where you can access an underwater temple known as the Abyssal Ruins. And yes, it is a lovely vacation resort too. Now Naruto, why didn't you call me right away when you first arrived in Kalos? Yeah, I know, but... Cynthia pressed on. You know I worry about my little brother. You don't want me to fly over there and pick you up myself, do you? Naruto shifted remorsefully. No, I got to Kalos early this morning, but I was. So why didn't you call? Was there anything immediate that needed your attention that badly? Well, no. Naruto admitted softly, making the blonde young lady sigh. Naruto, I expect you to be more responsible than this. I do not care if it's Arceus itself that needs to speak with you. You can spare a few minutes to call and let me, or Steven, know where you are. We ask for a call once in a while because we care. The Sinnoh champ scolded, and Naruto nodded. Now that you understand, please tell me about your journey so far. Cynthia joked with a small smile. Did you get to Santolan City yet? She questioned. No, not yet. I was going to call you when I first got there, by the way, Naruto answered. The Sinnoh region champion and the blonde teen conversated for a while longer until she had to end the phone call on her end. I have to go, Naruto. Be safe and remember to call us, okay? The slender young lady smiled, waving farewell, and when Naruto reciprocated, the X-Trans cut off. Naruto sighed, putting the device away, and returned to his now cold lunch. Once everyone was done eating, Naruto cleaned up, with everyone pitching in to get the job done quickly before continuing on his way to Santalon City after returning the others into their Pokeballs, except for Hikari. Shortly after arriving in Santalon City, the Kalos native couldn't help but be excited as they got closer to the Santalon City gym. The blonde passed by a fountain, which has a metal sculpture of a Rosalia, a small boutique, which specializes in selling hats. Already exploring the city, a bit more, he finally discovered the gym on the east side of town by the Pokemon Trainer School, and where he spotted young trainers outside learning all the intricacies of Pokemon battling. Naruto opened the entrance to the gym, spotting a female receptionist at the front. The blonde informed her he was here for a gym battle. The receptionist bowed before scurrying off to inform the gym leader no, he was here for a battle. While the blonde waited, he went to look around the lounge area. It was decorated with various photographs the blonde assumed to be taken by the gym leader. On the way west towards the Santalon City gym, as he let Hikari out and allowed her to turn herself invisible as she sat on his shoulder, although he would feel her shift once in a while for some reason, he didn't mind the extra weight. The gaze landed on a stunning snapshot of a Vaporeon and Luminion swimming in slow circles directly in the moon's reflection in a shallow pond. These are some amazing photos, Hikari. The petite fire type took that as a cue to show herself, which she nodded in agreement. She beamed, captivated at all the photographs on display. A small flash of a camera went off from across the room. The duo was surprised by the unexpected flash. It caught them both off guard for a second. Sorry, I didn't mean to take your picture without asking. I couldn't resist seeing the two of you sharing a private moment together. I love for these kinds of pictures, a slim blonde said, walking to the two with her camera. A slim young girl with blonde hair cut in a chin-length bob which curls under, with green eyes, wearing a white vest, grayish cropped pants and brown ankle boots with laces, grinned at the pair. It's not every day you see a Victini up close and personal, the girl joked, fixing the lenses of her expensive camera. Hikari was about to cry knowing she was caught on camera. She vanished once again in tears. Hikari doesn't like people taking pictures of her. Can you please delete that? I'm sorry, I didn't know. The blonde girl was scrolling through her camera about to delete the photo she took, but stopped when the fire type reappeared behind the unknown girl. Observing the photo she just took, Hikari was entranced by how good it turned out. Me and Papa, Hikari thought to herself, smiling at the photograph. Do you like it? The blonde-haired girl asked, beaming up at the mythical Pokemon. Hikari nodded with a blush. How about this? I gave a copy of this picture if I promise I not to show this to anyone. Hikari. Is it alright if I keep this picture just for myself when I need some motivation in the near future? Pretty please. Something this special is a shot of a lifetime. Viola asked, pledging with a bow to the mythical Pokemon hovering behind her. Hikari thought for a moment before nodding in agreement, indeed wanting the image of her papa and her for herself to keep. The blonde girl fist pumped in enthusiasm. Oh, by the way, my name is Viola, the Santalon City gym leader and a user of bug-type Pokemon as well as a professional photographer. It is nice to meet you both. She reached out, shaking the hand of her fellow blonde. Hello Viola, my name is Naruto Uzumaki and you just met Hikari. I was hoping to challenge you to a gym battle, he exclaimed in excitement. Very well. I accept your challenge, Naruto. Follow me this way to the battlefield, she said as he followed the female gym leader as Hikari glided over to perch herself back on Naruto's shoulder. Viola slid the doors open to reveal a conventional battlefield, but the outer exterior looks like a greenhouse. I like your gym's design, the teen said in admiration. Thanks, this place was as well created as a statuary for bug-type Pokemon to live if incapacitated, and it's also perfect for live shots on my free time, she smirked while adjusting her camera around her neck. How are we going to do this? He exclaimed, turning away from the female photographer before walking over to the opposite side of the battlefield. spotting the receptionist going toward the middle as the judge. Viola walked over to the other end of the room while the gym assistant stepped toward the middle to be the battle official. All right. This is a 2-on-2 battle, between gym leader, Viola and Naruto Uzumaki. The winner shall be declared when one side is unable to continue, and only the challenger may substitute their Pokemon. Are the conditions understood? Both blondes nodded. Very well then, let's begin. Trainers, please send out your first Pokemon, the gym assistant called out to the two trainers. Viola and let out her first Pokemon, a Surskit. A blue insectoid Pokemon. There are semicircular pink markings under its dark, circular eyes. It has a round body with 4 long, skinny legs extending from it. On top of its head is a yellow cap with a single antenna. Surskit huh, the Uzumaki held up his Pokédex for more information. Surskit, pond skater Pokemon, when this Pokemon senses danger, a sweet fluid oozes from the tip of its head. The taste of it disgusts bird Pokemon. If it's in a pinch, it will secrete a sweet liquid from the tip of its head. Level 12, Abilities, Swift Swim Rain Dish. This Surskit is female and registered to Viola. Alright, let's go Thor. The small electric type came out rotating his arms charging up for battle. Match begin, the ref shouted signaling the battle. Surskit use Ice Beam on the entire field, the little water bug covers the field in a solid sheet of ice. Elekid almost slipped before catching himself. Surskit use Water Pulse while Elekid's guards down, the pond skater Pokemon gracefully skated across the field gracefully making its way over to Thor. Surskit lifted up its 2 front legs before firing the ball of water at its opponent. Thor crossed its forearms blocking the orb of water, but the attack still connected, slammed roughly against the electric type making it slide back a bit. Jump and use Mud Shot, the pond skater Pokemon shot up the air firing a massive ball of mud at Thor head-on. Thor used Cross Chop into the battlefield to use the ice as a barrier. Thor crosses its arms to form an X, ramming the icy ground with its crossed arms and pushing them back with its hands. Pushing the frost up like a buffer using the fence of ice as a shield from her attacks. Use Thunder Wave now. The Elekid did as he was told, releases a stream of electricity at the opponent from its body, trying to paralyzing the tiny water bug type. Dodge it quick Surskit. Viola commanded desperately hoping her Pokemon can dodge the small blast of electricity. Surskit hastily dodges the bolts of yellow electricity, just barely getting away. The bug specialist inwardly gritted her teeth at that, she hadn't expected the boy to pull such a tactic. She didn't want to risk what he knew would be guaranteed paralysis. Now Thor quickly used a 2 Thunder Punch combo, followed by Signal Beam and a Dynamic Punch jab from above. Naruto instructed. The heavily detailed command caught Viola by surprise, almost doubting what she'd heard the blonde call out and not sure if the small electric Pokemon could even do what was demanded. Thor did as he was told, flipping back slightly as both of his fists surrounded itself by yellow electricity making the ice around him start to melt before concentrating in aiming the multicolored beam from its antennas, canceling out the ground-type attack having them collide with an explosion, making everyone cover themselves from the aftershock. As the smoke cleared away, revealing Surskit struggling to stand, however it was quickly punched by Thor as he appeared above to make the finishing blow. Surskit is unable to battle, Elekid is the winner. The referee called out. Viola scowled as her Pokemon had unquestionably fainted when Elekid smashed its fists into the now thawed battlefield from the barrage of attacks. At that moment, she thanked it for battling hard before recalling back her downed Pokemon. The bug-type specialist watched as Naruto praised Thor. Before getting ready to call out her next Pokemon, she called out to the Uzumaki, "You really good, aren't you? Is this really your first gym battle?" the bug gym leader questioned. "It is. Why do you ask?" Naruto asked, confused as he recalled Thor back to his side. Viola gave a small smirk, to her fellow blonde, "Because you battle like a veteran trainer, the way you are in total sync with your Pokemon, it's truly astounding." Naruto scratched the back of his head bashfully thanking her for her kind words before the referee started the match once again. Go Vivillon, a butterfly-like Pokemon came out adorned with pinkish colorful decorative patterns on its wings. It has a round, grayish body with large, black, pixelated eyes and a pair of skinny antennas. Vivillon, scale Pokemon. Vivillon with many different patterns are found all over the world. These patterns are affected by the climate of their habitat. The patterns on this Pokemon's wings depend on the climate and topography of its habitat. It scatters colorful scales. Level 17, Abilities, Shield Dust Compound Eyes Friend Guard. This Vivillon is female and registered to Viola. The blonde showed a calm exterior as he put away his Pokédex. The blonde went over the high chance of speed-based attacks, and waved for Thor to come back to him. Come on back, Thor, let's give aim a turn, okay? The Elekid pouted but then saluted the blonde as a soldier nodded before standing by his side to watch while his trainer called out his alternate Pokémon. The bubble frog appeared with a hop to its name as it prepared for battle. Viola contained a frown, confused by the Uzumaki's choice of Pokémon even though Elekid had the type advantage but did not think too much about two. Nevertheless, she'd still win while in the air and Vivillon's speed. Vivillon, begin with Sunny Day and follow with Acrobatics. The pink-winged butterfly cries towards the sky, causing the sun to shine brighter. Then instantly flew out of sight, striking the frog into the ground as Naruto retaliated. Aim, quick attack. Aim strikes bug type easily hitting its mark, but wasn't enough damage. Use water pulse. Froki creates a blue sphere of energy from in between its hands. It then fires the sphere at the butterfly. Dodge it, then finish it off with solar beam. Vivillon momentarily glows a faint yellow. Numerous yellow balls appear and float around Vivillon as a larger ball forms between its antennae and it fires a beam of energy at aim. The powerful grass attack collided into the ground creating an immense blast, covered their eyes until nothing was clouding their vision from the impact. As the smoke cleared away, revealing an empty battlefield with Froki missing. Where did he go? The bug specialist and scale Pokemon looked from one place to another for the bubble frog, not noticing the smirk on Naruto's face. Aim follow up with an icy water pulse. The blonde quickly called before Viola could strike back. Frukiki. The water type called as it had done what it had trained to do with that command as it jumped high in the air past the dense smoke rising over the scale Pokemon at high speeds launching chilling covered water pulses in all directions. Evade with aerial ace. Viola exclaimed, but even with the scaled butterfly following the command, it couldn't evade the continuous bombardment of ice. Eventually, it was struck and sent crashing into the ground as more sheets of ice-coated water pulses struck Vivillon as it whimpered its name in a dizzy faint. Vivillon is unable to battle. Froki is the winner. The referee called the battle. This battle goes to Uzumaki Naruto. The blonde and his Pokemon cheered. You did it, Aim. We won. The tiny frog Pokemon croaked in agreement as he hopped over to perch himself onto the whiskered trainer's shoulder, not minding his injuries. Thor also applauded from their win. The gym leader shut her eyes in defeat as she recalled her fallen Pokemon and giving Naruto a large smirk. You are definitely not what I expected. You're really good. The blonde beamed as he petted Aim and Thor before recalling them both. Thanks, I really appreciate hearing that. Viola grabbed her camera before reappearing once more before the Uzumaki, while the gym official walked over with a small tray hand. You have shown your strength in defeating me. May you remember this battle with pride and humility. The bug-type gym leader wisely spoke as she presented Naruto the bug badge. Naruto put the badge inside his orange badge case. Thank you, Viola, that was an amazing battle, Naruto said, giving her a small bow. Victini was hovering over with a small wave. You bet, I hope we battle again soon, the gym leader exclaimed with a grin. Pulling out a photo from behind her back, offering it to Victini. Hikari took the photo in excitement, showing her adopted father as he patted her head gently. A promise is a promise. I had one of my reliable assistants get it developed away from prying eyes, so you don't have to worry about someone seeing it, she smiled as she walked the pair out. Hikari turned invisible once more when arriving outside. Where are you heading next? Heading toward the next gym badge, she asked as Naruto nodded. Sillage City is to the north of route. You can get there by going through the connecting caves, she informed the blonde. Before returning back into the gym as the blonde walked away. We should spend the night at the Pokemon Center. Naruto exclaimed, hurriedly jogged along the way. That was an impressive battle you, two, Nova talking about both the electric type and the bubble frog. He felt them both shift inside their Pokeballs from the praise. Yeah, but next time let us battle too, Mars said. For once we agree on something, Nova agreed with his fellow legendary. You know I can't do that, you guys will probably destroy the entire gym. The blonde chuckled lightheartedly. This is just the beginning, 1 down 7 more to go. Until my dream can be realized. The blonde opened his badge case once more, eyeing his first ever gym badge, beaming proudly. He closed the case while shifting Hikari on his shoulder to a more comfortable spot, already dashing toward the Pokemon Center to give his teammates the rest they rightfully deserved. Naruto yawned noisily as he stretched his sore muscles. The distant sound of the popping sound from his back from his early morning workout session made him a bit tired. He's been exhaustively training to perfect a brand new ability Nova been teaching him. The Uzumaki had to be at his peak physically and mentally, it shows. Under that sky, a hue so gentle between cloud and baby blue, he watched each bird-like Pokemon upon the wing. It was one of those spring days with a kiss of coldness that somehow heightened the warm rays of the sun. Our favorite blonde paused to admire the flowers, to sense their aromas, to be in the moment with their transient beauty. Beyond all, it was a day of gifts, all there for merely noticing, for letting the steady nature-given happiness in. The blonde was perched on one of the school building enjoying a quick snack of deluxe poke puffs from the local bakery nearby. Naruto wanted to treat Hikari to some of her favorite sweets, knowing she does not like going inside her Pokeball even to get healed at the Pokemon Center. She dislikes being away from him for too long and starts to throw a fit. The blonde sweat drops remembering the first time he brought Hikari to be healed at a Pokemon Center. She almost set the whole place on fire with V-Create determined in searching for her papa. She has gotten better each visit when getting her healed at the center. He usually sent them all a message through telepathy in advance. The buttery aroma of the poke puffs wafted tantalizingly under their noses. The blonde gratefully plucked a cake from the paper bag, wincing slightly from the still burning hot surface. Giving it an experimental bite, he was surprised to find how easily the spongy layer gave way to teeth and nearly gasped when his taste buds practically sang under the tangy flavor it was assaulted under as lemon curd oozed into his mouth. Almost immediately it was followed up with a nutty crunch from what he could only guess were thinly sliced nut pea berries. It was unlike anything he had ever tasted before. Hikari was enjoying the taste of her poke puff. Naruto knew it was her favorite snack. Cake crumbs and smears of icing were all over her furry cheeks as she chewed the cake in delight as she seated herself upon her adoptive father's lap enjoying her treat. Naruto smiled, rubbing her soft ears, making her purr softly before returning to finish her deluxe poke puff. Naruto massaged his throbbing temples as he glanced at the letter he received from Nurse Joy that was addressed to him by Professor Sycamore. The words seemed to blur together. Please come to the lab immediately. I have urgent news that involves you. Regards, Professor Sycamore. Naruto blinked rapidly and pressed his forehead onto the note, as if that could imprint it in his memory. I hope everything's okay. I have not gotten a call about an emergency. What do you think, Nova? The blonde connected to his strongest Pokemon using telepathy, wanting his input on this situation. It could be a situation only you can solve. I say wait until you arrive before asking any more questions, his friend stated before going back to sleep. The blonde groaned and glanced at his Poke Tech watch, made especially by the Devon Corporation. 12:30 p.m. He leaned forward onto his crossed knees and glanced at the cloudless sky before forcing his gaze back down to Hikari quickly finishing up her sweets. The blue-eyed teen smiled softly, grabbing a clean cloth from his side pouch, cleaning off the leftover frosting from the small fire-type's face. When done cleaning Hikari, she took her spot on his shoulder before turning invisible just as the blonde pushed up onto the ball of his feet, making sure Hikari tightly held on onto him before making any sudden movements. With the reflexes of a leopard, the young teen gracefully soared over the rooftop of the school building. He jumped quickly from rooftop to rooftop, sprinting to the next building carefully that he would not be spotted. The Uzumaki landed just on the edge of the forest to the east of town without being seen by everyone, before concealing his presence to blend into the crowd hurriedly heading to his next destination. Naruto looked at the small map connected to the letter leading to him awkwardly standing in front of an archway of a massive garden maze. This route has several hedge mazes on the left and right sides. Before the blonde even stepped inside the entrance, he was called out by a young woman with brown hair, with green eyes. Her hair is collected and with a tuft of hair that protrudes from her forehead. She was wearing a tight black and red shirt, also wears tight gray pants, brown boots and a fanny pack worn on the waist. She had on a headset, composed of a microphone on her left and a camera on her right side. She introduced herself as a journalist named Alexa, working for the local Pokemon magazine. She had a Gogoat following behind her waiting patiently. She was asking for a small interview from the blonde about his visit to Santalin City. Naruto gave the brunette a brief explanation for his visit, thinking to himself if he did not answer her, she may end up following him. Alexa handed the blonde a small bag full of various berries as a way of thanking the teen for the interview and congratulated him on his victory in defeating her younger sister, Viola, who is the gym leader of Santalin City. The blonde entering the park, a slight breeze rustles the leaves making them fall to the solid ground one by one. The teen was challenged to several battles along his way through the massive maze before making his way to the center of the orchard. The route Naruto took was decorated with patches of different colored flowers, hedge mazes. The blonde stood still, casting his eyes to the big fountain known as Pearl Fountain standing in the center square, dedicated to acceptance and harmony. A group of gardeners is in charge of taking care of the hedge mazes. At the north end of the route lies a gate leading to Lumio City. The blonde stood on a small hill overlooking the pearl fountain that had a little girl and her Cleffa smiling, splashing droplets of water at each, enjoying themselves. The blonde overlooked the extravagant fountain, admiring the sculpture. However, he noticed fast movement coming. It seems like the skater was losing control of his hard balance, wheels careened over the dirt path and the wind whipped into his eyes. The skater was about to make a head-on collision with the small child and her Cleffa. The blonde teen did not think twice, he dropped slightly to the ground and began to sprint down the hillside, the wind whipped into his eyes. With lightning-fast reflexes leaving a blurred trail of yellow. Naruto scooped up the child and Pokemon into his arms in one swift motion and slid like a baseball player, his move digging a deep trench in the ground, holding on tightly to the two, making sure they were safe. A minor splash came from the fountain edge, splashing droplets of cold water onto the blonde as he shielded the child and Pokemon from the mist. The random male skater pulled himself out of the fountain soaked head to toe. He was wearing a white t-shirt with a teal line in the middle and teal shorts and a white helmet. Another skater that was female with pigtails, wearing a white wife beater and tight yellow shorts with a yellow helmet. Shouting at the male, saying he was clumsy and an idiot. The mother frantically ran over to them, cuddling her child as both the little girl and pink Pokemon hugged Naruto for saving them. The worried mother thanking the blonde repeatedly as the two skaters bowed in apology to the small family before they went on their way. The blonde was about to turn away from the scene before being called out by one of the skaters. "Hey, you, I saw what you did," the girl called out. "I have no idea what you are talking about," the blonde stated. His blonde locks shielding his eyes from the pair's view. "Did she see me activate my aura when I accelerated my speed?" the blonde teen thought as his eyes turned red for a split second. He turned toward the two skaters as the breeze blew his tresses a bit. His locks framing his face to get a good look at them before, but his eyes flashed a seriously blue color. The blonde's glacier eyes were cold, the teen about to erase their memories of the event. "Yeah, how you scooped up those guys? No problem, you're fast, dude," she shouted excitedly, exaggerating Naruto's cool display in saving the kid and her Pokemon from harm. Naruto breathed out a sigh of relief now, knowing these guys did not see him using his abilities, so he played the rescue off like it was beginner's luck. The blonde was scratching his head bashfully from the praise. The skater girl and the male that was now dry said they were practicing a new trick, but the boy lost control and started rolling down the hillside and could not brake fast enough to dodge the child. Hey, how about a battle? We saw some of your previous ones while we were still practicing in the courtyard, the girl said, already bring out a pokeball from her hip. Naruto nodded in agreement for the challenge. Both trainers stood a reasonable distance away from each other in the center square in front of the Pearl Fountain. The male skater was the referee for the match. There was a small crowd of passerbys on the sidelines watching the match between the two trainers. This will be a one-on-one match, please choose your Pokemon. The skater boy yelled out to both trainers. Go Litleo, I choose you, a small feline Pokemon that is based on a lion cub. Its fur is mainly deep brown with tan-colored paws, ears, tail tip, and muzzle. It has an orange nose and a small orange tuft of fiery fur on the top of its head. The fire cub was crouched ready to battle. Litleo, let's see here, Naruto brought out his Pokédex scanning the cub. Litleo, lion cub Pokemon, the stronger the opponent it faces, the more heat surges from its mane and the more power flows through its body. They set off on their own from their pride and live by themselves to become stronger. These hot-blooded Pokemon are quick to fight. Level 18, Abilities, Rivalry, Unnerve. This Litleo is male and registered to Skater Girl. Aim, let's go. The Bubble Frog was also crouched ready for a fight. Litleo start things off with a Fire Fawn. Litleo roared and rushed towards Aim with his mouth open, surrounded in flames. Naruto, after hearing the Skater Girl's order, gave out his order. Aim, use Quick Attack to dodge and then use Water Pulse. Aim hops into action as he dodges Litleo attack, using his speed to circle the fire type. Froakie hits Litleo with Water Pulse, make the cub yelp in pain. Use Fire Fawn once more. Litleo came back around to bite the Bubble Frog. Take the hit, then use Icy Wind when it's close. Aim, despite being confused by his trainer's order, trusted him entirely and releases a strong wind with sparkling blue snow in it at his opponent, which caused Litleo to wince slightly at the painful chill, but continued with his attack and bit down on Aim's leg, causing Aim to shriek in pain, not expecting Litleo to be so powerful. Everyone watching and even the Skater Girl were confused as to why he would order his Froakie to use Icy Wind, when the attack has hardly any effect on a fire type, and why he didn't plan to dodge the attack. The Skater Girl grinned, thinking this kid was a newbie trainer. Alright, Litleo. Now we got him. Use Dash. Before he can act, Aim, use Pound. The Skater Girl yelled out a what, in surprise as he watched as Aim's right hand glows white before punching Litleo in the face, making him yelp once again. No, Litleo. Everyone, who questioned Naruto's move before, now understood what he was planning and thought it was ingenious. Attacking Litleo close up, the damage that was dealt to Litleo was doubled, not to mention that Litleo was caught entirely off guard. The Skater Girl stared worriedly at her Pokemon, who was currently on the ground. Litleo. Are you okay? Litleo, hearing the worry in his master's voice, slowly got up before he stared defiantly at Aim, who looked on in surprise, and roared out in affirmative. Litleo roared again in agreement while Naruto stared in genuine surprise at seeing Litleo getting up. Aim, use Water Pulse again, then when you're done charging it, attack with Pound. Aim immediately closed his eyes and charging up a Water Pulse, which steadily grew bigger. The Skater Girl, not wanting Naruto's Froakie to get the upper hand, quickly gave a command. Litleo, don't let him finish, use Takedown. Litleo growled and, due to the distance not being that short thanks to the last attack, quickly hit Aim with its body, breaking its concentration and dealing some damage. Litleo, though, winced slightly at the side effect of using the attack. Deciding to finish the match it with one move would be the best way to win, Naruto gave out his command. Aim, new plan. Get up close with Quick Attack and deal some damage with Pound. The Skater Girl at the same time gave her command. Litleo, use Flamethrower while it's on the ground. Aim quickly avoided the flamethrower by doing a backflip and rushed towards Litleo, a white aura surrounding his body, and when he was up in the cub's face, he pounded the fire type in the face multiple times before jumping back. This time, the Skater Girl cursed while Naruto grinned. Great job, AIM. Let's keep up this pace and use pound once more. As AIM was running towards Litleo, the skater girl yelled out. Litleo. Use flame chair to get out of there, and when you're far enough, use flamethrower. Before AIM could even think of hitting Litleo with pound, Litleo's body was suddenly surrounded by flames as he charged away. This caused AIM, who was already in motion of hitting the cub, to miss, and Litleo used this opportunity to blast him with a flamethrower. Naruto quickly ordered AIM to dodge but wasn't able to in time and was hit. Alright, Litleo. Let's finish this up with headbutt. Litleo roared out and rushed towards AIM, who was down on one knee in pain. Everyone waited with bated breath as Litleo rushed towards AIM and waited for Naruto to give out an order, but were surprised when he didn't say anything. Unknown to them, Naruto was speaking to AIM using telepathy. How you are doing, AIM? AIM was a little surprised in hearing his trainer's voice inside his head but did not let it show on his face. I am a little battered up, but overall, I'm fine, AIM stated. Great. On my command, I want you to jump while spinning and using the momentum, then use water pulse one more time. AIM nodded and stood up while Litleo was getting closer and closer. When Litleo was about a couple inches away, Naruto yelled out. Now! AIM immediately jumped while spinning his body counterclockwise, creating a blue sphere of energy from in between its hands. When Litleo was directly under him, AIM then fires the sphere at the tiny cub, which explodes into a wave of water, creating a small crater. AIM landed on the ground as he took some breaths while Litleo laid on the ground with swirls in his eyes. The male skater raised his right hand towards Naruto. Winner of the match is Naruto. Everyone in the crowd cheered at the fantastic battle between the two trainers. Naruto returned AIM back into his Pokeball, thanking him for battling with him, which he waved off while the skater girl recalled her. Litleo approached the blonde. The skater girl stuck out her hand with a big grin on her face, which made Naruto smile and grab with her hand. You win, Naruto. I hope for a rematch again someday. Next time I won't lose. The skater girl looked gratefully at Naruto before his face took on a determined look. We'll see. Naruto chuckled and let go of the skater girl's hand. The skaters gave the Uzumaki a brand new pair of skates of his own as an additional prize for winning. They taught the blonde a couple of advanced skating techniques before the teen continued on his way to Lumio City. Two people dressed in all white stopped the blonde for continuing to the city before he can get through the gates. They introduced themselves as Sina and Dexio. They said they were the blonde teen's escorts to Professor Sycamore's lab in Lumio City. Sina is a dark-skinned woman with black hair. She wears a white outfit with gray lines, consisting of a shirt with buttons and a skirt. She also wears white boots. Dexio is a light-skinned man with yellow hair. He wears a white outfit with gray lines, consisting of a shirt with buttons and some pants. He also wears white shoes. Lumio City was a city of broad avenues and small places to sit and eat, to relax as folk went about their day. There were the sky towers in the center. What was once thousands of homes now took up less ground space than an old shopping mall. The rest was parks and wild areas, a chance to walk among nature or enjoy the trails on bicycles or taxis. They made the roads wide and the tower blocks tall. But even then, there were cars everywhere, restaurants, apartments, and late-night shops. I can still hear the cars and cannot imagine a street so busy as the blonde teen weaved between the people trying to keep up with the white-clothed duo in the lead. Once at the lab, Naruto was greeted by the professor's main assistant Suzy, who apparently asked the blonde teen for a favor in waking up the professor. Suzy informed the blonde the professor has not been sleeping recently since he has been investigating new material on Mega Evolution and she was worried about the professor's health. That is why she asked if the blonde could talk to the professor to at least see if the middle-aged man can take the day off to rest. Suzy leads the blonde into the professor's private study before returning to her post. The blonde stepped inside the professor's private study, spotting the middle-aged man snoring, letting air out simultaneous. Naruto gave the professor a small nudge to his ribs, making him JRK awake to see the teen's smiling face. The professor's fingers severely tangling in the messy, raven black curls that lapped his bluish eyes, letting out a loud yawn. How long was I out? I hope it wasn't long. He asked, scratching his curly mane. I had to wake you up because your assistant said you did not get enough rest at all the last couple days. The blonde said, picking up a few stray news articles titling evolution theories. Hikari reappeared, floating off her adoptive father's shoulder to have a look around the library. Naruto let Hikari hover around the professor's private library to have a look around. I feel like I am a step closer in discovering more information about Mega Evolution. I become so restless I could not sleep a wink. He smiled, thanking Naruto in helping him tidy up the place before Suzy comes back to scold him for leaving his study a mess. When Suzy returned to the study, she was surprised in seeing the library spotless, and the professor was in full lecture mood about his latest discovery and wanted the blonde's opinion on his most recent findings. Suzy stepped forward with a tray of piping hot tea and some sweet dumplings for Hikari. I have made a hypothesis. I hope you can help me out with this, Naruto. That is why I needed you to come as soon as possible. I apologize that if the letter I sent to you was out of the blue and if you were troubled by my replay, there was just no one at the time who I could turn to with this type of information, the professor said, bowing in apology to the blonde teen. It's all right, Professor, I was worried if there was any trouble brewing, but you put my fears at ease now. So, what did you need me to do? The teen asked when finishing off his tea in one gulp. I did discover that Mega Evolution is only active when in the heat of battle. I wanted to record my findings so I can have more data to look back on when continuing my research. The professor stated, looked at the blonde with a determined sparkle in his eyes. A battle with me? The blonde asked, confused. Yes, I wanted to test this hypothesis with an experienced trainer that already has knowledge on Mega Evolution and already has a Mega Stone on hand. I do not mind helping out, but where are we going to have this match? The battlefield out back looks like it is still under construction, the teen thought in confusion as Hikari flew over to him as soon as she finished off the rest of the dumplings from the tray. The mythical Pokemon soon made herself comfortable inside Naruto's cloak to relax. Do not worry about that minor detail, follow me please. The blonde teen watched the professor with his assistant Suzy follow dutifully behind the pair. Their feet take steps across the glossy tiles, Naruto high-top sneakers next to the shined pointed-toe leather shoes of passing scientists and researchers minding their business. The group was soon led to a double metallic door. The professor typed in a series of codes before the steel doors, revealing a hidden elevator. The elevator had white marble walls, a blue carpet, a silver handrail, and no buttons. Professor Sycamore pressed his hand against a small glass panel. A sensor read his fingerprints, verified them, and activated the elevator. The doors slid shut, and the elevator descends to the ground floor without stopping. Naruto was awestruck by the concealed elevator. It seems like nobody else ever used it. Nor did it ever stop at any of the other lower levels in the building. Looking down, he could see an area from the glass window inside the elevator, the seemingly endless square tunnel illuminated only by the chooks of light in the form of a battlefield. The lift soon grinded to a halt. The three visitors stepped out while Hikari re-emerged, flying out of Naruto's tattered cloak to see the sights. Whoa, I did not know you had an underground battlefield, Professor, the blonde stated, inspecting the arena as Hikari hovered around the glowing light surrounding the field. Yes, we mostly use this arena if the battlefield in the garden is getting renovations done, but then again we do not use this one too often, Suzy said with a smile. So how do you want to do this? The high-spirited blonde said, making his way to one side of the field as Hikari hovered around the blonde, taking his side of the arena. That is why I insisted on Suzy to come along, so she could record our entire battle to document more data when reviewing further on Mega Evolution. The professor stated while Suzy was sitting on the stands waving over to the pair. The camera in her hands ready to record every detail of the upcoming match. Since we don't have a referee, let's just end the match when one Pokemon, or both, cannot continue. Professor Sycamore yelled out. Sound good to me. The Uzumaki nodded in agreement. The professor reached inside his lab coat, pulling out a Pokeball, calling out his partner first. Garchomp, help me out, a bipedal shark-like Pokemon colored mostly red and dark blue. On its head, it possesses two horn-like appendages and a star-like yellow mark on its snout. Its arms have one claw each, and triangular fins emerge from its elbows and back. The dragon had a multicolored stone around her neck. A Garchomp, huh? The blonde said with a smirk. I can tell this Garchomp does not much battle experience, unlike Cynthia's monster of a Garchomp, Naruto thought with a sudden chill just thinking about the monstrous Pokemon. Toru stand by for battle, the blonde threw out his friend Ball. The she-dragon came out in a thunderous roar making debris scattered across the entire field just from her appearance out of her Pokeball. Ready to battle Toru, HH. The green dragon turned around jumping the blonde. The colossal dragon nuzzled Naruto lovingly while wagging her huge tail joyfully, giving him affectionate licks to both his whiskered cheeks. I know, I love you too girl, the blonde grinned weakly as she finally let her master up from the ground when he gave her an affectionate pat on her scaly head. She really affectionate toward you, the professor's sweat dropped in seeing the one of the most intimating Pokemon he knew wanting to be stroked like a pleased skitty. Yeah she is, but I do not really mind, just like a switch as soon as Toru entered the battlefield she glared her opponent with such intensity it made Garchomp slightly flinch, making the land shark step back a bit. There was no softness in that gaze. Garchomp, use flamethrower. Professor Sycamore shouted as Garchomp fired an intense stream of flames. Toru, protect. Naruto shouted as Toru skillful created a blue shield in a split second to protect herself against the flamethrower. The flamethrower tried to penetrate the shield, but the protect was too strong. Impressive. I'll need to bring it up a notch. Okay, Garchomp used Dragon Claw. Professor Sycamore shouted as Garchomp's claws glowed green as she charged toward Toru. Toru, counter with your Dragon Claw. Naruto shouted as Toru claws extended in length which glowed green as she charged at Garchomp. The two Pokemon engaged in a heated close combat battle in the air as Garchomp would claw at Toru and Toru would swipe at Garchomp. Toru blocked Garchomp Dragon Claw and managed to uppercut Garchomp in the face, but Garchomp slashed Toru wing, causing both Pokemon to back away from each other after their attacks. Garchomp felt some pain, but Garchomp and Professor Sycamore saw that Toru wing rapidly healed and the wounds were gone. How did Toru's wing heal so fast? Professor Sycamore asked confused. I had her use Roost just as the two of them separated from each other. When you were distracted from looking at Garchomp injuries, you took your eyes off Toru. The professor was vastly impressed by the teen's speedy battle tactics. Alright, that makes this interesting. Professor Sycamore said. You have no idea. Toru use Hydro Pump. Naruto shouted as Toru fires a powerful stream of water at Garchomp. Garchomp, counter it with Flamethrower. Professor Sycamore said as Garchomp let loose a powerful flamethrower that hit the Hydro Pump and cancelled it out. Now use Slash Garchomp. Garchomp's front claws glowed as she flew forward. Toru used Steel Wing. Naruto shouted as Toru flew ahead head first, her wings gleaming a metallic silver as the two Pokemon clashed midair. Garchomp used Hone Claws to jump up. Professor Sycamore shouted as Garchomp claws were shrouded in a dark aura as the ground dragon jumped higher into the air. Toru speed up, by using Dragon Dance. Catch to Garchomp. Naruto shouted as Toru body becomes surrounded in a red and pink dark aura as she rapidly caught up to Garchomp in no time. Use Zen Headbutt. Toru head glows blue, and her head becomes surrounded by a see-through reflective shield. She zoomed into the air and bashed right into Garchomp, causing Garchomp to fly through the air in recoil, but it quickly recovered. It growled at Toru while Naruto kept his neutral expression on his face. Toru Zen Headbutt again. Naruto shouted as Toru sped through the air and bashed into Garchomp again, sending it flying through the air before it regained composure. It growled at Toru even more as it was getting set. Toru, now use Shadow Claw. Naruto shouted as Toru shifted her claws that was shrouded in a familiar shadowy aura. Toru then swung her claws forward and launched a faint aura of sharp claws of dark energy at Garchomp. Garchomp charged forward with Flamethrower. Professor Sycamore said as Garchomp flew forward and fired its flamethrower, barreling right through the Shadow Claw. Now, Dragon Claw. Garchomp's claws glowed green as it clawed Toru, but she swiftly dodges the greenish claws. Now, Dragon Tail. Garchomp's tail becomes covered in a green, scale-patterned aura, which is used to smack Toru across the body and send her flying through the air. Toru flew through the air before her regained composure and stopped. Toru, use Fire Blast. Naruto shouted. Garchomp, Hyper Beam. Professor Sycamore said as the two launched their respective attacks. The two beams clashed, causing an explosion. Garchomp, use Iron Head. Garchomp body becomes surrounded by a white aura, and she slams her head at Toru and bashes her hard into the ground. Toru got up, a bit hurt but the damage wasn't that bad. Toru, use Earthquake. Naruto shouted as Toru stomps the ground with her feet, causing the battlefield to shake violently. Garchomp was hit from all angles by the violent tremor. Now, use Roost. Toru's body then glowed white as she began to regain her health and strength. Garchomp, Dragon Rage. Professor Sycamore shouted as Garchomp glows light blue. She then fires a powerful blast of blue and black energy in the shape of a dragon which exploded out from her body engulfing the entire battlefield. Toru, quickly in the air. Naruto shouted as Toru flew into the air to avoid the blast from the aftermath. Toru, use Heat Wave. Naruto shouted as Toru lifts her head into the air and spreads her wings and then flaps her wings, creating an orange gust of heat that hits Garchomp dead on, damaging the land shark. Garchomp, in the air, then fire back with flamethrower. Professor Sycamore said as she glided in the air firing a flamethrower. Toru swiftly dodges the stream of flames with no any trouble. Your Salamence is a formidable Pokemon, Naruto. Professor Sycamore said as his Garchomp hovered down and landed on the ground. Thanks, and Garchomp is really strong, Naruto said as Toru floated to the ground as well. I know, she's one of my hardest working Pokemon and a fierce fighter. Let me show you what our bond can achieve. Garchomp, are you ready? Professor Sycamore asked as Garchomp roared in approval. Then, let's begin. Keystone, hear my call and feel the bond between my Pokemon and me. Mega Evolve. Professor Sycamore shouted as he touched his glowing keystone on his headband, which released waves of yellow energy. The stone on Garchomp's necklace glowed as it released waves of blue energy. The blue and yellow energy waves collided, combined and then moved into Garchomp's stone. Garchomp then exploded in a burst of purple energy as her body began to evolve. Her body grew larger, her claws extend into scythes, and her body is covered in more spikes with 2 red spikes. Garchomp roared out as the Mega symbol appeared in front of it before it disappeared. Mega Garchomp. Professor Sycamore said with a smile as Naruto was amazed at what just happened. Amazing, she Mega evolved on her first try too, Naruto said as he saw Garchomp changed form. We have been practicing on our own a few times. Therefore, this is not our first time Mega evolving, but this is our first time using this form in a real match instead of a mock battle, the professor informed the blonde. We won't disappoint you then, Naruto fired back. I know you won't, now Garchomp, use Dragon Pulse. Professor Sycamore shouted as Garchomp fires a multicolored dragon-shaped beam of energy from its mouth that was at least twice as powerful than any original one. It fired through the air and was heading straight towards Toru. Toru, use Hydro Pump. Naruto shouted as Toru fired the stream of water. It launched at Garchomp, the Dragon Pulse bashed right into it making both attacks conceal out. Toru hovered close to the blonde teen's side waiting for her next orders. Man, that power increase, Naruto said as he saw Toru recover from the head-on collision with that powerful Dragon Pulse. We'll have to be careful. Toru, use Stone Edge. Naruto shouted as Toru forms white circles of energy which quickly become sharp gray stones. She then fires them at her opponent. Dodge at Garchomp, but the attack hit Garchomp head-on. After the attack stopped, Garchomp bent down to one knee in pain. I see. Garchomp's speed is decreased while Mega evolving. Professor Sycamore thought to himself, making a quick note of this encounter. We're not giving up yet, Garchomp use Hyper Beam. Professor Sycamore shouted as Mega Garchomp fires a dark purple and black beam of energy from its mouth towards Toru. Toru fly to avoid it. Naruto shouted a Toru shot into the air to avoid the beam of energy, which would have done some damage. Now, use Aqua Tail. A stream of water spirals around Toru's tail. The Dragoness then flips around, hitting Garchomp hard, knocking her away about 10 feet and doing some damage, but Garchomp was still on her feet. Now Toru, finish this up by using Draco Meteor, the blonde shouted as Toru fired a giant orange orb high into the sky. It then broke up apart into dozens of falling meteors of dragon energy that hit the ground. Jump while dodging it, Garchomp. Garchomp dodges a couple of the beams of raining light, but the third one had enough power combined with the damage done by the previous two that it smashed and hit Garchomp hard enough to knock her out of the sky and down to the ground hard, making a large crater. Garchomp looked like it was ready to keep fighting but fell forward, reverted back to its standard form before fainting. Professor Sycamore hurriedly ran ahead to make sure the ground dragon was okay. Toru, are you okay? Naruto shouted as the cloud of dust and debris from the impact dissipated. Naruto saw Toru flapping her wings eagerly. She looked like she was ready to keep fighting. The blonde patted Toru's head as she landed in front of him, purring. You were great, girl, now get a nice long rest, Naruto said as he returned Toru to her friend Ball. Garchomp, return. You did great today, Professor Sycamore returned Garchomp to her Pokeball. The two adults came up to Naruto as he clipped the friend Ball to his belt. Naruto, that was an amazing battle. Professor Sycamore shouted as he walked up to Naruto. Thanks, Professor, Naruto replied with a smile as he patted Hikari on her head when she landed on his right shoulder. It was impressive how you handled the battle, Suzy said holding the tape recorder. I'm very proud of you, Naruto. Not only for the battle but for how you acted during it and at the end. Professor Sycamore said with a smile as Naruto beamed at the praise. Now come on, let's head back upstairs and have lunch. I cannot wait to rewatch that battle. Professor Sycamore said as they left, leaving several craters and a destroyed battle arena. Naruto left the lab in a hurry, not wanting to be wrapped up in too much of Professor Sycamore's investigations, so the teen soundlessly slipped past the lab staff, making a quick exit out the back door. The blonde walked through the busy streets trying to make his way through the crowded plaza. I could just teleport myself out of here, but there are too many witnesses, the blonde thought while exploring the city a bit before he got swept away again by the crowded streets. I should just head out onto the next gym instead of wasting my time here. The blonde thought before noticing a huge horde of people flocking in front of a clothing store. The blonde was curious, so he made his way over to the crowd. Hey, what's with the huge crowd gathered around for? The blonde asked. You don't know, Diantha is in the city and she is here posing for a new fashion magazine, a random female fan said. I heard she was here to star in a brand new movie that is coming out this fall, an excited girl shouted in eagerness. I cannot wait for the movie's debut, Diantha is so amazing and beautiful, some other random preppy girl gushed in excitement. I heard she is doing an exhibition match later on this afternoon, let's go see it, another passerby stated. Yeah, I heard about that too, I can't wait, I know it is going to be incredible, another bystander agreed. Hey, that sounds pretty interesting, let's go see the match. I never gotten a chance to meet this region's champion, Naruto thought as Nova and the rest of his team agreed in watching the battle. Before the young teen departed, he felt a pair of eyes watching him, but the blonde teen did not feel any malice from the gaze, just curiosity. Naruto did not think too much on this matter before shrugging his shoulders, walking away from the clothing store's massive display window, not interested in the curious gaze following his form when he strolled by. Naruto headed to the upper part of the stands to lean over the steel railings of the stadium to get away from the crazed fans as well as a better view of the stadium's field. You could feel the adrenaline from the pitch to the stands and flowing right around the stadium. It was the sort of tension people crave because it comes right before the elation. Maybe. There is something about that, the possibility of joy rather than the certainty that makes it all so much fun. Here we are at the Luminous City Stadium with this exciting live event. The victor of the Seniors Battle Tournament of Brackish Town has formally challenged the Kalos region's champion Diantha. I'm your host Gabby, and this is Pokemon Spotlight bringing you this cool battle. Gabby shouted with excitement as the roaring crowd cheered on with her. They are trying to spice things up even though this is an exhibition match, not a full-on competition, but the crowd seems to be loving the hype. I guess Naruto started to sweat lightly. Naruto thought this would be a great chance to see the Kalos champ in action. The blonde teen then grasped Dame's Pokeball, releasing the bubble frog in a flash of light. Come watch this battle with me, Aim. This will be a great experience for you to see a champion in live action. Aim nodded in agreement while hopping up onto the steel railing to get a better view of the field next to his trainer. The blonde watched the champ's opponent called Magnus walking onto the field with such self-confidence. What Naruto could see, Magnus was a muscular guy, with short brown-black hair with gray eyes and wears a dark blue shirt over a burnt orange track jacket with shoulder pads, navy blue fit pants, and black combat boots with blue laces. Soon enough the roar of the crowd seems to be turned up to max levels when the Kalos champion stepped out onto the battlefield while waving to the massive crowd with a bright smile. Diantha was wearing a fairy-like white outfit with lots of gold trim. She had short light brown hair, designed in a somewhat star pattern, light blue eyes, and violet eyeshadow, with a white choker and white long-sleeved blazer with lapels that possess large buttons and also a small collar. The blazer finished with 3 petal-like ends and the sleeves have 2 golden lines on the cuffs. 2 lacy objects on the back of her outfit that resemble cloud-like wings that are likely to be connected to the blazer. She was also wearing a simple white shirt with 2 golden lines near the end of the shirt. Finishing her attire, she is wearing short white pants and low high-heel boots with the color of white. She is also wearing a necklace that looks like a mega crystal. Okay. This match will be a one-on-one battle. The winner will be decided when they knock out the opponent's Pokemon. The referee shouted as he raised a red flag towards Magnus and a green flag towards Diantha. Magnus and Diantha nodded at each other and prepared to start before they heard the sound of the announcer. I choose you. Absol Gardevoir. Magnus and Diantha called out their Pokemon. Magnus' Absol appeared in his side of the field, and Diantha's fairy psychic Pokemon appeared on her side of the field with a flash. The blonde held up his Pokédex for both Pokemon for more data. Absol, Disaster Pokemon. Absol can foretell the coming of natural disasters. It lives in a harsh, rugged mountain environment. This Pokemon very rarely ventures down from the mountains. It senses coming disasters and appears before people only to warn them of impending danger. Abilities: Pressure Super Luck. This Absol is male and registered to Magnus. Absol has a dark blue face with a short, cat-like muzzle, a small, black, triangular nose, a scythe-like tail, and sickle-shaped growth on the right side of its head. The blonde then checked Gardevoir. Gardevoir, Embrace Pokemon. Gardevoir can read the future. If it senses impending danger to its trainer, this Pokemon is said to unleash its psychokinetic energy at full power. This Pokemon has the psychokinetic power to distort the dimensions and create a small black hole. Its power peaks when it is protecting its trainer. Abilities: Synchronize Trace. This Gardevoir is female and registered to champion Diantha. While Gardevoir flowing white gown that completely covers its legs, giving the appearance that it is floating. Gardevoir have long, slender, white legs underneath their gown. The inside of its gown is green in color. Most of its face is obscured by its green hair, with only some white, and its large pink eyes visible. It also has long, slender arms that are green like its hair. Naruto looked over seeing the white fur over on Magnus' Absol Spike while growling, ready to start the battle. Both trainers ready, now begin, the official said, signaling the battle to now start. Absol use quick attack. Magus called. Absol lunges at the fairy type at a speed that makes it seem almost invisible. Without even a command, Gardevoir dodged gracefully into the side, evading the attack before it has even gotten close. Magnus tried again with Absol's quick attack, but it missed every time. Wow, I never have seen a Gardevoir move so fast, the blonde thought to himself, very impressed from the champion's top Pokemon display of speed. Surely, he has seen Pokemon who has moved fast, but never this fast. Diantha's Gardevoir speed just might be on par with Cynthia's Lucario. It's so fast. Magnus cried out in his mind, never expecting the psychic Pokemon to avoid every single attack from his Absol. Absol, Thunderbolt, the dark type, was surrounded itself with electricity, and then a bolt of lightning shot from its body towards the dual-type fairy, who dodged once again without needing to be told. Absol used Shadow Claw. Magnus called, and Absol darted forward, shifted its claws that were shrouded in a familiar shadowy aura to swing its claws forward, and launched a faint aura of sharp claws of dark energy at Gardevoir. However, the dual psychic type was too agile and quick. She sidestepped and bypassing every attack until she came to a swift stop, gaining some distance from the already tired Absol. Absol, use Psycho Cut. Magnus shouted. Absol fired a psychic scythe towards its opponent. Gardevoir, Shadow Ball. Diantha said as the two launched their respective attacks. The two attacks clashed, but Gardevoir attack continued towards Absol, sending it tumbling away with a whine. Gardevoir Moonblast. Gardevoir gathered energy, forming an orb of pink energy in front of its hands, and fires it at Absol. The single attack engulfing the entire battlefield. When the smoke finally cleared, everyone could see Absol completely exhausted. It barely was able to keep standing. Come on Absol, are you alright? Magnus asked worriedly. Absol grunted, trying to stand up, wishing to continue fighting, before it dropped, fainting. The referee waited a few moments before raising his flag on Diantha's side. Absol is unable to battle, the champion Diantha wins the battle. The cheers erupt like an auditory volcano. It is all quiet 1 second and then deafening the next. I'm impressed seeing Gardevoir and Diantha's teamwork without as much as a single command, but I am not surprised since she's the champion and had the type advantage. She as well used Gardevoir's speed to completely avoid any damage before defeating her opponent, without even needing to Mega Evolve. Naruto thought as he evaluated the battle. The blonde looked down as both trainers nodded in respect and shook hands in a fair battle. Naruto recalled aim to his Pokeball just as the crowd was starting to disperse, and a vast number of photographers and reports fighting over just to get a glimpse or an interview from the champion herself. The young Uzumaki made sure Hikari was secure, she is still invisible, on his shoulder before brushed away a few his blonde bangs from his whiskered face while shielded his deep purple eyes from the sun rays before stepping off the pavement from the stadium, about to set off to do a bit of last-minute shopping before heading off toward his next gym battle in Sillage City. Naruto. An incredulous, girlishly high voice made Naruto pause in his trek to the counter and turn his head. DMN it. Naruto grinded his teeth in aggravation, watching the small group of Sasuke and his two fangirl followers now walking over to him. What were you doing at the lab earlier? We all heard the professor was in the underground basement level of the laboratory having a very important test battle, the emo questioned. So many questions, Sasuke, but I don't see it being any of your business. Naruto grinned as Sasuke glared at him. Mighty curious, aren't you? Naruto. Sakura and Ino scolded, while Naruto gave them both an uninterested look. Just a test battle, Naruto gave in loftily, earning an even deeper glare from Sasuke and a look of frustration from Sakura. Have you already separated from the others? The blonde questioned the other teens. Not really. Shikamaru and Chuji should be around here somewhere goofing off. We spent a couple of days with Kiba, Hinata, and Shino while we came to town, but we separated after we left the laboratory. Since Professor Sycamore called us all back for something important information, he wanted to discuss with us, Ino explained as Naruto nodded. But we had to see Diantha's specular battle. I wish I could just talk to her for a minute. I could get some fashion tips from her for my next contest. Ino grinned, flicking her long platinum blonde locks. Like she would even want to talk to you, Ino pig. She would have better things to do, like having an intelligent discussion with a superstar like me. Sakura added her input. Really, why would she want to talk to a flat-chested brat like you? I bet that massive forehead would be a huge distraction during any kind of interview. Ino laughed at Sakura's irritated expression. They would love to take amazing pictures for the upcoming Pokemon top fashion magazines of yours truly, the platinum blonde rebutted. Oh, yeah, I bet a couple of extra pounds would break the camera if they had to take pictures of your face, the pink-haired teen challenged back in anger. Naruto then noticed both Ino and Sakura had the dark hard teen in a death-like grip on both sides of his arms, like in a vice grip. I bet their hands feel like cold iron wrist shackles in a prison, the young Uzumaki shivered thinking to himself, feeling a bit sorry for Sasuke, just a little. Naruto, fight me. Sasuke cut in curtly, stony black eyes now opened and trained directly on annoyed violet ones. Don't you have anything else better to do? I don't have the time right now to battle you, Uchiha. Naruto said, aggravated. I don't care. You. Me. Now. He demanded, with a twitch in his eye. Naruto knew he wouldn't leave him alone until he has to Pokemon battle with him, so he agreed. Sure, it will be a one-on-one battle, seeing as you only have one Pokemon. You can choose which one of my Pokemon you want to battle. The blonde said calmly. It's not like it would make a difference. Sasuke clenched his teeth in anger. How dare that dope mock him? He would show him. The small group head toward a secluded part of a small woodland path by the stadium. Sakura and Ino stood on the sidelines, whereas Sasuke and Naruto stood in the middle of a green field in the deserted area of the forestry so they would not be bothered. Charmeleon, go. Sasuke threw his Pokeball forward, and out of the light came a new face. Well, look who's been working hard, the blonde smirked seeing the newly evolved fire lizard in its second stage of evolution. Naruto pulled out his Pokédex for a quick look. Charmeleon, flame Pokemon, Charmeleon mercilessly destroys its foes using its sharp claws. If it encounters a strong foe, it turns aggressive. In this excited state, the flame at the tip of its tail flares with a bluish-white color. It lashes about with its tail to knock down its foe. It then tears up the fallen opponent with sharp claws. Abilities: Blaze Solar Power. This Charmeleon is male and registered to Sasuke Uchiha. So, it's mostly a Pokemon with anger management issues, Genesect said, bored tone. As the crowd saw, the fire type had a maniacal glint in its eyes as it slashed its claws in the air and breathed wisps of flames from its mouth. Bring out your Metang, the dark hard male said smugly. Naruto smirked, shrugging his shoulders, not caring if he was at a type disadvantage as he put away his Pokédex while reached to take out his heavy ball, releasing Chrome from its Pokeball. Going with the type advantage, huh? Sure, whatever you want. Naruto looked at the Steel-type Pokemon. You up for a battle, pal? Chrome nodded eagerly. It had been a long time since he had a good fight outside of the usual team sparring. Charmeleon, use Flamethrower. Sasuke shouted as the flame Pokemon let loose a large stream of fire. Chrome, dodge it, Naruto said as Chrome levitated over to the side, swiftly evading the flames with ease. Now Charmeleon, get in close and use Dragon Claw, the Uchiha shouted as Charmeleon's claws enlarged while glowing green and ran at Chrome. Chrome! Let's meet them head-on with Metal Claw. Naruto called as Metang started to fly towards Charmeleon with its claws glowing bright silver. The two Pokemon engaged in a heated close combat battle on the ground as Chrome would claw at Charmeleon and Charmeleon would swipe at Chrome. Chrome smoothly blocked Charmeleon's Dragon Claw and managed to uppercut the fire type in the face, making the flame Pokemon skid back a few feet. Agility, then Thunder Punch. I want to finish this as fast as possible. The dual type disappeared from everyone's sight, and after a moment before materializing just behind the unsuspecting fire type, Chrome takes a firmly grasp its sharp claws, electricity flickering to life, and delivered a direct hit to the flame Pokemon. The painful punch launched, striking the Pokemon's abdomen with electricity, flaring wildly and shocking Charmeleon as a result. The proud fire type was sent flying, landed a good distance away from Chrome. Again, Sasuke was stunned, but he regained his stupor while gritting his teeth, noticing Charmeleon had taken a lot of damage from that single attack and was on his last legs. It is really powerful to take a direct hit from Chrome's Thunder Punch and still standing. I'm impressed, Naruto commented while nodding, really meaning his comment in seeing the strong-minded fire type still wanting to fight. Shut up Charmeleon, use Fire Blast now. Flames trickled from the fire type's jaw, as the flame on his tail burned even more brightly than ever before it being in the presence of a powerful opponent. Charmeleon then releases a powerful star-shaped stream of fire from its mouth at the steel type. Impressive, but it's time to finish it. Chrome Zen Headbutt. Sasuke wasn't even able to give a command to his Pokemon before the steel type came hurtling towards Charmeleon, covered in a blue glowing. Its body became surrounded by a see-through reflective shield. Chrome zoomed into the air, not in the least caring of the scorching flames covering its body as it collided into the flame Pokemon with great force. The power of that move alone was enough to send the fire type hurling towards a tree, where it made a dent. Chrome took slight damage from the recoil and the head-on collision from the fire blast. The steel type flinched, but it went unnoticed by the Uchiha, who was gritting his teeth in anger while looking at his starter Pokemon. See you. Naruto calmly said as he recalled Chrome to its heavy ball, nodding to the steel type for a job well done, and began to leave. You. The Uchiha addressed towards the blonde-haired boy. Naruto and Hikari, she is still invisible on his shoulder, turned, showing their irritated look on both of them. How are you this strong? That is none of your concern. Naruto simply said, and turning away from the group of teens once again. Hey, did I say you can leave, you worthless orphan? Sasuke's ego did not falter, as the Uchiha grabbed the blonde roughly by the shoulder. The Uchiha did not expect for 1 second for Naruto to immediately twist around and grab Sasuke's neck, with red eyes filled with irritation. Black cold eyes met bright crimson. The Uchiha felt the physical strength the blonde had. Naruto could easier crush his windpipe if he wanted to. You just don't get it. Is that why you're trying to pick a fight with me? Or is this about something else entirely? He knows you're weak. Pathetic. Bitter thoughts rise in tempo, pounding again in the Uchiha's head. You want strength? Do you? Naruto bellowed in a near-impossible volume. Sasuke nearly set his pants, but he wouldn't swallow his pride. Whoa, let's all just calm down. Ino hurriedly intervened swiftly onto the pair. Naruto let Sasuke go. Sakura demanded, pushing herself between the two as well. I need to get stronger too. There's no way I could have stood a chance how I am right now, the young Uchiha realized at seeing Naruto's power once again. This guy's a special kind of stupid. Jinsect whispered. Yes. It is impossible that you are so strong. Sasuke cried out, but the Uzumaki's grip got tighter. How worthless. Why are you saying things are impossible? You just decided that to make yourself feel better. Naruto said, which made Sasuke freeze. What? That was all he could say before Naruto let him drop to the ground. Sasuke's neck started to bruise from Naruto's firm grip. Even from Sasuke and the teenage girl's attempt to peel the blonde Uzumaki off their crush was fruitless. Sasuke watched as Naruto's face changed to a somber feeling. You guys sure are a worthless bunch. People like you will never understand, stated looking at his old classmates. In order to gain strength, whether you win or lose, you can always come out ahead by learning from the experience. Naruto recited, almost as if it was talking about his own life experiences. What nonsense are you talking about now? Sakura screeched. You shouldn't talk. It makes you sound stupid. Naruto shook his head in disappointment just as Hikari unexpectedly emerged, nuzzling her adoptive father when feeling his abrupt temperament change. Nevertheless, the blonde stroked the mythical Pokemon's furred jaw as she purred in delight from the gentle touch. Don't get too close to them, Hikari, their stupidity is contagious, Naruto said loudly for the group to overhear, making them shoot the cloaked blonde teen a dirty look from his jab. Naruto didn't say anything when turning away, disappearing past the tree line to continue his shopping trip. This just set the emo off more. He too returned his Charmeleon to his Pokeball and left the scene without saying a word. Sakura let out an exhausted sigh as she stared as Sasuke walked off, unable to comprehend how her handsome Sasuke could lose to Naruto once again so quickly. Before her face gained a scowl, still thinking the blonde Uzumaki cheated somehow but couldn't comprehend before trying to register what just happened. But Sasuke was one of the top trainers back at the academy. Ino gaped from the display. Surely, she has seen Pokemon who has moved fast, but never this fast. Ino didn't breathe for a full 30 seconds when she analyzed the match, still not trying to comprehend Naruto's small words of wisdom. It has been a few hours from Naruto's abrupt encounter from the group. Okay, I am now fully restocked on all of my gear and items. I won't be making any more stops until I make it to the next town, the blonde pondering to himself while lost in thought until he felt a small squeeze on his shoulder. He looked over knowing the squeeze came from Hikari. Papa, look. The blonde looked over spotting a grand menu of deluxe chocolate cakes on display in a window of an extravagant nearby cafe. Can we try some please? The little fire type pleaded to her adoptive father for the treat. Hikari, you are going to spoil your appetite before dinner if you eat so many sweets now, the blonde said, knowing his adoptive daughter's sweet tooth. I promise to eat my dinner, Papa, I promise, pretty please, with a cherry berry on top, lifting up her huge sapphire eyes pleading. The teen sighed, giving in before walking toward the cafe. Hikari smiled hugely, silently giving off a cute cheer while still invisible. The blonde was about to open the door to the small pastry shop, but accidentally knocked over a dark-skinned girl's package. Before the blonde had the chance to apologize to the said girl, the female started yelling noisily in his face. Hey, why don't you watch where you're going? You made me drop my cake. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to knock over your cake, please let me pay for your last order, the blonde said with his hands up in surrender. Come on, Kaori, it was an accident, don't blame someone because of your huge man hands, a bored tone came from behind the female coming out of the store. A swift punch came from the feisty dark-skinned girl, making the male smash into the ground, holding his face in pain before she locked her eyes back onto the surprised purple-eyed blonde that made her drop her dessert. And you, I won't let you off that easily, I'm going to make you pay for your rudeness, you are just like that dark-haired Uchiha emo JRK that humiliated me in front of our master Killer Bee, she rudely pointed to the blonde. By any chance is this emo named Sasuke Uchiha? Naruto, already knowing who the deech that upset this strange girl was talking about before she even finished her ranting. I bet that team took all his anger out on this loud girl when we separated. That's right, I bet you know that, but I bet you both are best friends. This girl couldn't be farther from the truth, the blonde thought to himself and his companions with him. This female must have psychological issues or incredibly stupid, Mewtwo stated. Or both, Jinsek thought in agreement. The girl named Karui is a dark-skinned kunoichi with long spiky red hair and amber eyes. As noted by the Kumogakure flak jacket with frilly edges. She wears a long, short-sleeved dress with two simple yellow earrings, fishnet stockings, thigh-high sneakers with white soles. She is wearing a black bandana around her head. Come on, this is all a big misunderstanding, I will even call Killer Bee himself to apologize, me and him are actually good friends, the blonde gave the girl a small smile thinking of the dark-skinned muscular rapper. How do you know Master Killer Bee? He would never associate with a nobody like you, I bet you're lying. The blonde had a feeling this hot-headed girl is the type to act first then think about the consequences later. What I hate more than disrespectful people are liars, the yellow-eyed female brought out a fastball from her back pouch. I am going to teach you a lesson, let's battle now, she exclaimed. Why does this petty quarrel need to be solved over a battle? The blonde said confusedly. Because I said so, she shouted back. It seems like if I don't comply this crazy person won't leave me alone, bad enough she may start following me. Naruto thought about this situation deeper. Fine, but only one-on-one. Okay, I have places to be and can't be stuck here all day, Naruto said with a bored tone, leading the way to the closet battlefield which wasn't too far away from their location. The girl named Kaori started to fume because of Naruto's statement but followed the blonde to the deserted battlefield with her male companion following as well. Sorry Hikari, just wait a little longer for your treat, this won't take long. Hikari nodded at her father figure while she was still invisible for the time being. When the group of 2 males and female made it to the field, Naruto now just noticed the angry girl's companion that was skiing on a lollipop that now sported a shiny black eye from the fiery girl's punch earlier. The boy named Omoy is a young, dark-skinned male with short, spiky, white hair and dark eyes accentuated with eyelashes curving upwards from the corners. He wears a dark outfit consisting of an overlong shirt with a hood, with red bandage hand guards, shin guards, along with a Kumogakure flak jacket and black sneakers. That has got to sting, Naruto thought as he saw the other male eye was completely closed shut from the swelling. So, since we are doing a one-on-one match, are there any other rules we need to put into account? The young blonde asked, curious to what kind of strategy the dark-skinned female will use. I forgot to introduce myself, my name's Naruto, nice to meet you too, the blonde smirked at the 2 trainers from Kumo. I don't care who you are, so hurry and bring out your weak but Pokemon. Naruto wanted to shut this girl up. He had a bright idea to help put this girl in her place, even though he thought this will be a bit overkill, but she needed a reality check and fast. The bored dark-skinned teen then got in the middle of the field and looked at both Kaori and Naruto asking if they were ready, which they responded in kind, and said, this will be a one-on-one match between Kaori from Kumo and Naruto. There will be no substitutions. If both trainers are prepared, send out your first Pokemon. Alright, Zebstrika, take charge of the battle. Kaori shouted as she threw the fast ball and it released Zebstrika. Zebstrika landed on its feet, stomping its hooves in a fighting stance. A Zebstrika, huh? The blonde thought out loud, holding up his Pokédex. Zebstrika, Thunderbolt Pokemon. When Zebstrika run at full speed, the sound of thunder reverberates. They have lightning-like movements. When this ill-tempered Pokemon runs wild, it shoots lightning from its mane in all directions. Abilities: Lightning Rod, Sap Sipper. This Zebstrika is male and registered to Karui of Kumogakure. I am going to win this one. Electric types are the best, Karui exclaimed. Why do you think that? Naruto asked. Because they only have one weakness. Also in Kumogakure everyone specializes in electric types, especially our village leader and our sensei Master B. Other types, or so lame, she huffed, shrugging her shoulders unsympathetically. That should not make you so prejudiced over other types because of your own opinion, the blonde stated. I don't need advice from a stupid loser like you. Electric types are the best over any other types, she shouted back. Let's just get this over with. Are there any other rules? Naruto sighed annoyedly from this crazy girl irritating attitude. You can use any Pokemon you want, I won't even have to use my best against you, she laughed, thinking this battle will be a breeze. You know what, since you're so adamant thinking electric-type Pokemon are so superior to any other Pokemon, why don't I use one of my Pokemon that is a major disadvantage against yours? The blonde grinned innocently before taking out a lure ball from his belt before it enlarged. I choose you, Tessa. Naruto shouted as he threw his lure ball into the air, and in a bright flash, Naruto's huge blue serpent Pokemon appeared on the field in all of her glory. The 2 foreigners from Kumo let out loud gasps over the size of the Pokemon, while many people nearby had fallen onto their butts from surprise. That is one huge Gyarados. Karui thought as she and her Zebstrika took a step back out of fear before Gyarados looked at her and roared. Both she and her Pokemon started to scoot back from the wind force behind the roar. She had to place her hand in front of her face from the enormous roar, while Naruto patted his hand on the side of Tessa's scaly body as she stopped roaring before she coiled up around Naruto and lifted him into the air. With an affectionate lick that left Naruto mostly covered in slobber, she started to show her love for her trainer. Ha ha ha, nice to see you too, girl. Naruto said as she let him back down onto his feet, before uncoiling and getting onto the battlefield with determination in her stare. Zebstrika flinched back at the appearance of the powerful, and huge, Pokemon. The dark-skinned girl was sweating bullets. Everyone knows it takes a very skilled trainer to tame and train a Gyarados. Those sea monsters just don't obey anyone without a tough trainer to keep them in check because of their outrageous temper. It seems like the overgrown sea snake was completely SBMSSV to this blonde kid. it made her even angrier. "I won't lose to you, Blondie," Karui called out in anger. "Begin." Omoi stood in the middle of the area calling the match for the match to start. Zebstrika used Thunderbolt quick. The electric zebra becomes surrounded by yellow static and it releases multiple bolts of yellow electricity from its body at the sea serpent. "Dodge and use Aqua Tail," Naruto coolly called out. Tess roared furiously, slipping past the electric sparks and heading straight for the Thunderbolt Pokemon. Her tail was encased in a swirling ribbing of water and she twisted to slam her large tail down on the electric zebra, like a bug swatter on a fly. Zebstrika was flattened, and for good measure, Tessa did it twice more. This match was so one-sided I wouldn't even call this an official battle, Omoi thought when he saw Karui completely collapsed onto her knees when she returns her Zebstrika to its Pokeball. Karui reddened further but huffed and turned away cursing and refused to cross the field to meet Naruto in the middle for a handshake. Naruto frowned, lowering his hand. "You're a sore loser, huh? I shouldn't have been beaten by some snot-nosed punk like you." Karui snapped, clutching the capsule to her chest as Naruto shrugged his shoulders uncaringly. "We should be heading back soon. Unless our master killer bee ran into some powerful trainers who he underestimated, and all his Pokemon were defeated causing a huge crisis," Naruto deadpanned hearing the crazy paranoid theory from Omoi. "I am serious, that was a good battle. I hope to battle you again someday." Naruto smiled over to the fuming redhead trying to be polite. "I don't need your pity," she said, stomping away in a bad mood from the field with her male companion following behind while shooting a small wave back to the Uzumaki as a quick goodbye. Naruto snickered and looked at a confused Hikari as they left the unexpected encounter without noticing the presence of someone following the pair. The pair arrived at a small cafe called Café Soleil. The blonde teen sat in the back corner of the shop away from prying eyes as Hikari stuffed her cheeks full of cake without anyone noticing. The coffee table in the corner of the shop was concrete with sand embedded in the top. It always reminded him of the sandy beaches of the Alola region. The coffee table was a round tin tray on legs. The surface was brightly painted, doubtless once perfect. Upon it was the image of a fletchling in snow, a symbol of life amid the cold. The table legs were iron rods curved at the base, rising upward, somewhat organically. Naruto glanced at his wristwatch. There were only a few minutes until dinner time. At his side sat a forgotten coffee mug, long since devoid of warmth. The sounds of the busy city folks droned on, but the blonde was preoccupied. His eyes glazed over, spotting cake crumbs and smears of icing were all that remained of the once triple-layered Victoria sponge he ordered for the small Pokemon. Hikari hurriedly finished her snack before lifting herself to snuggle back into the blonde teen's cloak in a relaxed manner. Naruto cleaned the coffee table hurriedly, intending to finish the rest of his coffee and leave the overly crowded city, but snapped his gaze over to the approaching sound of high heels stopping in front of his table. "Hello, young man, may I join you?" The mystery woman was wearing black straight-leg trousers, a long black coat with a V-neck and a white shirt with a pink scarf. Her outfit is finished with black kitten heels, an excessively large black sun hat and overly bulky rimmed tinted lenses hiding her eyes. "Of course, please sit." Naruto bit the edge of a smile when he got a funny idea in his head, a vain attempt to keep his grin at bay. The intention behind his perking lips wasn't something that could easily be ensured. When the mysterious woman got comfortable at the table sitting down her dessert plate, the blonde decided to start up the conversation. "What brings you here, ma'am?" Naruto asked, smiling while tracing his fingers around the rim of the coffee mug calmly. "Oh, nothing special, I just happened to be nearby when I saw the lovely desserts in the display window and had to have a taste of the latest sweets," she brightly smiled, taking in a mouthful of buttercream and strawberries. The unknown lady's cake was an elegant strawberry thyme cake, with alternating layers of strawberries and vanilla buttercream, and then decorated with rich golden icing, candied citrus, and sprigs of mint to top it off. "Well, it is a real pleasure to finally meet you face to face." Diantha, the mysterious woman's mouth were frozen wide open in an expression of stunned surprise, and although she was staring straight at the blonde teen, she appeared not to notice him at all. Diantha pushed down her sunglasses a bit to show her light blue eyes, and violet eyeshadow under the dark shades. After she got over her shocked expression, she started to pout thinking she could meet this blonde with him knowing her secret identity. "How did you know it was me?" She folded her arms, pouted her lips and waited for an explanation as the blonde snickered, ruining her masquerade. "I could tell you were following me for quite some time when I passed by that shop display, and how I knew it was you to begin with, I used my aura to sense you. After all, I am an aura guardian by the way." Diantha's eyes grew again as she looked at Naruto in awe, wondering how one so young could achieve this level of talent. Diantha looked over to the secretive blonde across the coffee table, her brows creased and face tense. When Naruto lightly sips, his already cold coffee in hand, he asks, "So what's up? Why does the champion want to meet with me?" his tone casual and light. Diantha scowls at her now empty cake plate. "I have been informed that you Naruto Uzumaki have strong links to the official Pokemon League's union, so I wanted to speak to you about an important issue." Her serious tone got the blonde's undivided attention. "I have spoken with the Anistar City Gym leader Olympia about the threat that Kalos was to face in the future. During my visit, Olympia showed me a vision of Kalos' fate and future." Naruto takes another sip and then continues, serious-faced, "I see. Well, what does this threat entail exactly?" Diantha's face crumples again. "I don't know, but I do know that it does involve Zygarde." "Zygarde the Order Pokemon?" the blonde questioned in surprise. Diantha's face straightened. "Yes, do you know about it?" For a fraction of a second, the corners of Naruto's mouth twitch upwards, until his conscious mind asserts control again. "Not really. All I have read in books is that its species monitors the ecosystem and it forms from cores and cells, but that's all I know about it." Naruto's face is serious from his eyes to his mouth, no pleasure at all, not even masked. "Okay, as long as you are notified of this you can assist the League Union by keeping a lookout," Diantha says. "We'll finish this discussion some other time. I have another reason for seeking you out too." Naruto, gaining the blonde's attention once again. "Naruto, if you're free tomorrow, can have a battle of our own," she said with a cheery smile. "With me?" Naruto asked. "Absolutely. When I watched both of your battles, I knew right away you were quite the tactician, using a mixture of offense and status. A talented trainer like yourself is a rare find. A young individual collaborating with a handful of chief league officials, one must never give up an opportunity like this. A good battle will help show me," Diantha said. Naruto stood frozen in astonishment. The Kalos champion wants to battle him, by one would be considered an honor amongst many trainers. "All right Diantha, I'll battle you," Naruto said, nodding his head ready. "Fantastic, tomorrow then," she smiled in delight. "Wait, where are we going to have this battle? I know bringing in a crowd is a bother for you considering you are a famous actress and a champion for that matter," Naruto asked as he glanced over at Diantha, spotting her fighting a smile. "Don't worry about the minor preparations to me," mischief lurking in her light blue eyes. The early morning sun was already well risen, and the spring grass shone like it had its gentle glow from within. "If you don't hurry up, you are going to be late," Nova Mewtwo stated off-handedly, leaning against the wall, crossing his arms as he waited for the blonde to finish his morning exercise. "I'm almost done." 97, 98, 99, and 100, the grin brightly showing off his bright smile as he looked down at the powerful psychic type from an upside-down view while he stuck to the ceiling. Naruto pushed off the ceiling, bringing his knees to his chest, easily into an acrobatic backflip as he landed, perfect landing in front of Nova with barely a sound. "Sorry about the holdup, you're right. Though we need to get going," the blonde gently wiped off the extra sweat from the top of his brow. "Here you go, Papa," Hikari Victini smiled, floating over with a fresh towel for the blonde. "Thanks, Hikari," the blonde smiled, rubbing off the excess sweat before changing quickly out of his workout clothes. Naruto was wearing black shorts and a burnt orange tank top, which showed his impressive developing arms and showed an outline of a six-pack forming. Nova returned himself to his master ball before the blonde teen finished packing up his gear and necessities before rushing out the room, while Hikari hurriedly turned invisible while grabbing onto the teen as the pair hurried out. The air felt cool combined with moisture Naruto always felt when he yawned while stretching. Though it was late enough for bright light, it was early enough for the streets to be almost deserted. Perfection. Naruto slept at the Luminous City Pokemon Center, and they got up early around 8 a.m. to get ready and eat a quick breakfast with Hikari. The blonde arrived at 8:45 a.m. at the same cafe he met Diantha yesterday. Naruto looked around, spotting early morning businesses and other restaurants had just started to open up and get busy. People were off to work, kids were off to school or busy playing. The blonde couldn't spot Diantha anywhere. "Where is she?" Hikari questioned. "I guess she's not here yet," Naruto said, leaning against the wall in a relaxed manner. Right when the blonde was about to check his wristwatch, he felt someone behind him. He was about to counterattack but then felt the person was no threat from their aura. A black glove have pulled the blonde into the dark alleyway away from bystanders on the street. Diantha looked dismayed like she was running for her life and looking over her shoulder like someone was hot on her tail. She was wearing black straight-leg trousers, a long black coat with a V-neck and a white shirt with a pink scarf like yesterday's disguise. "What's wrong, Diantha? You're acting like a pack of houndoom were after you." Naruto asked as Diantha seemed kind of nervous as she laughed nervously, trying to change the subject. "What? No. It's nothing." Chuckles. She said Naruto was not convinced in the slightest, but he had let the matter go for now. "Alright, are you ready?" "Yeah, I am, but where are we going to battle?" the teen questioned. Diantha smiled while bringing out a single Pokeball, releasing her Gardevoir. "Gardevoir, if you please." Gardevoir placed her hands on both trainers' shoulders as she teleported them away in a flash. Naruto looked around to where exactly they were teleported to. There was no trace of civilization in this wilderness apart from a worn-out path that snaked through the blanket of grass. Feeling my lungs bursting with fresh air, I observed the sunlight cascading down a gap of clouds into an azure blue lake. Around it, the vegetation was lush with dew and resembled an ocean waving in the breeze. I could have easily teleported us away from the city if given the opportunity, but this is fine too, better to keep everyone guessing. The blonde looked back at Diantha, nodding impressed. "Wow, this place is amazing. Where are we exactly?" asked as the blonde tilted his head up, spotting a path fade into a void of mist and bare twigs. "This is a small area just outside of Luminous City. The other paths continue on to Route 5, leading to Versant Road," she explained. "Also, don't worry about other bystanders seeing us. I made a few phone calls to have this area off-limits for a few hours, so, please go all out," she stated in a confident tone as Gardevoir stepped by her side on one side of the path. "I promise not to disappoint you," Naruto said as he and Diantha stood apart from each other and got ready to battle. "I know you won't. I caught a bit your battle yesterday. I must say I'm impressed. Not many trainers can battle the way you do." Naruto scratched his head sheepishly. "So, since we are the only ones out here, what are the rules to this match?" the young blonde asked, putting down his bag to the side. Naruto sensed that Hikari was at a safe distance away before looking toward the Kalos champ. "Let's make this a little interesting. How about instead of the traditional one-on-one, how about we have a double battle? We will be restricted to 2 Pokemon only. Will you accept these conditions?" "I'm totally fine with that. I barely have gotten any sleep last night because of I so psyched for this match." Naruto grinned, bringing out his dusk ball. "Gardevoir, stand by. Gudra, let's go," tossing a single Pokeball and releasing the Pokemon within as Gardevoir entered the field elegantly ready to battle. A bipedal dragon Pokemon with snail-like traits. It has a plump light purple body with a round dark purple underbelly. It has vivid green eyes and 2 green spots on either cheek. Its thick green spotted tail curls inward, resembling a snail's shell. Gudra has a pair of large retractable horns atop its head. Naruto was curious about what the Kalos champion's Pokemon were capable of and therefore brought out his Pokédex. Gudra, Dragon Pokemon. This very friendly dragon-type Pokemon will hug its beloved trainer, leaving that trainer covered in sticky slime. It attacks with retractable horns. It throws a punch that's the equivalent of the force of 100 pro boxers. Abilities: Sap Sipper, Hydration. This Gudra is female and registered to champion Diantha. Naruto thought for a second, putting away his decks before snatching out his friend Ball from his belt. Toru Salamence, Kage Gengar, come on out. Toru gave the Diantha an uncaring glance before lovingly nuzzling up to Naruto while the cackling ghost type gave the blonde teen a sloppy lick before slowly hovering above his trainer and the Dragoness. Sorry, the blonde said, getting his Pokemon onto the field eagerly. It's no problem. I enjoy seeing Pokemon displaying the love they have for their trainers. It's a wonderful sight to see. You may start, Naruto, Diantha stated, letting the blonde start off the match. Alright then, Toru Dragon Claw on Gudra, Kaze up in the air and pelt them both with Nightshade. Toru's claws glowed green as she charged toward the gooey dragon. Kaze sped above the field, unleashing a trail of black lightning from both palms at his opponents. Gardevoir, used Psychic. Gardevoir swiftly dodged the black lighting, then expelled a violet aura as it targeted both Pokemon. She hurled both Pokemon away a few feet. Kaze quickly straightened out first before returning to the battle, but when the gooey dragon left Kaze's sights, he focused his attention on the graceful fairy type. Toru hurriedly unfurled her wings to stop her body from being flung away further. Unfortunately, just as she somehow managed to steady herself, Gudra had already arrived right before her face. Gudra Thunder Punch. Gudra engulfed both fists in a raging storm of electricity and made a mad dash towards the already flung Dragoness. Toru, when Gudra gets close, use Iron Tail. Toru nodded, already charging up her tail while hiding the light glow. Wait for it. Wait for it. Now. Her tail was encased in a silvery glow, and she twisted to slam her large tail down on the dragon Pokemon's head, making her slam towards the ground. Dust covered the entire field for a bit. Naruto took the dust cloud as a cover so he could now focus on the hovering ghost. Kaze used Shadow Punch, engulfing its hands in a black aura. The ghost Pokemon moved forward, sending a pair of large shadow-hazed fists at his opponent. Gardevoir Dazzling Gleam. Gardevoir body becomes surrounded in a rainbow-colored shine. The shine got brighter, striking Kaze before he even got close enough, knocking the ghostly clefable shadow back. The debris then cleared. Both trainers spotted the dragons still facing each other. Toru used Fire Blast. Kaze, get close with Shadow Sneak, then stop Gardevoir with Sludge Bomb. Gudra counter with Flamethrower. Diantha shouted. Gudra shouted as she let loose a powerful stream of fire towards the Sludge Bomb while also making Toru cancel her attack to dodge the hot flames. Kaze, counter that Flamethrower with Shadow Ball. Naruto shouted as Kaze fired a dark orb hitting the Flamethrower. The two moves battled for dominance, but the Flamethrower had more power and bashed right into the black sphere and hurtled straight towards Kaze. Kaze, dodge it. Kaze managed to move back to avoid the tremendous blast but got hit in the side. Naruto made sure Kaze was okay before directing his attention back on Gardevoir. However, to his shock and confusion, Gardevoir had disappeared from her position. What? Exclaimed Naruto, Kaze bearing a similar reaction. Psyshock now jumps into the air and puts her arms out in front of her. She then formed a mass of thick light blue energy and fired it at Kaze. When it hits the ghost type, it explodes, pushing him back. You took your eyes off us. Diantha teased. Yeah, my mistake, it won't happen a second time. The blonde countered back. Kaze, charge up a Shadow Ball and make it a big one. The ghost cupped both hands together, an orb of dark energy began to generate at a rather slow rate. Gardevoir Thunderbolt to stop him. Unleashing a trail of lightning from her body, Gardevoir motioned the sparks of electricity to follow the speeding shadow Pokemon. Kaze, however, was more skilled in aerial combat and easily maneuvered around the bolts of lightning. Toru Earthquake now. Naruto shouted as Toru stomps the ground with her feet, causing the battlefield to shake violently. Gardevoir and Gudra both were hit from all angles by the violent tremor. Gudra protect Gardevoir with Muddy Water. Diantha shouted as Gudra glowed light blue, releasing spirals of brown water from her body protected her partner while turning the entire field into a thick marsh. Naruto knew Diantha did this now, seeing if Toru did another earthquake she would slip and fall into the damp earth. I see Diantha very well deserves that champion title, well two can play that game. Naruto thought before making his next move. Toru hyper voice. Toru opens her mouth while hovering above the pair, then releases a sizable bright sound wave hitting both of Diantha's Pokemon. Both Pokemon hands clasped over our ears tight, trying to block out the shrieking sound waves while causing damage. Now, separate them with Dragon Tail. Toru's tail becomes covered in a green, scale-patterned aura, which kicked up a wall of graves separating the fairy and gooey dragon. Gardevoir Moonblast, Diantha said, waving away the thick blanket of dust. Gardevoir formed an orb of pink energy in front of its hands and fired it at the shiny dragon. Toru, quickly in the air. Naruto shouted as Toru flew into the air, trying to avoid the orb of pink energy, but the attack was too close to dodge it. Knock it back with Steel Wing. The dragon's wings gleaming a metallic silver as she swung firmly, knocking back the powerful fairy-type move mid-air. The attack backfired, hitting the grounded pair, knocking them away. You left yourself wide open. Kaze hit her hard with Shadow Ball, bursting from the shadows of the unwary fairy. The shadow Pokemon hurled the huge orb of black energy at Gardevoir's backside. The force of the impact caused the Embrace Pokemon to stumble back. Gardevoir slid back into position with a pounding headache and a look that promised pain. Gudra used Dragon Pulse, Gardevoir Shadow Ball, Diantha said as Gudra fires a bright dragon-shaped beam of energy from its mouth through the air and was heading straight towards Toru. Kaze, show her your own Shadow Ball. Naruto said as both Pokemon began to charge up their shadow attacks. Kaze proved to be faster, but Gardevoir had begun her assault before Kaze, so they both launched their shadowy orbs at the same time. Toru, use Hydro Pump. Naruto shouted as Toru fired the stream of water. It launched at Gudra, the Dragon Pulse bashed right into it, making both attacks conceal out. Kaze used Shadow Sneak and hit her hard with Sucker Punch, submerged himself into the shadows of the unguarded fairy and struck with a violet fog-coated fist, sending it flying back a few feet before it regained composure. Gardevoir used Psychic on Gengar. Kaze, use Disable. Naruto yelled when he realized that Diantha was distracted, and Kaze glowed before in a flash the move Psychic was sealed away so that Gardevoir wouldn't be able to use that super effective move for a while. Diantha was again impressed from the blonde's quick thinking. Kaze Sludge Bomb, Toru Zen Headbutt, Kaze fires multiple globs of dark brown sludge from its body at the Embrace Pokemon while Toru sped through the air from the other side preparing to Sky Bomb the Psychic Fairy type. Gardevoir, quickly, use Protect. Diantha shouted, and a green energy shield appeared around the slightly injured Pokemon. Just as Toru slammed into the shield with a large thud, before stumbling back and shaking her head with a wince. Naruto winced as well because Toru had just run headfirst into a wall. Use Shadow Ball. Diantha yelled as Gardevoir dropped the barrier and held up a ball of shadows in her hands. Naruto grit his teeth, before he saw that Toru had recovered from the head trauma and was ready to fight. Gudra use Ice Beam, Gudra fires multiple light blue cold beams ate the flying dragon. Toru, quick in the air. Naruto shouted as Toru flew into the air to avoid the cold beam before it made contact. Kaze used Toxic on Gudra, Naruto said, just as Gudra started to stir before Kaze shot a glob of poison liquid that struck its aim true and knocked Gudra back. Diantha knew Gudra was in trouble from being poisoned. I am impressed by your battle tactics, Naruto. Now, let's see you handle this. Let's go, Gardevoir, now Mega Evolve. Naruto could feel the gem started to react to something inside of Diantha. Naruto could feel the gem began to respond to something inside of Diantha. The Kalos champ touched the keystone around her neck, which released waves of yellow energy. The yellow energy waves collided, combined, and then moved into Gardevoir's stone. Gardevoir then exploded in a burst of purple energy as its body began to evolve. Gardevoir turns almost entirely white, only its hair remains green. Its gown becomes more prolonged and broader, resembling a bridal gown. The forearms are slightly thicker with a pointed extension above the elbow. Its facial spikes are more significant and now curl upwards. There are currently 2 horns in the center of its chest, extending to either side, now into Mega Gardevoir. Yes, now to show you the power. Gardevoir, Shadow Ball. Kakashi shouted as Gardevoir fired a dark shadowy sphere that was at least twice as powerful as the original one. It fired through the air and was heading straight towards Kaze. Kaze, use Energy Ball. Naruto shouted as Kaze fired the green orb. It launched at Gardevoir, but the Shadow Ball bashed right into it while advancing towards Kaze, hitting him, whereas knocking him back a few feet. Diantha thought that Gengar would finally go down while that hit, but suddenly felt an unusual reaction coming from Gengar as it chuckles darkly. With wide eyes, she saw Gengar opening his mouth, showing off a smaller gem on his tongue. You're not the only Mega Pokemon on the field, Kaze, let's show her. Naruto said as he moved his wrist up to show he Mega ring he possessed as well with a black-purple gem on it. Then, let's begin. Keystone, hear my call and feel the bond between my Pokemon and me. Beyond evolution, Mega Evolve. Naruto shouted as he touched his glowing keystone on his wrist, which released waves of yellow energy. The stone in Kaze's mouth glowed as it released waves of blue energy. With the 2 gems glowing, Gengar was surrounded by an aura that engulfed his body with white energy flowing from Naruto and Gengar. Kaze then exploded in a burst of purple energy as its body began to evolve. The spikes on its body got larger. The power extinguished, and the Mega Stone had absorbed into Kaze to Mega evolve it into Mega Gengar. As Mega Gengar, a portion of its body sinks into the ground and its arms and tail lengthen. The lower parts turn a more reddish purple, and a third eye appears on its forehead. This new unblinking eye is oval, yellow, and allows it to see into other dimensions. The spikes on Mega Gengar's back are more numerous and pointed, and additional spikes appear on its hands and tail. Its ears are now considerably longer and tilt backward. I see you had an ace up your sleeve as well, let's see which bond is stronger. She stated. Gardevoir, use Icy Wind. Kaze Will-O-Wisp. Kaze advanced, pelting his target with small wisp-like fireballs. Both attacks cancelled each other out, but some of the flames from Will-O-Wisp had contact burning the fairy type, but the same was happening to Kaze. One of its arms was starting to freeze up. Naruto noticed the ghost type slowing down from freeze. Now, strike with Shadow Ball, the fairy flung the black orb at the ghost Pokemon. The speedy attack hit made contact by the chuckling ghost type still held on. Kaze used Shadow Sneak, diving into his own shadow to avoid further assault. Kaze then extended his untouchable body towards his struggling opponent. Kaze was having difficulties moving because of the freezing effects. Naruto already took notice of Kaze slowing down. Kaze, you have to relax, if you keep struggling, the effects will only extend. Taking his trainer's advice, Kaze gritted his teeth as the freezing effect was slowing down his speed. Now quickly, strike below with Sucker Punch and finish him with Dark Pulse, declared Naruto. Popping up from Gardevoir's shadow, the ghost pulled back violet-coated fist, slammed a dark-covered fist into the fairy type, creating a distance between the two before opening his grinning mouth and unleashing a tangled circular wave of mysterious power. The impact erupted a dust cloud that blocked the results from both trainers. Toru, use Steel Wing. Naruto shouted as Toru flew ahead head first, her wings gleaming a metallic silver as the gooey dragon ducked under the metallic wings as it missed. Gudra grabbed hold of Toru's by the wings. Gudra, use Ice Punch. Revving back a freezing-coated fist, ice expelled from her fists as she prepared to strike her opponent. Oh no, you don't, Toru used Stone Edge. This, however, wasn't enough to stop the barrage of glowing rocks and was promptly knocked Gudra onto her back. That was followed by a powerful slam towards the ground, inflicting massive damage towards the slimy dragon. The blonde teen looked back, seeing Kaze out of breath then that he felt a small drop in temperature and failed to notice the extending shadow due to the vast quantities of dust particles still in the air. Fire Punch, with quick precision and speed, Gardevoir bursts from her position, the psychic landing a fist coated in fire at Kaze exposed midsection. Kaze, on the other hand, possessed little to no time to dodge the clean blow, leaving an unconscious ghost Pokemon in its wake. Kaze reverted to its standard form while Gardevoir got out of the rubble, dusting off her white dress. "You did amazing, buddy. I couldn't have asked for better. You deserve a nice long rest." Naruto then returned Kaze to his Dusk Ball. "I didn't know your Gardevoir can use Shadow Sneak too. I don't reveal at my cards even during official matches, you have to study up on your challenger before jumping headfirst into the unknown," she lectured. "I'll keep that in mind, Toru, use Fire Blast." Naruto shouted. "Gudra, Hyper Beam." Diantha said as the two launched their respective attacks. The two beams clashed, causing an explosion. Gudra, Giga Impact. Gudra's body becomes surrounded by a white aura, as she slams into Toru, bashing her hard into the ground. Toru used Dragon Dance. Gardevoir Calm Mind. Naruto shouted at the same time as Toru's body becomes surrounded in a red and dark pink aura, and Gardevoir eyes and its body glowed brightly, raising its special attack power. "Now Toru, finish this up by using Draco Meteor," the blonde shouted as Toru fired a giant orange orb high into the sky. It then broke up apart into dozens of falling meteors of dragon energy that hit the ground. "We're not giving up yet, Gudra, use Hyper Beam once more, blast all those meteors away." Diantha shouted as Gudra fires a dark purple and black beam of energy from its mouth towards all the meteors, knocking them all down. Toru swiftly dodges the rays of light without any trouble. Gardevoir Shadow Ball, chucking the black orb at Toru, and without flinching, the dragon Pokemon took the attack head-on. Even when it exploded in her face, she flew right through the explosion towards both Pokemon without fear. "Now, use Earthquake." Naruto shouted with a light sheen of sweat from the excitement. Eyes widening, Diantha ordered both Gudra and to Gardevoir dodge quickly. Unfortunately, the speed of the Speed Toru was going outmatched both their current speed, which resulted in them both being caught in the blast radius. Like a meteor crashing into Earth, a huge crater caved in on the ground. The impact struck the ground with a mighty explosion, nearly knocked down both trainers. Toru flew through the air and regaining her composure. Gudra then fell onto her back, not moments later when the dust settled, leaving the Kalos champion awestruck. "Excellent work Gudra, return," Diantha recalled Gudra to her Pokeball. Toru and Gardevoir shared a hardened stare as they awaited their trainer's orders. Naruto grinned as Diantha had an amused smile. Both could feel the adrenaline pumping through their veins as their battle raged on, and as much as they've enjoyed it, it would have to end at some point. "Toru, use Fire Blast." Naruto shouted. "Gardevoir, Hyper Beam," Diantha said as the two launched their respective attacks. The two beams clashed, causing a massive explosion. Naruto and Diantha shielded their eyes from the dust before hearing the sound of an incoming helicopter. There was a helicopter hovering nearby. "Why is it here?" It was a red and yellow color, a light, single-engine aircraft with a figure in dark glasses and helmet hunched over the controls. It swung around over the pair, its blades beating the air. The blonde failed to notice Diantha nervously trying to hide. The helicopter was enveloped in a cloud of sandy dust. The blades that beat the air had much the same effect as a small tornado on the loose ground cover. As it came to lower, Naruto closing his eyes until he heard the slowing of the blades. A slim woman with glasses wearing a business suit dyed shade of bleak gray hopping out of the chopper with a sharp glare. Walking over to the pair on the destroyed battlefield on a mission. Naruto noticed Diantha starting to fidget nervously. "Diantha, I hope you have a good explanation of missing this Poke Styles morning's photo shoot," the woman said in an overly cheery voice. Diantha deeply bowed, clasping her hands together apologizing. "I'm sorry, I made plans all ready for the day. I knew you wouldn't let me go today if I told you." The Kalos champion pouted but stood quietly while the slender female repeatedly scolded her about rescheduling appointments and make it up to the waiting magazine crew. The young teen now knew why Diantha was terrified earlier. That lady can probably scare a Druddigan, the blonde thought to himself. Sorry, Naruto, this is my agent manager Kathy Lee, she books my chaotic schedule. Diantha clarified. More like keeping you on your toes, we have to get going Diantha if we are going to keep things on schedule about your new movie debut. Kathy Lee said looking at her wristwatch. You're right. Diantha agreed as Gardevoir reverted to her previous form just as she returned to her Pokeball. Wait, what about our battle? The blonde whined. I'm sorry about this. Maybe to make it up, you could be a co-star in my upcoming movie. What do you think Kathy Lee, do we have room? The lean woman thought it over as Naruto's mouth opened in surprise. I think we can squeeze you in somewhere on set, here my card, we will call you back at a later time, Kathy Lee said shrugging her shoulders before shoving a card in the blonde's hand before turning toward the plane with Diantha following her before waving bye to the teen as they flew back to Lumio City. Well, that was anticlimactic, Nova Mewtwo stated. Wow Papa, you're going to be on TV. Hikari re-emerged cheering in excitement. What, no way, I can't act to save my life. Naruto panicked thinking about being on television but soon shook the matter off thinking Diantha and her manager would forget the whole ordeal and get someone else more experienced. Well, we've spent long enough here, how about we hit the road guys? Everyone in the blonde's party seemed to agree with this as Hikari flew around eagerly. Naruto pulled up his dark hood shielding his brilliantly colored eyes and blonde locks before his body was engulfed in a shimmering blue outline of psychic energy. Naruto hovered above the ground for a moment, gaining a bit of altitude just as Hikari flew up to nuzzle herself comfortably inside the blonde's tattered cloak before he vanished without a single trace. The last rays of the late afternoon sun fell slanting through the third Hokage's window up in his office, like looking down at the happy village of Konohagakure no Sato. Hiruzen Sarutobi had tan skin with dark gray, spiked hair, adding a small goatee, and he has the wrinkles and liver spots of old age. He's wearing the official uniform hat and Haori with a red, full-length kimono that is tied using a white sash. Hiruzen Sarutobi could see the trees and the many busy people going on about their day. Sarutobi having been a successful trainer in his youth, however, he states that he stopped battling after beating the previous Hokage and conquered the Kanto League until he got older, then settled down and retired as the Hokage of his home village, becoming interested in Pokemon research. Sarutobi still affiliates with the Pokemon League in the Kanto region as an advisor from time to time. Most of the professor's Pokemon are resting at the huge ranch at his compound. His turn chuckling spotted his starter Pokemon Enma his Infernape taking a nap in the plush sofa in the counter of the room. The bipedal, primate-like Pokemon that is primarily reddish-brown with sections of white fur on its chest, head, and lower legs. Several gold markings adorn its body, swirled, circular ones on its knees and shoulders, flame-shaped ones on the back of its hands. On top of its head is an enormous flame, which is never extinguished. How time flies by, old friend. Enma opened one eye to look at his trainer, grunted before lazily going back to his afternoon nap. The old man chuckled, then heard a firm knock from the wooden door. Sarutobi stared at the window, unmoving. You may enter. A small reply came from the other side before pulling open the door. The man, on the other side, was of average height and build. He has brown hair that he keeps in a ponytail, dark eyes, and a scar that runs across the bridge of his nose. Hokage-sama, here is the report of the new students joining the academy, the scarred man said, walking up to his leader's desk while arranging the files orderly. Thank you, Irika, the professor said, looking over the thick folders, not noticing a small youth with a white helmet and long blue scarf approached the door and quietly cracked it open enough to see Irika and the Hokage talking to each other. The said youth held a pokeball in one of his hands. I'll get him for sure, the youth said, grasping his pokeball. The boy rushed through, running straight for his target. Don't take me lightly today, old man. Konohamaru challenged as he hurled a pokeball from his belt. In a flash came out a bipedal Pokemon resembling a chimpanzee. Its fur is primarily a shade of orange, though its face, outer ears, underbelly, hands, and feet are light yellow. Enra, you scratch now. The orange chimp hurried forward, but out of nowhere, the tiny chimp was scooped up in the air at a speed its eyes failed to see. The next thing, Konohamaru knew he was also being held firmly by a thick furry arm a foot off the ground. Right on time, thank you, Enma, the large infernape just nodded. Konohamaru cringed from being caught yet again by his grandfather's ace partner. Ah, Enma, put me down now. You can't do this to me. Konohamaru whined while in the air, I'm the Hokage's grandson. Chimchar also squired in the large evolution's strong grip. Konohamaru, you should know better in barging in the Hokage's office, show some respect. Irika lectured scolded. Honorable grandson, the young boy's tutor called out as he entered into the Hokage's office to see what was transpiring. Hokage-sama, I'll make sure to watch the honorable grandson better in the future, said a man having dark hair and brown eyes with his trademark sunglasses bowing lowly, his face almost touching the floor. It's alright, Ebisu. This happens at least 4 times a week, Hiruzen stated, blowing smoke from his pipe. Konohamaru was at it again hoping to catch either me by surprise. Enma released both Konohamaru and Chimchar as the young boy pouted in failing his sneak attack. You have a long way to go before you can face your grandfather, honorable grandson, but with my tutelage, you will be on your way to be a Pokemon champion. Ebisu bragged, mostly about himself. Konohamaru, why don't you go outside and play with your friends? Sarutobi offered while Konohamaru looked away from his grandfather with a frown while his Chimchar also looking away uninterested, giving the older man no retort. When the boy didn't respond, Enma punched Konohamaru's helmet, and the fire chimp's head hard enough to knock both onto the ground face first. Ow! Konohamaru and the young fire chimp whined after feeling their faces hitting the ground again. Honorable grandson, Ebisu called out as he hurried over to the youth. Hiruzen watched the scene briefly chuckling, seeing his starter disciplining the children. Ebisu went over to Hiruzen and apologized, my apologies once again, Hokage-sama. I should have been more alert in keeping Konohamaru in line. Trying to kiss butt. You ought to be more concerned by the fact that my grandson is no longer in your sight again, Hiruzen pointed out as both turned to see that Konohamaru was no longer in the office. He was no longer present in the building. Now where did he run off to? Ebisu shrieked, running out of the building to follow the wild child. When the pair left, Satobi's secretary came in with more paperwork. Here is the report of the new graduates that just gotten their starter Pokemon and Pokédexes from Professor Sycamore. Excellent, thank you, Yumi. The Hokage's secretary walked swiftly then bowed to the 2 men before leaving to go back to her workstation. That's good news. Should we call the Professor Sycamore and make another appointment for the next batch of graduates coming through Hokage-sama? Irika questioned. Sarutobi never got a chance to answer when he stopped shuffling through the files spotted the photo ID of a young blonde teen. I can't believe it, the older man almost dropped all the files onto the floor in shock. What's wrong, Hokage-sama? Irika asked, coming around to look at what made the Hokage so speechless. Then words left him as well. Irika stared into those deep purple eyes as his hands are folded around the vanilla envelope, drawing the picture closer to get a better look. He could feel his body shake, crying for the missed time they will never make back, crying to release the tension of these 6 long years. Sarutobi remembers those cerulean orbs burning with anger as the blonde poured his heart out to him, demanding to know why he didn't have any parents and no loved or cared about him a few nights before his disappearance. The older man sat there, dominated by a profound sadness, fatigue engraved on his worn face. Sarutobi felt so guilty about not telling the blonde the truth he so desperately searched for. He searched his mind for something reasonable to say to the boy to comfort him, but just couldn't. Irika scanned the crowded market district, he suddenly realized he could see no sign of him. He started to move amongst the crowded streets, his eyes darting more wildly with each passing second, noticing any child with a glint of orange, hoping it was his orange t-shirt. Then he began to call his name, getting ever louder, until many heads were turned in his direction. He had their attention. He might as well use it. Has anyone seen a 7-year-old boy in an orange shirt? He yelled, her voice almost cracking. He's about this high, he said, gesturing with his hand. The sea of blank faces stared back at him. Naruto! Irika cried out as he pushes his way out of the doors and into the orange-saturated landscape. He ran through the list of places it could be in his mind, checking off the ones he had already searching for sun-blonde hair. When I find that brat, he's going to get a scolding of the century, making me look for him, and I can't believe he would skip class a whole week. Sure, Naruto usually has done some pretty nasty pranks towards some of his classmates, but those were often the ones who berated Naruto's abilities in battle. Also, everyone knew Naruto wasn't a strong battler. Half the time, he would call out the wrong command or freeze up. Naruto knew what everyone judged him. Irika then went to the boys' home thinking maybe the blonde went home already. The distressed sensei ran toward the boys' home about to scold the blonde for skipping class but then noticed the door already pried open. The rotting wooden door creaked slowly open, and echoing footsteps invaded the silence that hung like a cloak around the apartment. A thick carpet of dust clung to every object, the rays of light shining through the shattered glass windows catching on the particles suspended in the stagnant air. He moved deliberately, dust billowing into clouds as he passed. Irika continued to walk through the uninhibited apartment, kicking up more dust until it was difficult to see through the billions of particles that now swirled in the air. While empty ramen cups lay on a coffee table thickly encrusted with dried-up mold, dust-covered mirrors, smell of mildew, stale air, air thick with dust, of light bursting through gaps in the boarded-up window, sun streaming through the holes in the heavy velvet curtains, absolute silence, not even the hum of the refrigerator. The apartment-only occupants weaved their webs between the few spinneracks hanging down, and from the ceiling to the wall, old cobwebs billowed in the draft. "You're probably wondering where the boy is, right, Irika-san?" a voice asked. Irika swiveled around, locking eyes with the professor himself standing the middle doorway. "Hokage-sama." "Oh, why, yeah. Do you know where he went? His apartment looked like he's been gone for months." Irika stuttered. Sadly, Sarutobi, without bothering to look at the worried teacher, the old professor turned away, refusing to look away, even as his lips trembled, and his shoulders heaved with emotion, unwilling to back down. A lone tear traced down his cheek, and just like that, the floodgates opened as he took a deep breath and replied with the inevitable. "Naruto has made his choice to leave the village, and I don't know when he left, but he has left a note in his absence," the old professor stated, lifting up the wet, tattered piece of paper. Almost immediately, Irika's eyes widened in shock and tried to say something as he rushed over, snatching the note from the Hokage, anxiously reading the note. "To anybody that cares. When I look around, everyone keeps going like I'm not even there. People just kept looking at me and whispering as I walked down the road. Why did this always happen? What had I ever done to them? It was like I am invisible. I hate the glares and the whispers. But I hated being ignored worst of all. I almost wished they shout at me or something. Anything, I am here after all, wasn't I? I feel like I'm always by himself. I am just wandering, like a small, unnoticed ghost. I am sorry I didn't tell you the mean lady from the orphanage kicked me out a long time ago. I just told you I kept getting lost. The reason I usually don't show up to classes because I don't have enough money to buy shoes or clothes for myself. No one would sell me anything except rags out of the garbage. Everyone always laughs at me because I don't have clean clothes to wear. I don't mean to make Irika-sensei angry. He at least notices me, even if he yells at me all the time. When I try to play with kids my age, they looked at me and ran away. I try to make friends every time, but the adults take them away. They didn't even say anything. I wish they would do something, anything. Does no one see me? I am sorry I put on a fake smile to hide my pain. The reasons are I don't want to worry anyone, however, the pain is becoming unbearable. It hurts now to even fake a smile. Please don't try to find me or make me come back. I don't know how long I will be away. I hate this place. You will find all my clothes in the dumpster at the convenience store, by the park. There is a spare key to my place, I won't be needing it any longer. Tell the landlord that I will no longer be living there. I bet he would be overjoyed to see me gone. He overloads my rent all the time. He says I'm bad for business every time he sees me. I'm sorry I didn't tell you, Gramps. Also tell old man Tucci and I am that I'm sorry and I am going to miss their delicious Ichiraku ramen. I don't know if you even care, but you have to understand that I have to do this. From Naruto. Irika's eyes drip with tears. The walls that held him up, just collapsed. Moment by moment, they fell. Salty drops fall from his chin, drenching his shirt. Hokage-sama, we need to call the police. He is just a child, we have to find him. Irika demanded desperately. Irika, enough. Sarutobi raised his voice. His eyes were with a sad rage that Irika has never seen before, and that shut him up. Sarutobi's shoulders were slumped, and his eyes cast down in a mournful gaze. Let the boy go, I think it's better for him this way, Sarutobi stated, whipping his tears away. Irika was trembling, pressing his hand against the ragged walls of the abandoned apartment while shaking. I know Kushina and Minato will never let me get away when I pass over, Arceus, please let that child be safe, the old man prayed. I had no idea life was that hard for you. I sorry Naruto, the crestfallen sensei and Hokage mourned for the runaway sky is consumed in numerous shades of gray and white and black. It looks like the sun has given up on trying to break through this iron curtain of clouds as a storm was brewing over the horizon. Irika thought back to the blonde that wants to be heard and gain attention from those around him. Most of all, however, he wants a friend. Sadly, many of the students do not like that and usually proceed to beat him down or shower insults at the child due to his test grades and battling. Irika clenched his teeth when the image of Naruto's fake smile appeared in his head, but with it, a depressed Naruto in tears. Both adults scanned through each file, learning all they could from each report taken in the past 6 years. Sarutobi observed Naruto's trainer ID photo once more, mesmerized in his similar facial features to his parents. He looks just like you, Minato, Sarutobi thought to himself with a small smile. Is there anything else? Asked Irika, still looking for more information like his Pokemon team or previous locations he visited. I'm afraid not, especially if the trainer doesn't want that specific information out in the public eye, the old professor stated, shaking his head regretfully. Sarutobi sat back in his leather armchair near the sunny window, smoked his pipe. I wish there was a way we could just see how he was doing, just to check up on him. I think I have the perfect person for the job. He should be around. Sarutobi grabbed his office phone to make a few calls. Yes, Yumi, get me connected to Jiraiya and tell him it's urgent, no excuses, the Hokage demanded. Naruto diced a few carrots in the cutting board, then slid them into the murky brown liquid inside the pot before grabbing a pinch of Tamato berries, slicing them into even squares. The teen smiled, seeing Hikari and Thor working together and setting the table for dinner as his other Pokemon waited until dinner was served. He looked to the sky, spotting the sun cast its golden rays down upon the clouds of billowing smoke, turning them bright red, fire red. Okay guys, almost. The blonde did not get to finish his reply before hearing Menma Zoroark's stern voice inside his mind. That strange Menma doesn't usually have any issues during patrols, the blonde thought, confused. Menma, what's wrong? There is a strange human male that breached the illusion barrier in my sights. Naruto knows Menma's illusions are sometimes dangerous. However, the blonde told her while the whole team is out in the open, keep her illusion spell brief to passing travelers who get too close. The blonde knows his would have a huge red target on his back. He starts showing off he has a cluster of legendary Pokemon in his party. Menma illusion only shows the viewer what they want to see until they eventually forget the incident and leave, but whoever this individual is too far into the Dark Fox's spell and is probably trapped inside their mindscape. Only Menma herself can free them from her spell. Does he look dangerous? The blonde asked. Menma looked at the tall old white long-haired man dressed in light green with a long red vest and wooden sandals. He had a huge smile with a pink hue on his face and a bit of drool coming from off his mouth. I don't feel any ill intent from them, but I don't know. Something about this human makes me very irritated. She grew irritated hearing the old man let out a perverted giggle. Naruto's sweat dropped, heard her annoyed tone. Naruto immediately teleported to her location, spotting the tall white-head man on the ground in a puddle of his drool, giggling happily in his blissful dream. Naruto checked the old man over to make sure he was unharmed. "Shall I dispose of the body?" Menma innocently asked, shifted her claws showing the familiar shadowy aura, Shadow Claw to kill all perverts. "No, we are not going to kill him." Naruto panicked, shaking his head from the dark type's ruthless proposal, thinking she's spending too much time with Nova Mewtwo. "Come on, let's take him back to camp and let him wake up on his own." "It will be dangerous to teleport his body while he is unconscious," the teen suggested. "If that is what you wish, Naruto," the black fox sighed, retracting her claws as she dragged the red-faced pervert by his ankle, not at all caring about the pervert's clothes getting soiled in the rocks and filth, while following the blonde teen. A fire crackled in the corner of the campsite, projecting long shadows on the surrounding area. The light cast by the flames danced across the dark trunks of the trees, twisting and curling in obscure shapes and providing a small radius of light. The intensity and excitement of the flames were like they were dancing in the moonlight. A lake nearby had the reflection of a distant glow, like a bright sun on land. The colors were brilliant reds, oranges, and faint yellows. Naruto added more wood and poked it with long sticks before getting comfortable on a stray log by the flames. "So, what shall we do about him?" "I was just going to ask you guys about that. Any ideas are fine, except Menma's idea," the blonde quickly stated, spotting the black fox crossing her arms in a pout by the tree closer to Mars. The blonde heard a growl from Tessa by the waterside. "I don't think we can send him off on a riverbed, Tessa. Is that even legal?" "Teleport him far away," Sora Rayquaza requested. "We make him disappear, forever," Mars Genesect stated eagerly. "Eat his soul?" Kage Gengar asked. "What is with you guys and getting rid of people? That's the same as Menma's idea." Then Blonde scowled as Kage for even suggested eating someone. Kage laughed it off, saying he was just joking. "I'm not so sure. It's dark out, and it's not safe for a human to walk off in the forest alone," Hikari added.